The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 25th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Earl L. Buddy Carter to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, our country's just suffered the largest illegal mass migration in history. Over 4 years, the Democrats opened our borders and allowed an unvetted and largely impoverished population of nearly 8 million to illegally enter our country, a population the size of Washington State. This illegal mass migration has overwhelmed our public schools, public hospitals, homeless shelters, food banks, law enforcement, and is costing American taxpayers $160 billion a year to support. Worst of all, it has introduced into our country the most violent criminal gangs and offenders on the planet. It has also brought to a head the fundamental question of whether any person in the world can break into our country, have a baby at taxpayer expense, have that baby declared an American citizen, and then use that as a pretext to remain. Now, President Trump has issued an executive order challenging that notion for all future births. The Democrats call this a threat to democracy and a constitutional crisis. Well, that's what they call anything they disagree with these days. But it is neither. It is the Constitution functioning as it should. The President has created a dispute arising from a difference of opinion in interpreting the Constitution. Opponents in this dispute have appealed to the courts, as they should. And now the courts will resolve this dispute under the terms of our Constitution. Meanwhile, I have a question for the Democrats. If the 14th Amendment actually confers automatic citizenship to anyone born here, wouldn't it have said all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States? That's simple enough. But that's not what it says. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Well, what does that mean? We know that it means the children of former slaves are citizens. That's its stated purpose in the plain language of the amendment, passed, by the way, over the objections of the Democratic Party. We know from the congressional debate that its authors understood it to exclude foreign nationals who are merely passing through the country. The question of our time is whether those who have illegally entered our country in defiance of our laws and who are subject to deportation under those laws can be considered having accepted the jurisdiction of the laws that their very presence defies. The Supreme Court has never considered this question. The closest it came was the Ark decision 127 years ago. But that applied to legal immigrants who had accepted the jurisdiction of the United States by obeying its immigration laws and who had taken up legal permanent residence subject to a treaty ratified by the Senate. Does the President have the authority by the executive orders to clear up this matter as part of his organic constitutional responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed? I don't know. Obama claimed the authority to create a legal residency for DACA beneficiaries out of thin air, so maybe he does. The court will ultimately rule. So does the Congress have the authority to clear up this matter by statute? Well, only if that statute doesn't contradict the Constitution. And here's the fine point of the matter. If the 14th Amendment does not give automatic birthright citizenship to the children of those here illegally and temporarily, then no law should be necessary to deny them citizenship in the future because no law ever extended that right in the first place. In that case, the President's executive order is merely declaratory of existing law. Now, several lower courts have stayed the president's executive order, and no one is screaming, that's a constitutional crisis, even though many of us strenuously disagree with those judges, just as strenuously as the left disagrees with the president. Ultimately, though, we have faith in our Constitution, and as the case progresses through the courts, we will get a clear and authoritative ruling that will then determine whether the president's order stands or whether Congress needs to act either by statute or constitutional amendment. To call this a constitutional crisis is a kind of absurd and juvenile hyperbole that passes for argument these days by the woke left. And I look forward to returning to society someday when we can have civil discussions over high principles as our founders envisioned. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the New Jersey 10 winners of the 2024 Congressional App Challenge. Aman, Alexa, Charlie, and Gabriel teamed up to make tailored trivia. The app allows users to create customized trivia games that make studying and memorization more interactive. This tool lets students test SAT vocab words, learn phrases in new languages, and quiz their classmates. In creating this app, Aman, Alexa, Charlie, and Gabriel also grew their skills in coding, design, and teamwork. I am so proud of their hard work and dedication and their contributions to New Jersey, and I am excited to see what they will accomplish next. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Salih, a New Jersey 10th student at West Orange High School who received a perfect score on the SAT this year. Less than 1% of SAT test takers earn a perfect score each year, and Salih's accomplishment is nothing short of extraordinary. His SAT preparation was largely self-directed, relying on free resources and using his time and determination to study for the exam. Beyond academics, he is deeply involved in extracurricular activities at West Orange High School. He has been a dedicated member of the cross-country and track teams since 7th grade and spent 2 seasons on the color guard. Salih is also the president of the math team, chapter president of the National Honor Society, a varsity chess team member, and part of the Royal Strings Ensemble. His involvement in multiple activities and honor societies speaks to his well-rounded excellence. After graduating high school, he hopes to attend Harvard and study law. Any school would be lucky to have a bright young mind. What an incredible accomplishment and a shining example of New Jersey's excellence. Congrats, Salih. You make New Jersey proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Objection.
I rise today to honor Amigo Power Equipment in Edinburgh, Texas, for 50 years of service to our community. Founded in 1974 by Janice and Kent Johnson, Amigo Power Equipment sold tractors and combines to farmers and ranchers throughout South Texas. As the Rio Grande Valley grew, so did their business. The Johnsons passed down their business to their youngest son, Jeff, and over the years, it has become the premier tractor and power sports dealership in the Valley. When visiting their store, you will find knowledgeable staff with years of experience and exceptional customer service. Congratulations to the Johnsons and the entire staff on this incredible milestone. Thank you for your dedication to the Rio Grande Valley community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the positive impacts the Social Security Fairness Act that has already been made for South Texans. Before this bill, millions of public servants like teachers, police officers, and firefighters were unfairly punished by reduced Social Security benefits. After being signed into law last month, this legislation finally eliminated the provisions that reduced Social Security benefits for public servants. I've heard back from teachers in South Texas who are incredibly thankful to have the legislation finally signed into law. I am proud to have co-sponsored this bill in the House, advocated for its passage, and played an important role in expanding access to benefits for those who have gone above and beyond to serve our communities. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor State District Judge Rose Guerra Reina for her service to Hidalgo County. Earlier this month, Judge Reina announced that after 28 years, she will be retiring from her role. For over 2 decades, she has upheld the rule of law with fairness and justice in Hidalgo County. She has presided over thousands of cases, worked to improve the judicial process, and mentored many young attorneys throughout her tenure. Though she will be missed, her legacy will live on in the courtroom. Her commitment to justice in South Texas is unwavering, and we are so fortunate to have public servants like Judge Reina in South Texas. We wish her the best as she carries out her term and begins her well-deserved retirement. Congratulations, Judge. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to address the issue that is critical to my community in South Texaco, Mexico's refusal to fulfill its water obligation. Their refusal to comply with the agreements of the 1944 Water Treaty has caused mass devastation with our farmers and ranchers in South Texas. Last Congress, we had our one sugar mill in Texas closed. That was 500 jobs that were lost and millions of dollars of economic impact in South Texas. Food security is national security, and we have lost our sugar mill, and we are on the verge of losing our citrus industry. We ask that the Mexican government repay us the water that they owe us, which is now over 1 million acre-feet of water. It is simply unacceptable that the Mexican government has not given us that water that they owe us. This not only affects the people of South Texas, but affects the entire nation. Again, food security is national security, and we urge the Mexican government to pay us our water immediately. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of World War II hero and U.S. Navy corpsman Jack Gutman, who passed away just a few days before his 99th birthday. Jack answered the call to serve his nation after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He was barely 18 when he enlisted as a corpsman in the Navy. Jack defended our country in some of the most harrowing battles of the war, including bravely providing care to the wounded on the beaches of Normandy during D-Day. Years after returning home, along with his invisible wounds, Jack sought help from the VA and received treatment for his PTSD. His recovery inspired him to dedicate his life to help fellow veterans find courage and to seek support for their own PTSD challenges. Sergeant Gutman's life of service to this country and his fellow veterans continue to be an inspiration for all of us. And I ask all of you, my colleagues, to join me in celebrating the life and legacy of my good friend, American hero, Jack Gutman, part of America's greatest generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of U.S. Army veteran Roy Edward Neely. Sergeant Neely served our nation proudly as a Green Beret in the elite 1st Special Forces Command Airborne. Roy's dedication and service to our country continued after he left the military. As a civilian, he worked as an operations manager. Roy married Elaine McDonald in 1972, and together they built a life filled with love and beautiful memories. Our community lost Sergeant Neely on October 12, 2024, at the age of 76. His memory lives on through his loving wife, children, grandchildren, and our Orange County community. Sergeant Neely, thank you for your service to our country, dedication to our community. We will miss you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of John Reginald Reg Murphy, who unfortunately passed away last November. Mr. Murphy was a true Renaissance man who lived an extraordinary life guided by curiosity, integrity, engagement, and helping those in need. Mr. Murphy was raised in Gainesville and attended Mercer University, where he began his journalism career. Throughout his career, Mr. Murphy experienced success working in a variety of esteemed publications, including the Macon Telegraph and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Shortly after, he was chosen as a Nieman Fellow at Harvard University in 1959. Mr. Murphy went on to serve as the editor and publisher of the San Francisco Examiner, and then he became the publisher and CEO of the Baltimore Sun. Throughout his life and career, Mr. Murphy stayed true to his morals and strong ethical compass. Mr. Murphy is survived by his wife, Diana, daughters Karen and Susan, 2 grandsons, sister, and 3 nieces and nephews. Mr. Murphy will always be remembered as humble, approachable, gentle, and a kind man. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Marlon Lawrence, a custodian at Mary Lee Clark Elementary School in Camden County, for being named the South Region winner in Georgia Leadership Institute for School Improvement's Hidden Heroes campaign. This recognition celebrates unsung leaders in education whose dedication makes a profound impact on their schools and their communities. Marlon's hard work and commitment to maintaining a clean, welcoming, and inclusive environment have helped create a space where students and staff can thrive. This achievement reflects the collective teamwork at Mary Lee Clark Elementary, where everyone works together to ensure student success. Principal Rika Dow has praised Marlon for his unwavering dedication and innovative approach, making him a model for others to follow. On behalf of the community and as your congressman, I commend Marlon Lawrence for his exceptional contributions and thank him for the example he sets. Congratulations, Marlon, on this well-deserved recognition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Miss Elizabeth Catherine Pryor, a civil rights activist, educator, and pillar in the Savannah community who passed away last month. Ms. Pryor was an activist, joining the civil rights movement at a young age, where she proudly participated in organized sit-ins, marches, and peaceful protests in the city of Savannah. After graduating from Savannah State College and Georgia Southern University, Ms. Pryor served as an educator in the Savannah-Chatham County Public School District for more than 4 decades. As a lifelong member of the NAACP, Ms. Pryor was a strong proponent of voting rights. She was also among the activists who were instrumental in the renaming of West Broad Street to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Ms. Pryor served on the board of directors of the Ralph Mark Gilbert Civil Rights Museum and was the former Grand Marshal for the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade. Ms. Pryor is survived by her 2 daughters and many other beloved relatives and friends. Ms. Pryor will always be remembered for her dedication to advocating for justice, change, and equality. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Joseph Ryan Willis, Jr., a man of faith, service, and dedication. Born in 1957 in Plant City, Florida, Joe was raised by his loving parents, Rylan and Gail. He was active in church and sports, demonstrating a commitment to faith and teamwork from a young age. In 1982, he married Stacy, his lifelong partner, and together they built a beautiful life, raising 3 wonderful sons, Patrick, Timothy, and David. Joe earned a business degree from Augusta University and had a distinguished career in hospitality and real estate. He worked at Augusta National Golf Club, Sea Island Company, and the Brunswick Country Club. Joe later became a top-producing realtor specializing in luxury properties. A devoted church leader, Joe served as an elder and deacon, supporting organizations like Manna House of Brunswick and contributing to community events. He was known for his generosity, his kindness, and willingness to help others, always offering a listening ear and thoughtful advice. Joe found joy in family, good friends, music, cycling, and long walks on the beach with his dogs. His legacy of service, faith, and love for his community will continue to inspire all those who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about the White House's pet project, the Department of Government Inefficiency, otherwise known as DOGE. For the past month, our federal workers and agencies have been assaulted by a dilettante billionaire empowered by President Trump to muck about in Americans' lives and federal agencies. Americans are justifiably concerned that these unelected intruders are acting as judge and jury on people's lives and livelihoods as they gleefully and illegally feed tens of thousands of jobs and vital programs into a wood chipper. This billionaire and his tech bros claim to have found billions in fraud, waste, and inefficiency, but their methods and results are shrouded in secrecy. When they've hyped their claims on Twitter or the White House press room, independent review has shown that their claims are false or riddled with errors. Buying condoms for Gaza didn't happen. Social Security payments to people who are 150 years old? Nope. $800 billion in savings on one contract? Oops, maybe $800 million, they're not really sure. Absolutely nothing adds up. These dodgy efforts have introduced fraud, waste, and inefficiency into every agency they've touched with their invasions, freezes, and suspensions. Federal workers have been fired, then rehired, as their functions were quickly proven to be indispensable rather than non-essential. Employees have been bombarded with weird emails that threaten them with termination if they don't accept a sketchy buyout or snitch on their colleagues, and with demands that they interrupt their real work to do make work for review by people who have no understanding or interest in public service or government functions. Elon Musk's dodgy efforts are disrupting critical medical research and treatments, foreign aid, veterans care, criminal investigations, health, housing, and human services across the nation and beyond. It takes a remarkable combination of arrogance and stupidity to think that this is the best use of time for our intelligence officers, VA workers, air traffic controllers, FBI agents, and everyone else upon whom our nation depends to do their jobs well. If this is what bringing business acumen to government function looks like, it's pretty clear we need to prevent our government from becoming a dumpster fire like X or one of Trump's corrupt corporations. We can't afford it. The American people can't afford it. Mr. Speaker, it is well past time that Congress remove Mr. Musk and his dodgy minions from our government and get down to doing the people's business. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or once in a while, we could cooperate with the president and those that are trying to do things to make our government run better, ultimately for the better benefit of the citizens of this country, the taxpayers. So what we see with the DOGE is that $65 billion of savings have been found. And many, many contracts that are illegitimate or unnecessary to the operations of government, what people expect, are being turned over and are being rescinded. So, including the scandal that has been USAID, what started out as a good thing many years ago has been turned into something that is just almost completely corrupt. So let's take a look at some of the other items that DOGE has found. 104 DEI contracts, eliminating $1 billion in spending. I could go down a whole long list. $168,000 for a Dr. Fauci exhibit, $45 million DEI scholarship in Burma. What are we doing here when we got really difficult issues in our home districts and across the country, as well as a $2 trillion deficit? So this isn't going to solve everything overnight, but it sure is a right step. So why don't we have cooperation by federal agencies that work for us, but ultimately for the American people? You know, here's the food chain. The people are on top, the voters that vote us in a republic to carry out what they tell us that they want done, and then we employ the people at the different levels of different agencies to get that work done for us, ultimately the American people. Why is that not being recognized here? That yes, we are supposed to hold them accountable. Yes, we're supposed to have oversight. And ultimately, when the oversight hearings don't work around here because it's 2 hours of running the clock out by the bureaucracy, then when you have an administration that has the executive authority to do that, and that's an important thing that keeps getting lost here. They have the executive authority to appoint people. That's what the entire administration is, people appointed by the executive branch, by the president, or at the state level, by a governor, or at a city, by a mayor, what have you. It's not a foreign concept. Certainly it's something that the Democrats, when they're in charge, have taken great advantage of to appoint people to do things. You know, I didn't vote for Fauci, did I? A whole lot of other people are wondering that too. That's what gets done by the executive branch. So we're talking Elon Musk, we're talking anybody in the president's cabinet and the people that they appoint. Yeah, they're appointed positions. It's our job to rein them in and hold them in line to whatever their mission statement was, if they remember their mission statement, to follow that. So the work DOGE is doing is pretty darn good. Yeah, there's some fits and starts here and there and some things we need to modify and smooth out a little bit on some of the employment out there, but at least the people's tax dollars are being respected finally. And we want to keep going with this and work that out. But we would like to be able to work with the agencies and say, hey, where are the areas that we could do better in? And what personnel are, you know, extra to the process? You know, certainly when there was the government shutdown due to COVID, and we saw how, well, these people are essential, these are non-essential. Like, well, that should have been pretty revealing right there. And that's tough if you're on the non-essential list. But you got to remember, we hire people in government. We create the agencies to serve a task, a purpose for the people of the country. It is not a government jobs program. It's a get a job done for the people program. One thing I'd like to point out here that came up last week in my home state of California as part of a considerable amount of savings we could do federally is to quit funding that high-speed rail project. It's been a boondoggle from day one. Right at the end of the Biden administration, they put up nearly $4 billion more at the end. So let's review on that real quick. The original high-speed rail program was going to be a $33 billion build-a-rail from San Francisco to L.A., and that has ballooned in the following years to $130 billion. And it was supposed to be completed by 2020. All they have is about an 1,800-foot-long bridge near Fresno done right now. They haven't laid any track. They've seized a lot of land. They've devastated a lot of agricultural land, parts of cities, important installations, etc., but they haven't laid any rail yet. And they're trying to do first the easy part between Merced, California, and an orchard somewhere outside of Bakersfield. They actually said at the time, because they'll have the less resistance to build that portion. And that's not going to help anybody in SF or LA where the population base is. So basically, if you time it versus Amtrak, I think you can get from Merced to Bakersfield about 20 minutes faster if they actually had a high-speed rail that ran all the way through on just this chunk of track. They don't. And they won't by at least 2033, 2035. To build out the whole thing, be a lot longer. We had a conference meeting in Los Angeles at Union Station last week, and I was very pleased. This was called by our Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, at the behest of the Trump administration. And so we had this opportunity to talk to the press, talk to the people of California, anybody that would listen, what such a boondoggle this high-speed rail project is. And it wants $4 billion of new money that we need to claw back and put towards something useful, such as fixing our highways, water infrastructure, anything besides this boondoggle. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of our dedicated federal public servants in the face of the relentless attacks from President Trump and Elon Musk. Hardworking families in my district and people across the country are beginning to see this initiative for what it really is. A sham perpetrated by President Trump and run by an unelected billionaire, the richest person in the world, who has no idea how our government operates or what our public servants do for our communities. Trump and Musk's goal is to undermine people's faith in public services, gain access to sensitive government data, and ultimately give away trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the rich. We know their game and we're not playing it. Last week, I met with union leaders representing our federal workforce, including the American Federation of Government Employees, National Nurses United, the National Association of Letter Carriers, the American Postal Workers Union, and Western New York Area Labor Federation. I'm deeply grateful for their work to empower our federal workforce, our air traffic controllers, veteran health care practitioners, Social Security benefit experts, and so many more who provide the services and assistance hardworking families in our communities deserve and need. But their ability to continue doing so is under immense threat. Union leaders on the front lines painted a picture in which our federal workers are living in fear of wrongful firings, receiving intimidating emails that are causing mass confusion, and receiving unclear directives from an administration that has no interest in the rule of law. These are workers who have dedicated their lives to public service. They help our parents and grandparents receive the Social Security they've earned and rely on. They deliver world-class care to our veterans who have sacrificed so much for our freedoms. They keep our borders secure, our air and water clean, our airports and skies safe, and so much more. They deserve our gratitude, not to be subjected to this demeaning and cruel treatment, especially as they continue to deliver for hardworking families amid it all. I've also spoken to constituents who have been impacted by these wrongful cuts. A young man named Jeff Plummer spoke to me hours before being wrongfully fired from the Internal Revenue Service. Jeff received exemplary reviews of his work within the IRS Small Business Self-Employed Division, which helps small businesses to comply with tax requirements, helping our regional economy to thrive. Due to the simple fact that he had worked for the IRS for less than a year, he was terminated. He's among 6,000 IRS employees that have been wrongfully fired, all in the middle of tax season. Jeff and his fellow IRS employees are not alone. Our veterans are being directly harmed and discriminated against. They're experiencing real harm as the services they rely on are being decimated. Service-disabled veterans are among the 8,500 federal employees in my district alone being attacked and dismissed for being DEI hires. I spoke with one disabled veteran who bled for our country and continued to serve as a federal employee for nearly 2 decades. He received a title change in the last year, which automatically put him on probationary status. He was fired last week with absolutely no justification. These veterans feel demeaned and betrayed. It's unthinkable and shameful to treat our military heroes this way. It violates the sacred honor that we have to care for our veterans and provide the services and benefits that they have earned and that they deserve. I've spoken to constituents myself. I've heard the palpable fear and anxiety our federal workers are feeling, which makes it impossible to deliver the best quality care and services for taxpayers, from caring for veterans and seniors to protecting our environment. As egg prices are skyrocketing due to bird flu and ravaging our farms, Trump and Musk have cut FDA and USDA employees, putting the health and well-being of our communities on the line. And after we saw the first commercial airline crash in 16 years, there's FAA employees being fired. Their message each time? These employees weren't mission critical. Don't worry, you won't miss them. Tell that to the senior whose medicine is contaminated due to lack of oversight, or to the airline passenger facing major delays because of a severe shortage of air traffic controllers. Meanwhile, unelected billionaire Elon Musk is celebrating on the world stage with a chainsaw in his hand, bragging about the degrading treatment of our public servants with no regard for the taxpayers who will suffer as a result because they cannot get the services that they rely on. But why wouldn't he celebrate? President Trump has illegally given him the keys to our Treasury, sensitive government data, and control of our federal workforce.
Time has expired.
We won't let him take a chainsaw to our federal workforce without a fight. That's why we're speaking up and speaking out and holding those accountable. And we ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join in our fight. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
President Trump campaigned around the country to drain the swamp. Yet one of the first things he did is reverse President Biden's executive order that banned White House officials from accepting gifts from lobbyists. So today, I am introducing the Drain the Swamp Act. It's pretty simple. It will ban any White House official from accepting gifts from lobbyists, and it will ban White House officials from becoming lobbyists during the Trump term. I believe that this bill will have support not just from progressives, not just from independents, but from the MAGA movement. That is why I'm calling on my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to pass the Drain the Swamp Act and send it to President Trump's desk so he can fulfill his promise. Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration is stripping millions of American seniors of their coverage of telehealth on March 31st. That's right. If you're a senior on Medicare, starting March 31st, your doctor's visits on video conference or Zoom or phone will no longer be covered. This is going to impact over 12 million Americans. And the crazy thing is that the inspector generals have found that there's only 0.2% of fraud in telehealth. So why are we taking telehealth away from millions of seniors who are homebound or who have difficulty leaving their homes? It is most devastating for rural Americans. That is why today I'm introducing the Telehealth Coverage Act. It will require Medicare to pay for telehealth services. Let us pass this act in a bipartisan way so that millions of American seniors aren't deprived of telehealth services because of the actions of the Trump administration. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the career of a dedicated and true public servant, Detective Jerry Gatchett, who is retiring from the Akron Police Department. I am honored to be standing here today talking about a man who has served the Akron community so humbly for over 31 years and who I am proud to call a friend. Jerry was born in Alabama and raised in Akron, where he graduated from the John R. Buchtel High School in 1985. He then bravely served this country in the United States Army for 4 years. For the last 31 years, Jerry has served our community as a member of the Akron Police Department. He has worked as a hostage negotiator in the Financial Crimes Unit and for 21 years as a juvenile detective, where he investigated crimes against children. Throughout his distinguished career, Detective Gatchet has played a pivotal role in securing justice with his investigations, leading to hundreds of child predators imprisoned, solidifying his reputation as a champion for the community's most vulnerable. Jerry is one of the most caring and compassionate people that I know. In fact, throughout his career, he has taken the care to truly get to know the victims and survivors who he has been sworn to protect and serve. He has been to countless basketball games, baby showers, and more to celebrate these survivors who he cares so deeply for. He even walked one of the people he supported down the aisle at her wedding. In fact, my husband and I met Jerry when we hired him to secure our wedding when MAGA protesters threatened our very precious and sacred event. He has always put the people of our community first, and his deep desire to serve his community is an inspiration to all who have had the opportunity to experience his passion for protecting our community's most vulnerable. In addition to his law enforcement career, Detective Gatchet is an ordained minister and a devoted follower of Jesus Christ. He is also a loving husband, father, and grandfather. No one deserves retirement more than Jerry, but I know he won't be retiring for real, as he has been sworn into the APD Reserve, so I'm sure we'll continue to see him serving our community in his own special way. On behalf of Ohio's 13th Congressional District, I would like to congratulate and thank Detective Gary Gatchet on a storied career at the Akron Police Department and for over 31 years of outstanding service and devotion to our community and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we celebrate Black History Month to uplift two of my constituents and pillars of the Hanover Park community, Eva and Herb Porter. Both have shared more than 40 years of love, of leadership, and unwavering dedication to civic engagement. Eva Porter is a beloved retired educator in our community, and after 30 years of teaching, she has continued to shape young minds in and beyond the classroom. Eva has served as a trustee of the Poplar Creek Library Board and as a board member for School District U46. Her passion for service shines through her volunteer work with organizations like Kids Hope USA and the American Cancer Society. Eva's passion and commitment to public service is matched only by her dear husband, Herb. Currently serving as a deputy mayor of Hanover Park, Herb Porter became the first ever African-American Hanover Park trustee when he was elected in 2019. With nearly a decade of elected office, Herb is currently the longest-serving African-American public official in the Northwest suburban area. He continues to serve his community in his roles as on the governing board for the Community and Economic Development Association of Cook County, as well as the board of the Alignment Collaborative for Education. Proud members of DuPage NAACP, Eva and Herb Porter's legacy of service and uplifting diversity and equity have inspired countless community members to get involved in civic engagement, including their daughter, Dr. Chantel Porter, who was just elected as the first Black female judge in DuPage County in 2022. While we think of being first and only, we know we still have a long way to go to truly have parity and representation across this country. But the Porter's family's extensive service to the Hanover Park community is a reminder of just how seriously our local communities take our responsibility to serve our neighbors and to do so with compassion and care. So today, I rise to speak of their leadership, to speak of their dedication, and the exemplary service which serves as a reminder to each of us here in Congress that we also have the very same responsibility to care for our neighbors and our working families, not special interests and unaccountable billionaires. As we take the time to celebrate history, we're also reminded that we are making history every single day in these chambers and back home in our districts. Let it be good history. Let it be history that we're proud of. Our constituents, including Herb and Eva, are meeting this moment with the urgency it deserves, and they rightfully expect us to follow their lead. I know I will. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, on this 25th day of February 2025, I commend Eva and Herb Porter for their lifelong commitment to modeling civic responsibility, community service, and courageous leadership. Thank you, Eva and Herb. Congratulations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez Rivera, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the past weeks, the federal government has been cruel to its workforce. It has offered deferred resignations, it has laid off employees, it has sent employees confusing information. As Jorge Santiago Rivera, a labor leader from the Department of Veterans Affairs in the island, has put it, the truth is that yes, we live under fear. We live under uncertainty. I worry about the well-being of our federal workers. I worry in particular about the well-being of the 13,000 federal employees that reside in Puerto Rico. But I also worry about the thousands of veterans that rely on the VA for their health care needs in Puerto Rico. Why? Because the lack of structure and logic behind these cuts directly affects them. As Mr. Santiago asks, if you lose 10 emergency workers from the ER, who helps the patients? Unsurprisingly, the VA is now scrambling to deny deferred resignation requests, and in the past, it has had to rehire workers that it laid off. The VA is not the only federal agency in the island affected by this chaotic, irresponsible, negligent program of federal cuts. The IRS reportedly laid off around 200 workers. The National Park Service, the USDA, the National Forest Service are also laying off employees. As Brenda Reyes Tomasini, a labor leader from the EPA, another agency affected, described it, it's devastating. Truly, a brutal level of anxiety. And what makes this even worse is the process. Some of these employees have worked for the federal government for 15 or 20 years. They transferred to new positions, appear as if they are on probation, and have been terminated. That is unacceptable. Members of this Congress have not received accurate information about what's happening. I'll be the first one to acknowledge that government waste exists. It exists at the federal level. It exists at the state level. It exists at the municipal level. But protecting our veterans is not government waste. Protecting our national parks, protecting our national forests like El Yunque is not government waste. Protecting the employees that work hard to ensure that millionaires and billionaires don't cheat on their taxes is not government waste. It is what government is for. In the coming days, my office will be taking action. We will share resources for federal employees so that they know their rights. We will host a teletown hall to hear directly from affected workers. We will demand transparency from the agencies responsible for these layoffs. I also urge the government of Puerto Rico to step up, to provide these workers the assistance that the government of Puerto Rico usually provides to workers who are laid off in the tourism or manufacturing sectors. To the workers affected, I want to send a clear message. I know that being laid off is painful. It hurts your finances. It hurts your stability. It can even hurt your sense of self-worth. But let me be clear. You are not the problem. Your government is the problem. We see you, we hear you, and we will fight for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and honor an extraordinary American, a true hero in every sense, George Walton Weller. For 65 years, Mr. Weller has dedicated his life to the safety and well-being of his community through the Verona Volunteer Fire Company. Helping to found the fire company in 1959, he remains an active member to this day at age 91. His unwavering commitment to service and deep sense of duty are nothing short of inspiring. Long before he answered the call as a firefighter, Mr. Weller bravely served our nation as a member of the United States Air Force. Serving for 4 years during the Vietnam War, he defended the freedoms we hold dear. Mr. Weller has strengthened his community in the generations of firefighters he has mentored and his example of dedication. Few can claim such a legacy, and today we recognize and thank George Walton Weller for his extraordinary contributions and selfless acts of service. He embodies the very best of America, and we are forever indebted to him. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 150th anniversary of Shenandoah University, a proud institution in historic Winchester, Virginia, that has shaped minds and transformed lives for a century and a half. Founded on February 12, 1875 in Dayton, Virginia, Shenandoah took a bold step back in 1960, relocating 75 miles north to Winchester and paving the way for its continued growth and success. For 150 years, Shenandoah University has remained steadfast in its mission to provide innovative, high-quality, and student-focused education, always keeping the community at its heart. The university's legacy has been shaped by visionary leaders from A.P. Funkhauser, its founder, to Dr. Forrest Racy, who led its relocation, and Dr. James Davis, under whose leadership it became a university. Today, that tradition of excellence continues under Dr. Tracy Fitzsimmons, Shenandoah's first female president, who has guided its remarkable growth. Please join me in congratulating Shenandoah University on this historic milestone and wishing it continued success for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Concern Hotline, a vital organization that has provided compassionate, life-saving support to the residents of the northern Shenandoah Valley for the past 57 years. Founded in 1970 in response to a tragic rise in suicides, Concern Hotline has been a constant source of hope, offering 24/7 crisis intervention and emotional support. This organization is led by Executive Director Rusty Holland, who has dedicated himself to ensuring that anyone in crisis has a trained, non-judgmental listener ready to take the call. The organization thrives because of its dedicated volunteers and community partnerships with first responders, mental health providers, and local universities. Their work has saved countless lives, and their mission is simple but powerful: to keep people safe for now. I commend Concern Hotline for its unwavering commitment to suicide prevention and crisis intervention. The northern Shenandoah Valley is stronger because of their work, and I wish them continued success in their mission. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand against yet another blatant government overreach, this time an attack by the Biden administration on the ability of hardworking Americans to choose the appliances that best fit their needs. In his final days, President Biden's Department of Energy finalized a rule that effectively bans certain natural gas water heaters from the market. This unnecessary regulation is yet another example of the left pushing a radical Green New Deal agenda at the expense of American families. This rule would drive up costs, limit consumer choice, and hurt American families and small businesses. It's the same heavy-handed approach we saw time and again from the previous administration, forcing Americans to buy expensive, inefficient alternatives instead of letting them decide what works best for their homes and their businesses. The DOE has no business dictating what kind of water heater Americans can use, and that's why I strongly support H.J. Res. 20, introduced by my colleague, Congressman Gary Palmer. This resolution sends a clear message: Washington bureaucrats do not get to make these choices for the American people. House Republicans will continue fighting to protect consumer freedom and keep government overreach out of our homes. I urge my colleagues to stand with the American people and pass this important resolution. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the House as we have just marked the 3rd anniversary of the unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yesterday, February 24, 2022, the date on which the largest land grab in Europe since World War II joins an ignominious list of others as a day of infamy. But this month, it's also notorious for something else. In this month and in this year, the Pax Americana, the rules-based international order which established in the aftermath of World War II, an order that has delivered peace and prosperity to the United States, has been brought to a dishonorable end. In this month, Trump ordered the U.S. representative to the UN to vote with autocrats and against democracy. Pete Hegseth, the Fox Weekend television host, improbably elevated into an American Secretary of Defense, announced that NATO membership for Ukraine was off the table. Going further, he suggested that Ukraine's return to its 2014 borders was no longer in the cards. Hegseth thereby deprived Ukraine and the West of two of their most valuable bargaining chips in determining the shape of any peace agreement that is to come. In the same month, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, standing facts on their head, called Volodymyr Zelensky, the leader of Ukrainian democracy, quote, an unelected dictator, and incredibly spewing another blatant falsehood, blamed Ukraine for starting the war. In this month, in perhaps the most shameful statement from an American president in the history of our republic, Trump explained that because Russia had lost so many soldiers, it was entitled to keep some or all of its territory that it had seized in its unprovoked war of aggression. It's bad enough that these are lies and betrayals of America's great traditions. It's bad enough that these statements legitimize violations of the fundamental principle of Pax Americana and the UN Charter, namely the rules of the jungle no longer apply to international relations, that might does not make right, and that powerful nations cannot employ force to redraw international borders at will. It's bad enough that the Trump administration is failing to offer a strong bipartisan bargaining position for Ukraine from which it can negotiate a just peace. It's bad enough that its statements have sent an unmistakable message to the world, in particular communist China, that aggression pays. But things are even worse than all of that. Under the tutelage of Donald Trump, we are witnessing a fundamental transformation of American foreign policy from a force for good in the world to a force for evil. Trump is aligning American foreign policy with that of the Kremlin. As analyst Phillips O'Brien has put it, the USA is now run by gangsters who want to ally with other gangsters and are using threats of destruction and violence to get their way. In the first term, if there were guardrails because there were adults in the room, this time around, there are no such adults in the room. Trump has surrounded himself with sycophants and yes men, third-rate fanatics, and clowns from the MAGA world. The guardrails are gone. Trump is free to follow his peculiar whims and unhinged instincts. Indeed, he is free to act as would be a mad king. The results are plain to see. The results are visible in Trump's repeated attacks on Denmark for refusing to sell Greenland to the United States, another dangerous fantasy which is roiling relations with NATO, a NATO ally, and has been exceptionally loyal friend in times of need. They are visible in the trade war that Trump is promising to unleash on Mexico, on Canada, on Europe, and the entire world, with untold consequences for prosperity everywhere, including here at home. And they are most visible in the collapse of our friendship with Ukraine, our abandonment of a fledgling democracy that has been valiantly fighting for its very existence. Instead of standing by Ukraine, the Trump administration is insisting that it yield its natural resource wealth to the United States in exchange for previous American support without any guarantee of territorial integrity. This is not the behavior of a great democratic power, the leader of the free world. It's the behavior of a mafia state engaged in coercion and blackmail. It is impossible not to be ashamed by what is being done in the name of America. Putin would like nothing more than to cause internal chaos in Ukraine and rid Kyiv of Zelensky. Trump is following suit. Zelensky is absolutely right when he stated that Trump is living inside a disinformation bubble. At root, Trump's policies betray a fundamental misunderstanding of the American idea. The fact that we are a free and self-governing people, a democracy that has always been a beacon of liberty. The president and his billionaire shadow co-president have embraced a dystopian ideology based on falsehoods. The effect of their disinformation is rapidly bringing us to a crisis point where their falsehoods will crash into the reality of great power competition. If America abandons Ukraine and embraces the Kremlin, the consequences for the United States and for the world will prove ruinous. Already, everywhere, Russia is advancing into Ukrainian territory.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
And members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the dire consequences of the federal funding freezes and mass firings that are devastating communities across the country, including in my home state of New Mexico. Over the past few weeks, I've spoken with New Mexicans who have been impacted by these reckless decisions. Their stories are heartbreaking. Their families are suffering, rural communities are reeling, and they deserve to be heard. The funding freeze is crippling essential programs in our state. Programs that provide wildfire prevention, conserve rangelands, grasslands, and forests, provide services to veterans, and fund public safety services. Rural communities and food producers are left vulnerable. Our national parks and forests are in disarray, and our local economies are suffering. At the same time, mass firings are stripping thousands of dedicated federal workers of their livelihoods. They are Americans, parents, veterans, and public servants who have spent years serving their communities. More than 2,400 employees have been dismissed from the Department of Veterans Affairs, undermining care for those who have served our country. The U.S. Forest Service is losing the very employees that provide Americans access to our national treasures and public lands. These cuts also threaten wildfire prevention as our state enters another critical fire season. The administration has fired 2,300 Department of Interior employees, including 800 from the Bureau of Land Management and another 1,000 from the National Park Service, crippling decades of conservation efforts and degrading public land management. These numbers alone are shocking, but don't fully capture the impact. I want to share what my constituents have told me about these firings, because behind every statistic is a real American. Jason, a former National Park Service employee from Grants, New Mexico, told me, "I received outstanding reviews on my last evaluation just a week before I was laid off. The local economy here in Grants will be devastated. I moved here to serve my community. I joined the local library board, and I'm serving my people. But now I'm afraid I'll have to leave. There are no options left." DeVry, who works for the Friends of Bosque del Apache National Wildlife Refuge, shared, "We already lost 2 employees at the refuge. We were understaffed before, and now if we lose visitors, my job is next." The Bosque brings in thousands of tourism dollars to Socorro, New Mexico. This isn't just about jobs, it's about the future of our communities, and what is happening is reckless. Madison, a former probationary federal employee in Carlsbad, New Mexico, told me, "I lost my dream job on February 14th. Many of us had moved hours away from our families to serve here. And in Carlsbad alone, the government wasted nearly $500,000 of taxpayer dollars training us, only to fire us months later. These mass firings cannot go unnoticed." And Claudia, who worked at Carlsbad Caverns National Park, shared this, "In 4.5 months, I dedicated myself to my work, training others, providing emergency medical services, ensuring visitor safety. Then without warning, I was fired. I was told I failed to prove my skills, despite my experience, my positive evaluations, and my commitment. How does firing somebody making less than $40,000 a year solve the debt crisis?" These are the voices of our rural communities. They are not nameless, faceless numbers to be scratched off by somebody who wasn't even elected by the American people. From their country and from this administration, they deserve better. And as Elon Musk is busy firing thousands of New Mexicans, the Republican majority is preparing today a budget that offers American taxpayer dollars to give massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. I hope that my colleagues can justify eliminating a $40,000 federal job at a national park for wildfire prevention so that a millionaire can take another summer vacation to Aruba. I urge my colleagues to recognize the human cost of these reckless firings and funding freezes, and I'm sure the constituents of my colleagues will make it clear to them, even if they don't listen to us today. Madam Speaker, hoy quiero reconocer a un grupo de personas que son la fuerza vital de nuestra nación, nuestros trabajadores agrícolas. Su compromiso y esfuerzos incansables en el campo aseguran que todas las familias de este país puedan tener alimentos frescos y nutritivos. Los veo y los escucho y estoy orgulloso de representarlos. Cada día estos trabajadores incansables enfrentan desafíos que requieren fortaleza y dedicación. Trabajan muchas horas en condiciones climáticas extremas para sostener nuestra economía y alimentar a nuestras comunidades. Detrás de la comida que disfrutamos, esta dedicación de nuestros trabajadores del campo, que a veces son invisibles en este país, deben de ser honrados. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman will provide translation to the desk. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, this week, House Republicans are bringing forth their ill-conceived, cruel budget resolution. This resolution will set the stage across the board for cuts on the basic services our constituents depend on the most. Constituents, by the way, who live in both red states and blue states. As the majority brings up their budget resolution, they've already said what they plan to do because they told us. They want to take away Head Start, school lunches. They want to take away food assistance from children and needy families. They want to take away Medicaid and Affordable Care Act premium assistance. So instead of strengthening the social safety net, the MAGA majority has decided to strip Medicaid coverage from almost 65,000 children in my district alone. Almost 40% of children in Washington state get their health care through Medicaid. 35% of moms giving birth and their newborn babies rely on Medicaid for their health care, and the MAGA majority wants to strip away their health care. If any of my colleagues vote for this, they have forfeited the right to claim they are pro-life ever again. It is not pro-life to take away a newborn baby's health care. It is not pro-life to take away health care from 65,000 children in my district. It is not pro-life to take away food from hungry children. We were promised that President Musk and the MAGA majority would lower costs for the American people from day one. This does none of that. Instead, they're trying to take away health care and food from our kids. I urge everyone to vote no on this resolution and stop the Republican ripoff. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the unprecedented firing of some of our most qualified and senior military leadership, including General C.Q. Brown, the eminently qualified chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Brown is an exceptional leader, a dedicated service member, and an American hero. His firing, the dismissal of Admiral Franchitti, and the Judge Advocate Generals for the services is a travesty. When nominated, General Brown had logged in over 3,000 flying hours, including 130 combat hours, and command of the Pacific Air Forces for the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. His service and dedication are impeccable. Most galling is that the person President Trump nominated is affirmatively less qualified than General Brown when he was nominated. This person has not even met the most basic qualifications to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What does it tell our service members and their families and our future recruits that expect to be promoted on merit and ability? President Trump has decided to prioritize nominating people who will make us less safe and less secure because his only requirement is blind loyalty. As a member of the House Armed Services Committee, we constantly hear the drumbeat of needing to prepare for the threats that we face both today and tomorrow, both here at home and abroad. President Trump's abrupt dismissal has created chaos, will degrade our readiness, hurt recruitment, and will empower our enemies. Madam Speaker, I rise today as we celebrate Black History Month to recognize the life and legacy of Ernest Ernie Charles Tanner. Ernie Tanner was born in Indianapolis, Indiana on June 5, 1889. His family moved to Tacoma, Washington, my hometown, in 1900, where he attended Tacoma High School, which is now known as Stadium High School. At Whitworth College, he was the first African American to play football at the college level in the entire Pacific Northwest. After college, Mr. Tanner worked as a Tacoma elevator operator, and in 1918, he joined the Tacoma chapter of the International Longshoremen's Association, then known as ILA, and he remained a member until he died. In 1934, Mr. Tanner was the only black member of the Tacoma Strike Committee during the big strike that shut down every single Pacific Coast port. Mr. Tanner worked closely with San Francisco leader Harry Bridges to keep black and white workers united during the strike so employers could not break the union. He was a trustee of Local 2897 from 1934 to 1936, where he pressured leaders to pay black dock workers the same wages as their white counterparts. Ernest Charles Tanner passed away in 1956 at the age of 66. He achieved what many seek when they join a union, for the recognition of the dignity of all work, to rise out of poverty, and to provide a better life for his family. This is exemplified when Mr. Tanner's son, Jack Tanner, became the Pacific Northwest's first black federal judge in 1978. This is generational success and wealth. Ernie Tanner broke barriers in sports, in labor, and on behalf of his community, and it is appropriate that we recognize his life and legacy today. Happy Black History Month, everyone. I yield back, Madam Chair.
To Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kippen.
Would you pray with me? The word of the Lord is right and true. O Lord, bind your word this day to our hearts, that it would guide our steps and direct our lives with your unwavering righteousness. By your word the heavens were made, and the starry host by the breath of your mouth. Speak your word into our lives, that what we do would be as you command, and what we profess would revere you. Lord, you foil the plans of the nations. You thwart the purposes of the peoples. Then show forth your plans, which are sure and stand firm forever. Reveal the purposes of your grace plan through all generations. For you love righteousness and justice. Fill the earth and all who labor in this place with your love. We wait in hope for you, Lord, for you alone are our help and shield. May your unfailing love be with us, Lord, even as we put our hope in you. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last days proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands as approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The important work we're doing right now on the budget resolution is going to set a course to bring really strong fiscal responsibility back in this Congress and for our nation. It's important that we get on board and pursue this process so that we can do better things even more later on this year. There's so much that needs to be done. We're seeing the great work that DOJ is doing and reeling in our size of our government and trying to claw back some of the waste that it costs the tax. It's not us. It costs taxpayers the money, including, for example, the great work done by our Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, the other day in California, pointing out that this boondoggle high-speed rail system in California that's spent about $15 billion so far now. It's going to cost $130 billion. They're quibbling over $4 billion right now of federal money that Biden dumped in at the last minute. We should claw that back, but then stop the spigot, or no more spending. It's $110 billion short of what it's going to take to build the whole rail from SF to LA. Stop the boondoggle spending. The work of DOJ and the work of our budget committee is going to be important to set the chart for all of America on all these things we've been wasting so much money on. And remember, we've got to respect the taxpayers. It's their money, not ours. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Putin and Trump, a dictator and a wannabe, and another destroyed Ukrainian city. Thousands murdered, thousands of children kidnapped, and Trump disgracefully voting yesterday with North Korea and Russia to blame the murdered, not the murderer. Joining a rogues gallery of lesser dictators to deny Trump's murderous invasion, his war crimes, and a demand that he return occupied Ukrainian territory. Trump, the great appeaser, is joined in this appalling wrong by House Republican accomplices. While Ukrainians dodge bullets and missiles, risking death daily, most of the House Republicans seem scared into silence by the threat of a very mean Trump tweet. By its silence, this Republican white flag surrender caucus is emboldening our adversaries to replace the world order established by both Democratic and Republican leaders since World War II. If we fail Ukraine, our Democratic ally we failed the rule of law. Let's unite to resist appeasement of Putin and seek a victory for self-determination, democracy, and freedom. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute advice and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday marked the tragic third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin, concealed as a 30-day special mission, misleading his troops to bring dress uniforms for fictional victory parades in his quest to resurrect the failed Soviet Union. Thanks to President Donald Trump, the Putin invasion convoy was destroyed by Javelin missiles he previously provided Ukraine. The Ukrainian people courageously fight back valiantly, with war criminal Putin importing Iranian drones and sacrificing North Korean troops, confirming this is a war of dictators of Moscow, Tehran, Pyongyang, and Beijing. President Donald Trump is achieving peace through strength within an empowered Ukraine and now a liberated Syria because Putin was not able to save dictator Assad, as Trump praises Turkey and Saudi Arabia's success. In conclusion, God bless our troops in the global war on terrorism. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks, imminent as warned by the FBI. Trump is building peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the dedicated school bus drivers who ensure our children's safety every day. During School Bus Driver Appreciation Week, I had the privilege of riding along on Miss Pamela Respis' school bus at Banks Elementary School in Lenoir County. There was so much excitement. It was an early morning, and we hopped on the bus after the pre-checks. Throughout the route, Ms. Respis greeted students by name, transforming morning faces into smiles. After parking the school bus, the students hugged Ms. Respis as they hopped off and headed to class. My experience highlights the vital role of school bus drivers who face enormous challenges like bus shortages and overcrowding. We thank our school bus drivers across America, like Ms. Respis, not just today, but every day. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today, I rise to thank Alex Cisneros for his decade of service to our nation as a dedicated staff in the House of Representatives and most recently as my legislative director over the last 4 years. His diligent work ethic, sharp intellect, and the ability to build trusting relationships on both sides of the aisle have made him an invaluable part of my team. His legislative team advised me each week in Congress and shepherded more than 40 bills out of the House and gotten more than 15 bills signed into law. These are real results that have made a difference in the lives of American people. So I want to thank Alex, and I hope that he knows how proud we all are of what he has accomplished. Alex, we'll miss you, but you will always be a part of our family. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the retirement of Parma Heights Police Department Chief Tanya Zack, and a very good friend of mine. Chief Zack has dedicated her career to upholding the law, protecting her community, and leading with integrity. With over 35 years of service in law enforcement, Tanya has risen through the ranks, starting as a dispatcher and becoming the first female chief in her department's history. A graduate of Northwestern University's prestigious Staff and Command program, Chief Zach has not only excelled in her role, but has also committed herself to shaping the future of law enforcement. For 17 years, she has been an instructor at police academies, preparing the next generation of law enforcement officers to serve with honor, courage, and dedication to justice. Our community is made better by people like Chief Zach, and I thank her for her selfless service and wish her a very happy retirement, and I'll see you Friday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 26 U.S.C. 2302 and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following members on the part of the House of the United States Holocaust Memorial Council.
Mr. Kustoff of Tennessee, Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, and Mr. Miller of Ohio.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 3003 and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following member on the part of the House to the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe.
Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, co-chair.
The House announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 276D and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following member on the part of the House to the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group.
Mr. Huizinga of Michigan, chair.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 276L and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following members on the part of the House to the British American Interparliamentary Group.
Mrs. Kim of California, Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, and Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 161 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 161. Resolved, that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 20, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for consumer gas-fired instantaneous water heaters. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 35, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved to the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034. The first reading of the concurrent resolution shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the concurrent resolution are waived. General debate shall not exceed 3 hours, with 2 hours of general debate confined to the congressional budget, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and 1 hour of general debate on the subject of economic goals and policies, equally divided and controlled by Representative Swikert of Arizona and Representative Beyer of Virginia, or their respective designees. The amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The concurrent resolution as amended shall be considered as read. After general debate, the committee shall rise and report the concurrent resolution as amended to the House. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution and amendments thereto to adoption without intervening motion except amendments offered by the chair of the Committee on the Budget pursuant to Section 305A5 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974 to achieve mathematical consistency. The concurrent resolution shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H-Res 161, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation, including a closed rule for H-Con Res 14, the budget resolution. The rule provides 2 hours of debate for the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees to debate the congressional budget and an additional hour equally divided and controlled by Representative Swikert of Arizona and Representative Beyer of Virginia or their respective designees to debate economic goals and policies. The rule further permits the Budget Committee chair to offer amendments in the House to achieve mathematical consistency and provides that the concurrent resolution shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question of its adoption. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.J. Res 20, a CRA relating to the DOE's water heater rule, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees and provides 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides consideration of H.J. Res 35, a CRA relating to EPA's methane tax, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Notable among the bills, this rule provides for the House Budget Resolution, H-Con Res 14. This budget resolution marks the first step for House Republicans to advance President Trump's America First agenda. We've heard plenty of fear-mongering and flat-out dishonesty from Democrats and their liberal media allies about what is included in this resolution. To be clear, this resolution unlocks the path forward to deliver on our promises to the American people. Over the next hour, you're going to hear all of the identity groups. The Democrats want you to believe this bill hurts. You'll hear them say Republicans are abandoning the middle class and cutting benefits. None of that is true. The truth is there is not one single cut in this bill to any specific program or benefit. The truth is the Democratic Party abandoned the middle class for the liberal elite class a long time ago. The election last November should have been a wake-up call that the American people don't believe them anymore, nor should they. The Democrats are desperate for your attention and for power. Don't give it to them. So let's set the record straight about what this budget resolution actually accomplishes. It will provide funding for border security, provide for our national defense, and restore American energy independence. It will provide tax relief for working families. On border security, Biden's open border policies resulted in over 8.5 million encounters at the southern border since 2021, a 500% increase in illegal crossings, and over $115 billion in cost to state and local governments. Most tragically, Biden's border crisis allowed unprecedented amounts of deadly fentanyl into our communities, killing over 100,000 Americans. Next, this bill enables us to permanently protect tax relief. President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provided critical relief to middle-class families and small businesses. Americans are still experiencing high prices because we're still recovering from Bidenomics. Prices are up 21%, real wages have declined by more than 3%, mortgage rates have skyrocketed, credit card delinquencies have risen by over 50%. Bidenomics cost American families more than $11,000 every year for the last 4 years. Next, this budget resolution prioritizes energy independence. Under President Trump's first administration, the United States was energy independent for the first time in 40 years. That stopped the day Joe Biden took office, and American families have been hurting ever since. Under President Biden, American energy production was severely restricted, federal lands were blocked from responsible energy development, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was drained. Simply put, again, the budget resolution is a framework that will allow us to deliver on the demands of the American people, to secure the border, eliminate wasteful spending, revitalize Biden's broken economy, and safeguard our economic prosperity by providing permanent tax relief for working families. I would hope our Democrat colleagues would join us in those efforts. This budget resolution kicks off the reconciliation process and allows our work to begin. Once adopted, our committees and the entire House will begin detailed work to achieve these important goals for the American people. Mr. Speaker, this rule also provides for consideration of 2 Congressional Review Act measures, H.J. Res. 20 and H.J. Res. 35. H.J. Res. 20 provides for congressional disapproval of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to energy conservation standards for consumer gas-fired instantaneous water heaters. The rule we seek to overturn with this legislation effectively bans certain natural gas water heaters from the market, placing unnecessary financial burdens on consumers, especially seniors and low-income households. H.J. Res. 35 provides for congressional disapproval of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to natural gas facilities. The EPA's rule imposes a significant fee on methane emissions from oil and natural gas facilities. The fee is essentially a pass-through cost to consumers that will raise prices, harm domestic energy production, and increase our reliance on other countries to meet our own energy needs. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the consideration of these important pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Massachusetts?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me, before I get into my statement, let me begin. I keep on hearing from the other side that this is just a budget resolution and it doesn't have any actual policies in it. And yet the gentlelady referred to all the tax cuts. Can she point me to where the resolution says anything about tax cuts? Of course, the answer is that it doesn't. What it does is simply instruct our tax writing committees to write legislation to spend $4.5 trillion, just like it instructs our SNAP committee to cut $290 billion and our Medicaid committee to cut $880 billion. You cannot have it both ways and pretend that the harms aren't real while the tax cuts are. But we know the harms are real, and we know what's planned, and we've seen the leaked document. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it looks like facts and truth have absolutely no place in this administration or in this Republican Party. We already knew that this administration lies like a rug. First, we heard that the United States was sending $50 million worth of condoms to Hamas, which was a lie. Then we heard it was Ukraine that started the war, not Russia. Another lie. Then we heard the terrible plane crash here in Washington happened because of diversity programs. Also a lie. Now the gentlelady from Indiana wants us to believe that not a single thing in the budget she is arguing for is going to hurt anyone at all. That there isn't a single tax giveaway to billionaires in their budget. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? It's simply not accurate. But we all saw this coming. We did. I mean, last month, Trump's inauguration, who was in the front row? It wasn't people on Medicaid. It wasn't factory workers. It wasn't nurses or teachers or firefighters. It wasn't even his own cabinet. It was the richest people in the world. And that is who this Republican budget helps. It steals from taxpayers and funnels the money to those at the very top. Imagine stealing from school meals for kids so that billionaires can get another tax giveaway. Last night in the Rules Committee, the gentlelady claimed, oh, no, Democrats can't prove there are any cuts in this budget. Except, Mr. Speaker, we can. We can. And let me lay it out as simply as I can for people. The Republican budget cuts, for example, $330 billion from programs related to education. And the same guy who wrote this budget, the chair of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington, also wrote this document, Mr. Speaker, this document right here, which I have in front of me, which says in black and white that those education cuts include $12 billion from school meals. How dare you? And I'm sorry that she doesn't like these facts, but they are facts. And school meals are just one example. This budget makes deep cuts to Medicaid, including long-term care, deep cuts to food assistance for hungry families, deep cuts to Pell Grants. And these cuts are going to hurt people. So I would just ask the gentlelady a simple question. Whose side are you on? Does she want to stand with the school kids in her district who rely on school meals to get through the day? Or does she side with the billionaires who are getting another tax giveaway in this budget? Does she stand with the 178,119 constituents in her district that are on Medicaid? Does she stand with the thousands and thousands of kids in her district who rely on school meals? Or does she stand with the greedy corporations who are price gouging struggling families? I know where I stand, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to fight like hell to oppose this awful Republican budget because we know whose side we're on. And we're going to fight like our constituents' lives depend on it because they do. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to commend the other side for saying, finally, that some of these things that they have been harping on for the last several hours and 24 hours segments is not true. There's nothing in this budget resolution that presumes cuts to specific programs. Our Democrat colleagues admitted this much themselves last night. This legislation simply provides flexible spending targets for authorizing committees to best determine what is feasible within their jurisdiction. I'd like to remind my Democrat colleagues that this resolution is the first step in a process to let reconciliation begin, when the real work will happen in the committees. If my colleagues have concerns about potential cuts being proposed, once the authorizing committees begin their work, there will be ample opportunity to debate, provide amendment, and find opportunities in the reconciliation instructions for common ground. Unlike my friends on the other side, we don't view the Rules Committee as the first stop in the legislative process, but rather the last. We should let the committees do their work and not prejudge the outcomes or make baseless accusations and presumptions. And with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my friend, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Congresswoman Houcher, for leading this debate. And I rise in full support of the House budget resolution as introduced by Chairman Arrington. And what our viewers, both in the balcony and watching this by TV, are going to see is two different worldviews. My friends on the left think tax money is their money, that you should know where it's spent in any shape, form, or fashion.
Where they want to spend our tax dollars that's now being uncovered by Elon Musk is a variety of things, but it began 4 years ago with the invasion of the border. My friends from the left, the minute the Biden administration took office, opened the gates for over 170 different countries to let everybody and anybody in this country. My friends on the left allowed 400,000 unaccompanied minors to come into this country, and we don't know what happened to them. It's not good, though. Where is the sympathy for, they claim to be sympathize for people in this country, but what about the sympathy for the children? They did nothing to stop the invasion at the border. They had words, but that's all it was. They want the American people to know that it's their money to spend on illegal aliens, free college tuition, putting it on the backs of the everyday working man. This is the first step in a long journey of what we're voting on today. From the very first day I set foot in this chamber, I've always promised my constituents that I would do everything within my power to reinstate fiscal sanity to our great nation. And what's worse than a bankrupt country? How does that help children? How does that help single moms? It doesn't. That's what this bill attempts to stop, or at least to begin the process of healing. We now suffer from World War II levels of indebtedness and pay more on interest than we do on our national defense, to the tune of over $880 billion in interest. Unfortunately, many members of Congress have demonstrated a complete lack of fiscal discipline and will try to spoil a strong bill that President Trump himself has endorsed. This budget resolution enables us to reach over $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for hardworking Americans and more than $2 trillion in spending cuts, a concept that Congress has been foreign for way too long. With the historic trifecta, we have the opportunity, since the Republicans were elected by 77 million people, to control the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, and deliver on our promise to America. We must do what's best for them, including raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion to prevent Democrats from using a fiscal crisis to hold Trump's agenda hostage. Due to the
Mr. Speaker, I yield an additional 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina.
The gentleman is recognized.
Due to the previous Biden administration's failed security measures, including in our budget is $300 billion in critical and urgent funding for strengthening border security and our armed forces. America's paying twice. We paid to ship illegals over here. We paid to feed illegals over here. We paid to house illegals over here. And now we're having to take them back. We're for immigration, but the right way. All in all, this package, combined with economic growth unleashed by the American First agenda, this budget can ensure it will provide a deficit-neutral outcome, including 7 times the amount of cuts that were initially unveiled. For every dollar that Republicans surpass the goal of spending cuts, there will be another dollar in tax cuts. I'm proud to support this budget that finally implements fiscal and budgetary restraints on Congress. It's the first step to unlocking the reconciliation process ahead of us. The previous Democrat failed leadership, which we had 4 years of, showed nonsense welfare programs which aided the budget, allowing billions of mindless spending. The American people have had enough, which is why we are in the new age of the golden age. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak, and Aaron, thank you for putting this argument up.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I yield, there's just a couple of points I want to make. I'm still waiting for the gentlelady from Indiana to tell me where the tax cuts are in this budget. You can't have it both ways. You can't say there's all these tax cuts in this budget, and yet there's no cuts. The reality is there are cuts in this budget. And to the gentleman who just spoke from South Carolina, he may need a reminder, and maybe he could do a town hall in his district. He might get an earful. But 74,000 of his constituents receive coverage under the Affordable Care Act. By supporting this resolution, he's betraying the 148,948 constituents in his district that depend on Medicaid for their essential care. and the 85,000 constituents in the 5th District who rely on SNAP to put food on the table. So maybe do a town hall and listen to constituents rather than just big donors. At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise to oppose a Republican budget resolution that utterly betrays middle-class Americans and threatens to explode the deficit. This deceitful budget would gut Medicaid, schools, and affordable housing. Also, Republican billionaire donors can get more tax breaks. Instead of cutting costs for families, it undermines veterans' benefits and forces millions more families to live paycheck to paycheck. Instead of lowering prices at the pharmacy or the supermarket, this budget will bleed Americans dry. Billionaires get a windfall and taxpayers get stuck with the bill. This budget would swipe food from seniors and children, and in my district, ACA healthcare premiums would leap by almost $500. A 60-year-old Broward County couple with household income of $85,000 would see their ACA premiums jump $16,000 a year, a 226% increase. How does this Republican ripoff help American families? Long story short, it won't. I urge my colleagues to reject this billionaire buyout budget that would crush working families, make Americans less safe and secure, blow out the debt, and devastate life-saving resources that families need. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the chairwoman of the Rules Committee, Dr. Virginia Fox of North Carolina.
Chairwoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule which provides consideration of the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. Our nation stands at a fiscal crossroads, one where we are beckoned to answer a simple yet pertinent question: what path will we choose to go down? The answer to that question is clear. We must embark upon a path that restores the fiscal health and vitality of the nation. Many have lobbed spurious caricatures and distorted criticisms at this budget resolution, but the truth is that it will work to put the nation back upon a sound footing where it belongs. Last night at the Rules Committee, we caught Democrats dead to rights. A Democrat tried to refer to the alleged, quote, cuts, end quote, in our debate, but instead admitted that, quote, it's not there, end quote. That's right. It's not in the budget resolution. You simply cannot find programmatic cuts in any respect. And I stand here to tell the truth about this budget and the rule we need to get it across the line. From shielding Americans from the greatest tax increase in history to supporting the military, allocating resources to the Trump administration to secure the border, to trimming wasteful programs, our budget resolution has solutions that the American people expect and demand. President Trump specifically requested one big, beautiful bill, and the House Republicans have answered that request with a constructive, full-bodied product. Now let's juxtapose our beautiful bill with the failed reconciliation schemes passed by Democrat Congresses. They used it to pass Obamacare, robbing Medicare of over $700 billion of funds in the process and kicking Americans off their health insurance plans after promising to keep them. They hijacked the process to pass the so-called American Rescue Plan to waste over $2 trillion in taxpayer funds, fueling the greatest inflation rates in generations. And lastly, they used the reconciliation process just a few years ago to pass one of the worst pieces of legislation in the modern era, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. That catastrophe of a bill was a one-way ticket to financial ruin. It wasted money on green energy schemes, punished companies that proudly develop American energy, and ironically drove up costs on every American family. I'll let our deficit-reducing, border-securing, tax-cut-preserving, American energy-strengthening budget stand against the failed record of congressional Democrats any day of the week. The truth is that Americans win under the Trump agenda and this budget. This blueprint is a framework on which Congress can deliver the agenda the American people want and deserve. I strongly support the rule and the underlying resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady was talking about what was said in the Rules Committee last night. I want to take a couple of minutes to talk about how people voted in the Rules Committee last night. We gave Republicans a chance last night in the Rules Committee. We said if they really don't believe that this budget cuts funding for school meals, if they really believe what they're saying, then they can vote to assure the American people that they're not going to steal school meals from kids in order to give tax breaks for millionaires. Every Republican voted no, every single one of them. Then Democrats offered an amendment to protect Medicaid. And Medicaid, as you know, Mr. Speaker, covers 41% of all births in the United States, nearly half of children with special health care needs, and 5 in 8 nursing home residents. We asked them not to cut Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Every Republican voted no. Then Democrats offered an amendment to extend tax cuts for people making under $400,000 while ensuring that corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. We asked Republicans to continue tax cuts for only those who need them the most, because those are the tax cuts they let expire while their tax cuts for greedy corporations were made permanent. We asked them to prioritize working families over greedy corporations. Every Republican voted no. Then Democrats offered an amendment preventing tax giveaways for people earning over $1 million a year. Every Republican voted no. We wanted to see if there was anyone so rich that Republicans don't think they deserve a tax giveaway. So we asked them to vote against tax breaks for people earning over $100 million per year. We asked them to side with factory workers and firefighters over hedge fund managers and billionaire bankers. Every Republican voted no. We even offered an amendment preventing tax cuts for people with a net worth of over, get this, $1 billion. Every Republican voted no. They betrayed their constituents. They voted to steal from the American people in order to protect tax breaks for billionaires. Again, this is about whose side you're on. And Republicans showed us last night with their votes whose side they're on. And it's not the working people of this country. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the budget resolution, which I support, I rise today in support of the rule for H.J. Res. 20, a resolution authorized by the Congressional Review Act that will enable our Congress to repeal a job-killing Biden administration regulation that would ban and eliminate non-condensing tankless water heaters, an American product made by blue-collar American workers in the heart of my congressional district in Georgia. This regulation was passed in the midnight hours of the Biden administration on December 26th, after Christmas, and weeks after Americans soundly rejected the Biden-Harris regulatory regime, putting in peril the livelihoods of hundreds of my constituents the day after Christmas. To put this into perspective, non-condensing tankless water heaters account for 40% of our country's tankless water heater market, and a majority of those non-condensing tankless water heaters are manufactured in my congressional district by an incredible company called Renai America Corporation. These water heaters are the most advanced and efficient non-condensing tankless water heaters on the market. And perhaps most importantly, Renai America is the only company that builds non-condensing tankless water heaters on American soil. Renai America is headquartered in my hometown of Peachtree City, and 3 years ago it opened a state-of-the-art facility in Griffin, Georgia, 2 cities I proudly represent this Congress. Over 500 of my constituents are working to manufacture and market the very water heaters the Biden administration attempted to outlaw. This job-killing regulation imposed by the Biden administration is yet another painful example of the left's war on hydrocarbons. And the purpose of this regulation is to try to single out and eliminate an American manufacturer of non-condensing tankless water heaters. Effectively, the Biden administration and the government was trying to alter the market on its own by picking winners and losers, which is something that consumers should do, not unelected, nameless bureaucrats. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent an enormous amount of time the past few weeks trying to convince Americans they are the party of blue-collar American workers. Well, in the spirit of bipartisanship, I encourage my Democrat colleagues to join me in support of this resolution to protect and champion hundreds of blue-collar American jobs in the heart of our country. And to my Republican colleagues, let's join together as a team and end this war on hydrocarbons now. President Trump's White House has explicitly endorsed this resolution, and I urge all of my Republican colleagues to join us and vote for this critical legislation to empower consumer choice and champion American manufacturing. And I'll close by saying we expect this vote later this week. I hope everyone in this House joins me in support of this legislation in defense of blue-collar American workers. Thank you. I yield.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here talking about billions of dollars of cuts to Medicaid and cuts to school meals and food for children, and this guy's talking about tankless water heaters. I mean, read the room. I should just say that by supporting this budget resolution, he's betraying 125,952 constituents in his district that depend on Medicaid for their essential care. I now yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans stealing trillions of dollars from the middle class to fund massive tax cuts for billionaires. Instead of focusing on the cost of living or making America safer, Republicans are planning a massive giveaway to the rich, with working people picking up the tab. They want $2 trillion in tax cuts for people making more than $500,000 a year by extending Trump's 2017 tax plan. $2 trillion for people making more than $500,000 a year. And how are they going to pay for it? By cutting Medicaid. That's health care for 77 million Americans, 80,000 Rhode Islanders, including seniors, children, and people with disabilities. Nursing homes and community health centers all across this country will shut down. And it's not just health care. This bill takes money from education, farmers, and small businesses, all for billionaire tax cuts. These Republicans are not fighting for you. They are fighting for Donald and Elon's rich friends at Mar-a-Lago, and you're paying for it. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this rule that enables a reckless Republican budget resolution to go forward. And let me tell you why. Republicans claim to be lowering costs, but their plan, in my view, does just the opposite. And let me bring it all home. The California's 21st Congressional District that I have the honor and privilege to represent, wonderful people in the San Joaquin Valley. 456,532 people could lose their Medicaid under this rule and budget resolution. 131,000 people could lose their SNAP benefits under this rule and this resolution. Over 25,000 people could lose coverage through the Affordable Health Care Act. We have made remarkable progress as a result of the Affordable Health Care Act, reducing the amount of people without insurance in our constituency to less than 10%. That would be changed. And now 3 million people and $3 million in energy and conservation funds that would be withheld from farmers in my district. If you want to put the American people first, we must reject this debacle and begin on a real bipartisan basis to pass a budget that fits for the American people.
The expired. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the nearly 80 million Americans across the country who get their health insurance through Medicaid. I rise as a physician who has cared for patients for more than 20 years, and I implore my colleagues to recognize that health insurance is not just a throwaway line item that you can scratch out in a budget. It is the difference between being able to receive the life-saving health care you need or not. Medicaid is the single largest source of health care coverage in the United States. Medicaid covers nearly half of all children, and it is the largest insurer of kids with disabilities. Medicaid is a vital source of prenatal and postpartum care for women, and it covers more than 40% of births in our country. The Republicans' dangerous proposal today is selling out the health and wellness of kids, families, seniors in nursing homes, and people with disabilities. And why? To make room for tax breaks for millionaires? This is wrong. We cannot stand for this. To my colleagues across the aisle, we need you to stand up for our children and families. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I notice there's not a lot of people on the other side wanting to defend this budget. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Republican budget can be summed up in 3 simple words: defund, defraud, and deceive. First, the Republicans want to defund social safety net programs working families rely on, like Medicaid and school meals and food stamps. In my district alone, 425,000 individuals depend on Medicaid for their health care. That includes kids and people with disabilities. Second, Republicans want to defraud the American people by taking money from working families to hand out massive tax breaks to billionaires and corporations who pay little to no taxes. And finally, they are trying to deceive the American people by claiming that they're not cutting any programs. But we know at the end of the day that their budget will include cuts to Medicaid and programs that families depend on. Republicans need to step up, because this is not just a blue state or a Democratic issue. This will cut benefits, healthcare benefits, for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Americans across the country, including 171,000 in Arizona's 6th district.
The gentleman's time has expired.
So we need Republicans to step up.
The gentleman's time
and not
has expired.
be shameful and pass this budget. With that,
The gentleman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I don't know if the gentleman wants to give us some of her time, because we get a lot of speakers over here. I guess not. Okay. Hawaii. Okay. Hawaii. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you. I rise today in strong opposition to the House Republican budget resolution, a blatant attempt to strip health care and food aid away from everyday Americans. With up to $2.5 trillion in Medicaid cuts and $230 billion slashed from SNAP, this budget plan would leave millions of families and seniors without essential support, and rural America would suffer the most. Nationwide, more than 12 million rural Americans rely on Medicaid, and SNAP participation is higher in rural areas than urban ones. In my home state of Hawaii, over 350,000 people rely on Medicaid, and nearly 1 in 5 depend on SNAP to eat. Rural Americans who live in 181 of our congressional districts, red and blue, already face some of the harshest health disparities, living 3 to 10 years less than their urban counterparts. These cuts will only deepen such inequities and leave them with no safety net. Let me be clear, these cuts will cost lives. These are not just numbers, they are real people. They are our neighbors, our grandparents, and our children. At a time when too many are struggling, Republicans are delivering tax breaks to billionaires on the backs of our working families. Americans in rural America deserve better. Our country deserves better. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say, by the way, Mr. Speaker, how's that mandate going for you guys now that voters are realizing that you betrayed them? Let's look at some of your newspapers from around the country. Georgia congressman confronted by angry crowd over support for Trump's agenda. This is from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Quote, U.S. Rep. Rich McCormick was peppered with boos and catcalls throughout a town hall meeting in Roswell late Thursday as hundreds of critics jeered the Republican for backing President Donald Trump's agenda during his first month in office. There's another one. Quote, U.S. Rep. Glenn Grothman faces hostile crowd in Oshkosh town hall meeting. That's in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Quote, protesters urge Rep. Scott Perry to say no to Medicaid cuts. That's in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Quote, outside Congressman's office, protesters make noise over potential Medicaid cuts. That's from Representative Ryan McKenzie's district in Salisbury Township in Pennsylvania. I could spend an hour reading into the record, Mr. Speaker. Republicans are getting chewed out at all of their town halls. Something is happening in this country right now, and you can feel it, because people are waking up to the betrayal, and they are angry, and they have a right to be angry. So for my Republican colleagues, just remember that when you vote for this budget, you are on record. You have made it clear that you serve the billionaires and not your voters. And at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking around this room, I ask my colleagues, shouldn't our government benefit those we represent back home? But what's being presented by my Republican colleagues today? A plan that would gut 152,483 of my neighbors at home who depend on Medicaid for health care. More than 66,000 kids under the age of 19. 10,000 seniors back home rely on Medicaid in Illinois 17 for their nursing home coverage. While you may see this as a numbers game on a budget, I see families, I see neighbors, I see loved ones. And let me let you in on a secret, because there aren't any Republicans in this room. There are more Republican constituents of mine that are calling my office saying, we may have voted for Donald Trump, but we didn't vote for him to do this. This is cruel and unusual punishment to single out everyday Americans, making them go without. Also, billionaire donors and big corporations get the tax breaks to make them more wealthy. Let's get back to doing the work for the American people who need us to do this work the most. I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana, recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time we have remaining?
12 3/4 minutes remaining. And the gentleman from Indiana has 12 minutes.
I know the gentlelady doesn't seem to have any other speakers. I was wondering whether she might want to lend us some of her time. Okay, all right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita, a powerful leader in the Democratic caucus, and for the country, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exuberant presentation of opposition to this budget. Thank you for all the amendments you proposed to improve upon it. Sadly, the Republicans didn't accept just one. Here you go again. The last time the Republicans had a majority in the House and Senate, and President Trump in the White House, they passed a terrible bill that was a tax cut for the rich that gave 83% of the benefits to the wealthiest people, the top 1% in our country, and added $2 trillion to the national debt. This year, they're doubling down on that, $4 trillion to the national debt, and they call that fiscal sanity. And they're doing it by steering taxpayer dollars from Medicaid to give additional tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. People think of Medicaid sometimes as a poor children's program, and that would be sufficient justification for it at all. But it is a middle-income benefit. People with seniors who need long-term health care need Medicaid. Just listen to your constituents. Hear what they have to say about what it means to their fiscal well-being. Listen to your constituents. The numbers are staggering. By voting for this cruel bill, you are betraying hardworking Americans by raising costs for all those already struggling to make ends meet. The president said he was going to reduce the cost of living. He didn't. Reduce inflation. He didn't. Indeed, a vote for this budget is a vote against Medicaid, ripping away health care from children, people with disabilities, and seniors. And it is a vote against SNAP, as the distinguished chairman indicated, taking food out of the mouths of babies. And you do that with glee. While President Trump and congressional Republicans are choosing to protect billionaires, by the way, who benefit from Medicaid, with people cleaning their homes and staffing.
Generally, an additional 30 seconds.
We are led and unified by Hakeem Jeffries, are united in our commitment to work for working families. That is why I urge a no vote on this extreme measure. Thank the distinguished chairman for his leadership and yield back my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Economic Policy Institute entitled, "The House Republicans Plan to Cut Medicaid to Pay for Tax Cuts for the Rich, would slash incomes for the bottom 40%. And Mr. Speaker,
objection.
This article details how these cuts would hurt working families more than any tax relief that they might receive. At this point, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today to oppose this so-called budget resolution, which is one of the greatest heists in American history, as they loot the Treasury to give permanent tax breaks to billionaires at the expense of millions of Americans. We're talking about cuts to health care, Medicaid, Medicare, literally 250,000 New Mexicans who will be unable to access care, cuts to income and food assistance, billions of dollars that goes to families to keep food on the table and a roof over their head, and to give tax breaks to billionaires. They're going to cut vital programs that go to our lowest income and most vulnerable families. And as a native New Mexican who grew up in a single parent home in a low income family, I know exactly what this means. These cuts are cruel, they are unnecessary, they are undemocratic, and they will blow a hole through our deficit spending by $4 trillion. Because this is not a budget resolution, this is a blueprint for suffering, or, as Elon Musk put it over the weekend, the spoils of war. Because these guys don't care how many people they hurt or how many families are going to suffer. It's about power and greed, and the GOP is enabling them. So we will not sit down and do it. We will not support this budget resolution, and we will not give them
Women's time has expired.
Vote. And I will not be silenced because we will
Massachusetts.
continue to fight.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter to Speaker Johnson signed by 8 Republicans entitled "Protecting American Communities in the Budget Reconciliation Process." And
without objection.
This letter makes clear that they know that Medicaid, Pell Grants, and SNAP will face harmful cuts if this budget passes. Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of an amendment to the budget resolution which prevents tax cuts for billionaires if Medicaid is cut by a single cent. Madam Speaker, 72 million Americans, including 30 million children, rely on Medicaid for critical health care and other life-saving services. But with this budget resolution, House Republicans are betraying the most vulnerable Americans to give tax breaks to billionaires. Representative Gray submitted an amendment that would prevent Republicans from betraying Medicaid recipients in order to give billionaires tax breaks. It shouldn't be controversial. I offered that amendment last night in the Rules Committee, and to my shock, every single one of my Republican colleagues voted against it, every single one of them, standing with billionaires over Medicaid recipients. Now I'm giving every House Republican a chance to go on the record. Voting yes on the previous question means you want to cut taxes for billionaires, even at the expense of vital Medicaid coverage. Voting no gives you an opportunity to ensure that Medicaid is protected. It is that simple. So, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes.
Without objection.
To the sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today
conflicted about what is happening in our government and across the country. Like many Americans, I find myself frustrated with government that doesn't work, lines that are too long, services that are too hard to navigate, roads that don't get fixed. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. All of us here today should be in favor of making our government work better, of strengthening programs that our constituents rely upon. In fact, some of my Republican colleagues, led by Congressman Tony Gonzalez, write in a letter to Speaker Johnson that the proposed cuts to Medicaid within this budget would have serious consequences, particularly in rural and Hispanic communities where hospitals and nursing homes are already struggling to keep their doors open. One of those communities where hospitals are struggling to stay open is mine in California's Central Valley. Over 450,000 people in my congressional district rely on Medicaid for their health coverage. The Central Valley is also experiencing health care shortage, forcing people to drive across the country, across county lines, across the state, waiting for hours to see a provider. These proposed cuts to Medicaid only stand to worsen the crisis. Let's be clear, these cuts wouldn't just impact individuals covered by Medicaid. In my congressional district, 59% of individuals are covered by California's Medicaid program. That means that doctors and hospitals in my district rely on Medicaid for nearly 2/3 of their revenue. Without that revenue, these providers would not be able to keep their doors open. In fact, Madam Speaker, there is an entire county I represent with a population of 162,000 people who have no hospital at all to go to because it had to close. I submitted an amendment to this resolution to ask a simple question. Is it such a priority to fund tax cuts for individuals with over $1 billion in net worth that we would enact devastating cuts to health care for rural and low-income communities? This proposal would steal from the poor to give to the rich. But even if you don't think that's a problem, Madam Speaker, this literally makes health care coverage worse for every single person living in rural America. I've spent the majority of my career in public service working to make health care better, both more accessible and more affordable. This proposed budget does the opposite. My amendment to the proposed budget would prevent consideration of any legislation that would result in cuts to Medicaid in order to provide such tax cuts. Unfortunately, that amendment was blocked from consideration by members of the Rules Committee last night. To my Republican colleagues who agree that we must protect Medicaid, I hope you'll join me in support of this amendment, should I have the opportunity to offer it here. This is my common sense solution to honor the trust our constituents put in us when they sent us to Congress. I urge my colleagues to oppose the PQ and support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the ranking member has discussed a number of votes taken at the Rules Committee markup last night. Once again, the budget is the first step in the process, not the last. Many of these amendments will have the opportunity to be debated thoughtfully and ad nauseum, I have no doubt, in the authorizing committees. The Democrats are speaking fear, not facts. Saying something that is false over and over again does not make it true. These amendments can be given consideration in the committees of jurisdiction. That is the process of regular order. And I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say to the gentlelady, Republican members are raising concerns about these cuts, and maybe we can share some of those press clippings with her. At this point, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. This budget is about the millionaires, the trillionaires, the people earning over $400,000 a year, and giving them a $4 trillion tax cut over the next 10 years. It's not about working people. It's about hurting working people, hurting the poor, hurting people with disabilities, and hurting children. What this Congress is looking at doing, because of Musk and Trump and the Republican colleagues here that I share this floor with, is cutting and cutting and cutting programs that help the public. In October, Elon Musk incorporated in Texas United States of America, Inc. What that means, it shows his mentality. He thinks he owns this government. He's bought it. He's been given it, and he doesn't care about anybody else. He is the only stockholder. America, you are not a stockholder. You are the people that give him the money to give it to the trillionaires and billionaires who were first in President Trump's inaugural crowd. They were first in the crowd. They're first in his mind. They're first in his heart. They're his people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I will reiterate, saying something false over and over again doesn't make it true. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I just say to the gentlelady that facts do matter, and her members are complaining about the cuts in the Republican budget. Read them. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this rule, which allows for consideration of Republicans' extreme budget that slashes funding for vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, and federal housing assistance to bankroll $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. Last week, I got a devastating call from Susan, who lives in Sandy, Oregon. She and her husband worked all their lives and saved diligently for retirement, but had a single accident that wiped out their savings. They are now in their 70s and rely on Medicaid, SNAP, and utility assistance to just barely make ends meet each month. The legislation in front of us today would rip these benefits from Susan and her husband, denying them access to health care, forcing them to ration their food, and jeopardizing their ability to remain in their home. And for what? To line the pockets of the ultra-wealthy, to pad the bottom line of corporations already raking in profits. I offered 6 common-sense amendments to this bill to safeguard critical programs for people like Susan and so many Oregonians like her. Republicans rejected every single one of those amendments. Because all has been true all along, they have no interest in protecting America's middle class.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized. Gentleman reserves, I'm sorry.
I reserve.
Gentleman
may I
from
inquire,
Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire of the gentlelady how many more speakers she has? Whether, I mean, Sister, I can't remember the last time she had one, but...
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is prepared to close.
May I inquire,
the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire my time?
Gentleman has 2 1/4 minutes remaining.
Okay. I yield myself to remaining time.
You are recognized.
Madam Speaker, a majority of Americans now say that Donald Trump is doing a bad job in handling the economy, and I don't blame them. Prices are going up on everything, in large part because of Trump's tariffs. Meanwhile, wages for workers have not kept pace with inflation for decades. Home ownership is slipping out of the reach for more and more people. And so I will end this debate where we began. Whose side are my Republican colleagues on? Talk is cheap, Madam Speaker. This place runs on hot air from corrupt politicians whose only care in the world is where their next campaign check comes from. Last night in the Rules Committee, Democrats gave Republicans a chance to show whose side they're on. Every single one of them voted against protecting Medicaid so they could give tax breaks to billionaires. That's how they voted. Every single one of them voted against protecting the child tax credit so they could give tax cuts to billionaires. Every single one of them voted against protecting food assistance for hungry families so they could give tax breaks to billionaires. And so the gentlelady can claim whatever she wants. The truth is this budget betrays the middle class in favor of tax giveaways for billionaires. It gives trillions in handouts to the ultra-wealthy, billionaires and greedy corporations to the tune of $314,266 each every year for the top 0.1%. And that's an average. Some of them are going to get millions. That's a bigger giveaway to the ultra-rich than most people make in a year. And to pay for it, they're going to steal from you, the American people. They are stealing from you. They are betraying the people who voted for them. This is a betrayal on a scale I don't think we've ever seen before. And I am going to fight to expose it and to stop it. I've said this over and over and over again. We need tax relief for workers, not the ultra-rich. We need to preserve Social Security and Medicare, not gut them to pay for corporate handouts. We should protect Medicaid
and food benefits for working families, because we know these programs that people rely on and need when times get tough. So, Madam Speaker,
His time has expired.
Madam Speaker, you can shut me up.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman is not recognized. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do I have? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Despite what Democrats may claim, the American people know the Biden-Harris administration caused enormous damage to our economy, weakened our national security, allowed millions of illegal immigrants and deadly fentanyl to flood across our southern border, and crippled American energy independence. That's exactly why voters rejected their failed leadership in the last election. Once again, this resolution does not cut a single specific program or benefit. The Democrats are speaking fear, not facts, and saying something over and over again that's false does not make it true. Democrats have told these lies before and were proven wrong. The Democrats want to continue 4 more years of Bidenomics. We want to put us on a path to prosperity. These are the same people claiming that there's no waste, fraud, or abuse in Washington. This resolution will begin a process that sets a fiscal framework to meet the agenda the American people demanded in November. Let's talk about some of their claims, that this is a handout to billionaires. It's their party that abandoned the middle class by spending like crazy. And not extending the 2017 Trump tax cuts would be the ultimate betrayal of the middle class. The average taxpayer in my district, in the 9th District of Indiana, would see a 26% tax hike if the tax cuts the Democrats oppose expire. A family of 4 making $67,000, the median income in my district, would see a $1,289 tax increase. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty under Republican tax reform, dropping the poverty rate to 10.5%, the lowest in U.S. history. They claim this budget slashes food assistance. This resolution makes no changes to current law, no cuts in benefits in this, 0. They claim costs will go up. We will reverse Biden's spending spree and bend the curve on mandatory spending that's driving our debt. Inflation skyrocketed 21% under the Biden administration. That's why 77 million Americans voted for President Trump, to fix the economy and rein in Washington's waste, fraud, abuse, and reckless spending. So let's go. Let's go with facts, not fear. This resolution doesn't say the word SNAP or Medicaid or school lunch once. We're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse for people who are here illegally. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act helped people get off SNAP, which is a good thing. A GAO report last year showed improper payments could be costing the federal government more than $500 billion annually. So I'm not here to fight with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm here to fight on behalf of the American people. And that's exactly what we're going to continue to do. In the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, my friends want to scare the American people into thinking that this is a tax cut for billionaires, to detract from the fact that the 2017 tax cuts under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act have been extremely successful. Let's look at what has made it a success. By every conceivable measure, American workers and the economy were better off. Americans earned bigger paychecks, unemployment for every group was at a historic low, and poverty dropped to its lowest level in history. The 2017 Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for all Americans. In fact, the lowest earning individuals gained the most benefit. The bottom 20% of earners, those with incomes up to $26,000, saw their federal tax rate fall to the lowest point in 40 years. Earnings under $100,000 received an average cut of 16%, while the share of taxes paid by the top 1% increased. So this is not simply a tax cut for the rich. Finally, if these tax cuts expire, it will devastate our nation's families, workers, and small business owners. The average taxpayer would see a 22% tax hike, meaning on average they will pay $1,695 more in taxes. 40 million families will see their child tax credit cut in half. 26 million small businesses would be hit with a 43.4% top tax rate. This is over 20 points higher than what businesses pay in communist China. Because of House Republicans and President Trump, American workers enjoyed the fastest wage growth in a decade. This spread to Americans across the income distribution, with lower wage workers experiencing 50% higher wage growth than high-income workers. Higher wages led to a rapid growth in household income. In just 2 years after the enactment of the tax cuts, real median household income rose by over $5,000. In total, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act pro-growth policies helped contribute to 3% growth in 2018 and 2.6% growth in 2019, well above CBO's pre-Tax Cuts and Jobs Act projections of 2.2% and 1.7%, respectively. Meanwhile, we've seen what Bidenflation has cost American families. So again, this budget resolution does not cut a single specific program or benefit. The budget resolution sets a framework. It is a first step toward delivering on the America First agenda and getting our country back on track. We will secure our border. We will rebuild the American economy. We will unleash American energy and safeguard our financial future. 77 million Americans voted for this agenda, and it's our job to deliver on those promises. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. On the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Massachusetts, for what
I
purpose?
ask for a recorded vote, the yeas and nays, Madam Speaker.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 161 and adoption of the Resolution 161 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 161, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 161, Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 20, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for consumer gas-fired instantaneous water heaters, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 35, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charge for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions, and providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 211. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 162. Resolved that the following
Mr.
name
Speaker, I
members.
ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Skip even. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HCon Res 14.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 161 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of HCon Res 14. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of HCon Res 14, which the clerk will report by title.
Concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
Pursuant to the rule, the concurrent resolution is considered read for the first time. General debate shall not exceed 3 hours, with 2 hours confined to the congressional budget, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee on the budget or their respective designees, and 1 hour on the subject of economic goals and policies, equally divided and controlled by the Representative Mr. Schweikert of Arizona, Representative Beyer of Virginia, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 1 hour of debate on the congressional budget. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, today we will unlock the policies for making America safe and prosperous again by advancing the FY25 budget resolution.
Gentlemen will suspend. Members of the chamber, would you kindly take your private conversations from the floor so that debate on the subject at hand in the House, the People's House, may continue. Gentleman from Texas.
As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, today we're going to unlock the policies to make America safe and prosperous again. This fiscal framework will guide the process for restoring the fiscal health of our nation by reining in reckless spending and reigniting economic growth. In addition, and importantly, it provides critical resources to our Commander-in-Chief to secure our borders, strengthen our military, and provide for the common defense. But for the next 2 hours, Mr. Chairman, my Democrat colleagues are going to reach way back to the only plays they know how to run, making false claims and fear-mongering. Why? Because they are still, even after the recent election, disconnected from the people's reality, because they're more concerned with protecting unionized government bureaucrats and woke and wasteful government programs than they are about protecting taxpayers and their sacred treasure. Why? Because their commitment isn't to we the people in this fateful moment. It's to we the government and to derailing the mandate from the people for common sense policies and President Trump's America First agenda. I'm going to take some time to set the record straight, Mr. Chairman, so that every time the American people hear these false claims, to mislead them into thinking that the tax cuts somehow benefited the billionaires and corporations and that Republicans are cutting benefits for seniors and the poorest among us. I want the American people to know the truth. And here's the truth. The Trump tax cuts lowered tax rates for every American household at every income level while increasing the amount of taxes paid by the top 1%. According to the Washington Post, which, by the way, gave Democrats not one, not two, not three, 4 Pinocchios every time they made these misleading claims. They said 3 of every $4 in the Trump tax cuts didn't go to corporations, but they went to individuals, cutting taxes for the lowest income individuals by 10%, while cutting taxes for the top 1% of the income earners by less than 0.5%. In addition, we saw a record 25-year wage increase for median household incomes. Real wages at the bottom 10% rose 2 times faster than the top 10%. Real wealth at the bottom half of households rose 3 times faster than that of the top half of our country. A record 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. Black, Hispanic, and Asian American citizens experienced historic high incomes and all-time low unemployment. Here's the reality, Mr. Chairman. Our Democrat colleagues oppose the American people's tax cuts back in 2017, and they oppose their tax cuts today. And if they were successful in this endeavor, here's what would happen. We'd have a 22% tax hike on every American citizen, on average. They just suffered through a 21% tax hike from the inflation tax over the last 4 years and the worst cost of living crisis in modern history. Median income families would lose $1,700. 26 million small businesses would pay at the highest marginal rate and lose the 20% deduction, putting them on a comparable level to the corporate tax rates. Child tax credits, 40 million families would have the tax credit for their children cut in half. And 91% of the American people that get the standard deduction would have that cut in half. Those are the results of the Democrats standing in the way of what would be, if they were successful, the highest tax hike in American history. Here's the other false claim. To pay for these tax cuts, the Democrats are going to say that Republicans are cutting benefits for seniors and for, again, our poorest and most vulnerable among us. Here's the truth, Mr. Chairman. Republicans are fighting to right-size a woke, weaponized, and bloated bureaucracy, to root out the trillions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, and to rein in the reckless spending of the Biden administration and our Democrat colleagues from over the last 4 years. Prior to 2019, before President Biden took office, and he and the Democrats jammed $2 trillion through in the so-called COVID relief, even though maybe 20% of that money actually went for the purposes of COVID relief. Our budget back then was $4.5 trillion. Today, it's $7 trillion. With the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, they gave away $700 billion in tax credits to green energy corporations. They expanded Obamacare subsidies to people making more than $500,000 and already had, many of whom already had employer-sponsored health care. And they expanded the IRS, $80 billion, 80,000 IRS agents, shaking down mostly middle-class people and small businesses. With the stroke of a pen, President Biden wasted $2 trillion unilaterally of taxpayer monies by opening up our welfare services, taxpayer-funded welfare services to people in this country illegally. He waived work requirements for means-tested welfare programs from SNAP to Medicaid and beyond, trapping people in poverty and dependence on the federal government. He mandated expensive and unreliable electric vehicles for all Americans and a whole lot more. In fact, we're spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant in this country for the millions of people who violated our sovereignty and came to this country in violation of our immigration laws. $9,000 of what taxpayers pay for people who are here illegally for taxpayer-funded social services. Mr. Chairman, that's more than we spend on the most vulnerable Americans for Medicaid. That's more than we spend collectively for our veterans for their military retirement. The President Biden, weakened government program integrity, allowing people who aren't eligible for Medicaid and other programs to receive benefits. Case in point, we used to review the Medicaid rolls twice a year to make sure people who were on the rolls were those who were most vulnerable and those who qualified according to the law. That was revoked by the Biden administration. And they only did it once a year. And if you changed it back, you'd eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse and save $160 billion of taxpayer monies. He implemented unconstitutional and regressive student loan bailouts, forcing working Americans to subsidize the upper middle class, law students, medical students. These are folks that deferred their education. These are hardworking people that didn't think they could afford college. We have an unprecedented opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow Republicans, and we have a sacred obligation at this moment to meet this moment with the urgency it demands. Now more than ever is the time for Republicans in Congress to demonstrate the courage of their convictions and take the bold action in this historic moment. Save this country. Save our children's future. Save us from wrecking the greatest economy in the world, for jeopardizing our national security and our leadership in the world. The world is counting on a safe, strong, and free America. And I believe that this bill encapsulates the policies that are going to restore America's greatness. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we should be quite clear about what this is really about. This budget represents a Republican betrayal of the middle class, and I'm proud to rise and oppose it. Here's what's at stake. My friends on the other side of the aisle want to deliver $4.5 trillion of tax cuts, almost all of which go to the richest 1% of Americans. Now, how do they pay for it? How do they pay for that $4.5 trillion of tax cuts? First, at least $880 billion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Those cuts from Medicaid, by the way, represent the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history. 72 million Americans get their health care from Medicaid. We're mostly talking about seniors, children, and those with disabilities. Another 20 million Americans get their health care from the ACA. So combined, we're talking about 92 million Americans whose health care is at risk. And why? All to deliver tax cuts to billionaires. But now we have a math problem, because even with those, the largest cuts to Medicaid in history, you don't get anywhere close to $4.5 trillion. So how do they finance the rest of it? Well, we have more cuts, hundreds of billions more in cuts to education programs like school lunches, Head Start, student loan repayment. We also have $230 billion of cuts to nutrition assistance at a time when grocery prices are at record highs. So all told, that gets you to at least $1.5 trillion. But remember, the size of the tax cuts are $4.5 trillion, and they want to add some more spending on top of that. So what do they do to make up the difference? Increase the national debt by $4 trillion. A massive increase to our national debt from the same crowd that for the last 4 years has done nothing but shed crocodile tears about the size of our national debt. You can always tell when there's a Democrat in the White House, because that's when the other side cares about the size of the national debt. But when there's a Republican president, Republican House, Republican Senate, the top priority is always tax cuts for the top 1%. A budget isn't just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's a reflection of our values. It's a reflection of what kind of country we are and want to be. There was a lot of campaigning going on throughout this country, and especially in my state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this past November. After all, we are the biggest battleground state in the nation. A lot of promises were made on both sides. A lot of it was about reducing costs for ordinary Americans. Not once, ever in that campaign, did I ever hear the other side say, we're going to cut Medicaid to the tune of $880 billion, the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. In fact, we have a president who said, and I quote, "I will love and cherish Medicaid." Then a few hours later, he endorsed the House Republican plan that slashes Medicaid to the tune of $880 billion. When this president promises to love and cherish something, watch your wallets. Folks, I think the American people are going to figure out what this is about. It's right there in black and white. The $880 billion I talked about, it's right there in their 58-page resolution. The $4 trillion increase in debt, right there in black and white in their resolution. No amount of spinning will get you away from that simple reality. This is cutting health care and all sorts of programs for the American people in order to deliver tax cuts for billionaires who don't need it. I urge every member in this House to oppose this reckless and unfair plan. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, what you won't hear from my Democrat colleagues is any mention of the $500 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program that jeopardizes that program for the most vulnerable Americans and does a disservice to every taxpayer in this great country of ours. By the way, betrayal of the middle class. When I hear that, what comes to mind is the unbridled spending and the failed economic policies that gave us the worst cost of living crisis in modern history. And a whole lot of people suffered under that 21% inflation tax, and a whole lot more people would suffer under a 22% tax increase if they were successful in killing the American people's tax cuts. Now I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and the vice chair of the Budget Committee and a key architect, I would say, of this budget blueprint, Mr. Lloyd Smucker from the Keystone State.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to thank the chair for yielding. Mr. Speaker, we've heard how this budget resolution will deliver tax relief to working and middle-class families. It'll put a stop to crime and drugs flooding over our southern border, and it'll jumpstart the American economy. And this is exactly what the American people are looking for today. Unfortunately, we've also heard a lot of falsehoods from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and so I'd like to set the record straight. The House Republican budget resolution will stop a 22% tax hike for the average taxpayer. It will put $1,700 back into the pockets of a median family of 4 and will prevent the child tax credit from being cut in half for 40 million families. This bill doesn't take from the working class. It puts money in their pockets. And while my colleagues on the other side try to drown out these facts with tired talking points and fear-mongering, let's ask the American people directly. How does a 22% tax hike help you pay your bills? Families, how does taking $1,700 out of your pocket and cutting your child tax credit help you raise your kids? Can I get 30 seconds?
Give the gentleman 30 more seconds, please, Mr.
Gentleman is
Chairman.
recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
It doesn't. And Republicans are working to stop those tax hikes by passing this budget resolution. President Trump was elected by the working class, and this budget will deliver on the promises he made to them. I'm very proud to support this budget resolution and urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind my fellow Pennsylvanian that this bill would put 3.1 million people in Pennsylvania at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this Republican budget resolution. Make no mistake about it. This budget will lead to millions of Americans losing their health care coverage, all so Republicans can give giant tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. The only group that wants these tax breaks is Wall Street, not the average American. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans pass this resolution today, we'll be forced to cut a minimum of nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, our nation's largest health care program. And for those who are saying that somehow the Medicaid program has a lot of waste, let me remind us that Medicaid is the leanest federal health care program. Every independent study says that Medicaid is financially sound, the most financially sound federal health care program. The consequences of these cuts will be devastating. Medicaid provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans, nearly half of the children in the United States, and it's the largest source of funding for nursing home for seniors and people living with disabilities. This is a life-saving program for 80 million Americans. They count on it every day. And yet today, House Republicans are unnecessarily rushing forward with a budget resolution that will impose the largest health care cuts in our nation's history. Millions of people will lose their health care. But that's just the beginning. Health care prices will sharply rise. Hospitals, particularly those in underserved and rural communities, will be forced to close. So too will nursing homes. Seniors will lose the care that they rely on, and doctors and nurses will be laid off. Emergency rooms will once again be overflowing as people are forced to delay care until absolutely necessary. And states will be bankrupted and forced to make painful cuts to important health care services. This is the reality, not what the Republicans are telling you. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. If just a few of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle take a stand today, we can stop this from happening. So I implore my Republican colleagues to think about the harm, the devastating harm that would be done to their communities if this budget resolution is adopted. Stand up. I urge my colleagues to think twice and vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Tar Heel State, former Speaker of the House of North Carolina and Budget Committee member, Mr. Tim Moore.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last November, the American people said enough is enough. They're tired of government waste, they're tired of rising prices, and they're tired of policies of the last administration. This budget is a critical step forward towards reining in out-of-control federal spending. To be clear, this resolution has no provisions that make cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. For those folks watching at home, read the bill. It's not in there. When Democrats vote against this today, they are voting to raise the average family of four's taxes by nearly $1,700. They're voting to raise taxes on small business, they're voting for open borders, and they're voting for higher energy costs. I'm proud to have worked with my fellow House Budget Committee members on this bill, as well as the chairman, who's done an amazing job on this, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this important measure. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. Mr. Chair, with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the looting is underway. Our colleagues are running the same failed playbook of trickle-down handouts. My friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, said the family of four, they're going to get $1,700. Look at the tax distribution tables and what billionaires are going to get in this. That's the real issue that's in front of us on this occasion. Let me go to another point that I think is fascinating. DOJ is rummaging through your private records even as we speak. How about the following? Imagine what the Republican reaction would have been if Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, or Joe Biden said, we're going to borrow $4 trillion more for these tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us. Don't kid yourself. Medicaid, 71 million Americans, Medicare, Social Security, the American people depend upon these issues. I'm stunned that Republicans would borrow $4 trillion to justify tax cuts for the wealthiest amongst us. And by the way, people who aren't even asking for those tax cuts. Their cuts will affect every part of American life, including those who need basic sustenance every day. $4 trillion, and look at the alignment. $1.2 trillion here for cuts, but $1.2 trillion for tax cuts. Oh, let me figure that one out. They are going to cut Medicaid to justify what it is that they want to do. There is no reason why billionaires should be getting a massive tax cut. Totally unnecessary, and in the end, that's what this legislation is about, despite their protestations. $1,700 for a family of four. Tens of millions of dollars for billionaires. That's where these tax cuts are going. I want you also to understand this. The people are watching. We're going to defend Medicare. We're going to defend Medicaid. And we're going to defend all of these entities that have made a difference in American life for average people every single day. Let me close on this note. My father had a great saying. He used to say, Jesse James at least had the respect to wear a mask. They should be wearing masks for what they're doing today. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Kansas, another Budget Committee member, had a hand in developing this fiscal framework, Mr. Ron Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support for starting the process to pass one big, beautiful bill for America. For 4 years, Americans suffered from an open border, crippling inflation, massive federal spending, and burdensome regulation. On top of that, we're on the verge of increased taxes for families, workers, and small businesses if we fail to act. Our mandate is to restore and secure our nation, both physically and financially. It's critical that we pass a bill that enables us to address all of these priorities, including an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In my home state, Kansans will see an average of $2,200 increase in their taxes if we don't act now and we allow the tax cuts to expire. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made false claims about this budget resolution that will cut Social Security. As chairman of the Ways and Means Social Security Subcommittee, I want to emphasize with the strongest terms possible that this budget resolution does not do a single thing to cut Social Security. In fact, Social Security cannot be amended in the budget resolution in the budget reconciliation process. The Byrd Rule prevents consideration of reconciliation in the Senate that changes the Social Security program. I support today's budget resolution as a next step in advancing America's first policies, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman from Kansas is right. It is a big, beautiful bill for billionaires. I would also remind the gentleman that this bill would put 410,000 people in his state of Kansas at risk of losing Medicaid. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the ranking member of the Educational Workforce Committee, also a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution. It's frankly hard to take my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seriously when they come up here and give speech after speech complaining about the deficit and then support this resolution that what? Increases the deficit. Let's start with some facts. Every single Democratic president since Kennedy has left for their Republican successors a better deficit situation than they inherited. And every Republican president since Nixon has left a worse deficit situation than the one they inherited, all without exception. So here we are again. Republican president following a Democratic president, and Republicans are set to increase the deficit and national debt just like clockwork. Democrats have been finding solutions and cleaning up Republican messes for 6 decades, and thanks to Republican tax cuts and for the corporations in the top 1%, they added over $7 trillion to the national debt during Trump's first term, and here we go again. Help billionaires run up the debt and make everybody else pay. As ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I'm particularly outraged that Republicans want to fund these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires by making cuts to educational and nutritional programs. This could end up cutting things like Meals on Wheels, children's feeding programs, and could jeopardize Head Start, make it harder for students to receive K-12 education and higher education, and will certainly rip away health care from millions of Americans. There is nothing economically responsible for this budget because it increases the deficit. It helps billionaires, but working families and middle class will pay the price. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman, my good friend from Oklahoma, and our conference policy chair, Mr. Kevin Hern.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the chairman for yielding.
You know, one of America's most famous sons, Will Rogers, once said, quote, "It costs 10 times more to govern us than it used to, and we're not governed 1/10 as good." And that was in 1932. I can only imagine what he would say today. That's why this vote is so important. It moves us closer to delivering on the mandate the American people overwhelmingly demanded in November. We are on an unsustainable path, and every member of this body knows it. Every member. This budget resolution commits us to investing in strong border security and strengthening our national defense. It directs committees to find ways to make the president's tax agenda permanent. It paves the way to unleash American energy production. The budget resolution calls for historic spending cuts as Congress works with the president to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, something that every single one of us, regardless of party, should applaud, all in one big, beautiful bill. Failure to unite on this vote very well may result in breaking up the president's agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Together we can build a stronger, more prosperous America before it's too late. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 990,000 people in Oklahoma at risk of losing Medicaid. I am now happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agricultural Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this resolution that prioritizes tax cuts for billionaires over the well-being of hardworking American families and the livelihoods of our nation's farmers. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is our nation's most effective anti-poverty tool and a key part of the Farm Bill, which Republicans want to cut by $230 billion. This would cause millions of hardworking Americans to suffer, including some of the most vulnerable in our communities, children, seniors, and the disabled. Decimating SNAP in this way would break up the coalition that is critical to passing a bipartisan farm bill and hurts the entire food supply chain when times are tough in farm country and in many communities, especially rural communities across this country. Right now, as people across our nation are struggling with the high cost of groceries, SNAP helps American families keep food on the table. And let's be clear about what we're talking about. $6 a day for people in need. $6 to those who qualify. SNAP reduces childhood poverty, improves health outcomes, and generates hundreds of thousands of jobs throughout the food supply chain. Because when you spend $1 on food, you aren't just paying for the food in your cart. You're helping to pay for the salary of the grocery store clerk who stocked the shelves, the trucker who delivered the food to the store, the manufacturer who produced the packaging, and the farmer who grew it. The future of a bipartisan farm bill, which our farmers desperately need, is in Republican hands today. If you cut SNAP to pay for tax cuts for your wealthy donors, it's on you. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, the first state, my good friend and member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Ben Klein.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, back in November, the American people issued a resounding rejection of the profligate policies of the Biden-Harris administration that existed over the past 4 years by electing President Donald Trump. In the first month of the new administration, President Trump has answered this election mandate, signing executive orders aimed at securing our nation's borders, unleashing domestic energy production, and rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse that was left over as the final remnants of Biden's failed legacy. However, the president cannot achieve all of these policy objectives alone. He needs Congress. It will take those of us in the House and Senate concerned about addressing our fiscally irresponsible the last 4 years, working together in unified fashion to pass a reconciliation package that is set in motion by today's budget resolution to give this administration the tools they need to succeed in fulfilling their election mandate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this budget as we work to deliver real savings for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 1.8 million people in the Commonwealth of Virginia at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished colleague on the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Republican reconciliation because it makes a wreck of our nation's finances and it makes the wreck of the lives of so many of our fellow Americans. These Republicans are so troubled, so very troubled about our nation's debt that they want to add trillions more to it. In fact, according to the bipartisan Citizens for a Responsible Federal Budget, they want to make it bigger by about $4 trillion, deeper in debt. Elon Musk Doge, it is Dodge also, is a sideshow for a multi-ring circus of deception and lies designed to create the illusion that billions are being saved from waste, fraud, and abuse when Doge itself is the abuse. Even with these fake savings, the insatiable demand of these Republicans for additional billionaire tax breaks requires denying opportunities to middle-class families, denying access to a family physician, first by slashing hundreds of millions from Medicaid, for which Trump professes to love and cherish, Medicaid which pays for half the babies born at Seton Hospital in Austin, half the children that go to the children's hospital there. Millions of Americans will lose health protection, and millions more will lose educational opportunity. For those who are facing a dread disease like cancer, Republicans are cutting innovative medical research in the hope for a cure. With the looming threat of a bird flu pandemic, 40% cut in the staff of the Centers for Disease Control, CDC. All of this represents more Republican broken promises. Remember when Trump last month was going to bring down grocery prices drastically? Well, the only thing drastic is the pain of this Republican budget. Now Trump tells us we'll have a golden age in America. With this budget imposing so many burdens on our finances, the sick, the hungry, and students, we see who gets the gold, those billionaires that were on the front seat of his inauguration as working families are betrayed. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Chairman, I wonder when my Democrat colleagues will direct their indignation and outrage to the fact that that Doge and our friend Elon Musk has exposed a tremendous, outrageous, and utterly offensive waste like transgender operas in Colombia, DEI musicals in Ireland, transgender comic books, $20 million on Sesame Street, which is I would only have to assume my Democrat colleagues think that's the way to find peace in the Middle East. It's insane and it's offensive to the taxpayers, but you'll never hear a single word about that in this debate today. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, General Jack Bergman from the great state of Michigan.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's crucial that we're clear about the focus of today's debate. Our aim is not to remove vulnerable Americans from the government assistance programs they and their families depend on. On the contrary, we are focused on strengthening the integrity of these programs to ensure the taxpayers' dollars are directed to those who genuinely need them. In the past decade, Medicaid has accounted for over $550 billion, with a B, dollars in improper payments, making it one of the government's largest sources of payment errors. It would be irresponsible and a betrayal of our fiduciary duty to American taxpayers not to make a focused effort to recover these misused funds and redirect them to those who need them most. That said, it's essential that these efforts are made with a careful approach that avoids unintended consequences for vulnerable Americans and providers. As my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee begin their critical efforts, I would urge them to keep this in the top of mind, and I urge all my colleagues to support this good resolution. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 2.4 million people in Michigan at risk of losing Medicaid. And Mr. Chair, let's be clear, that's what this debate is about. Because the other side is great at trying to distract you, holding up the shiny object of a few outlandish stories about tens of thousands of dollars to distract you from the trillions of dollars that are at stake. 1 in 3 Americans, 1 in 3, get their health care from Medicaid. That is at risk because of this proposal, and don't forget it. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. With that, I am happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, my colleague and friend on the Budget Committee, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our national debt is more than $36 trillion. We borrow nearly $2 trillion every year just to pay our expenses. And we spend more on interest payments now than we do on Medicaid, schools, child care, and the national defense. Republicans have raised the alarm about this deficit, but this budget actually makes the debt and deficit much, much worse. They say we have a spending problem. Okay, then cut annual spending to a level that's covered by our revenues and stop the deficits. But that's not what they're doing here. Oh, they will make big cuts to health care, air traffic controllers, cybersecurity, the people who fight wildfires, but they will not use those savings to cut deficits. They will use those savings to pay for tax cuts for people who don't need them. America doesn't have a spending problem. We have a borrowing problem. And this budget would lead to more borrowing we can't afford. It would limit our ability to borrow money when we do need it, when there's a future urgent need. But today the economy has low unemployment and high interest rates, the exact wrong time to blow up the debt. This bill will add between $4 and $11 trillion to the debt, which will increase interest rates, raise prices, and keep inflation high, and our kids are going to pick up the bill. Don't vote for this self-inflicted harm. I work with many of my Republican colleagues as co-chair of the Bipartisan Fiscal Forum on controlling the debt and deficit, and I know some are sitting here quietly agreeing with me. I know personally also how hard it is to buck your party, because when Democrats held the House, the Senate, and the White House, I voted no on our reconciliation budget to get a better product. Let me tell you, it was very unpopular. But I held my ground, and people at home knew I was standing up for them. We got a better product, and they sent me back. We work with presidents. We don't report to them. We report to our constituents. As independently elected members of Congress who are elected on the exact same day as Donald Trump, do your job. You know better. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Texas, my friend Mr. Brandon Gill, also a member of the Budget Committee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Arrington, for your leadership throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, President Trump delivered historic results. He is securing our border, restoring common sense, lowering costs, and reestablishing America's strength in the world, and he is stopping our tax dollars from funding woke, perverted projects that the other side of the aisle seeks to push. But today, 60% of American taxpayers are facing rising taxes and uncertainty. To address these challenges, this resolution will provide for the extension of the Trump tax cuts, funds the largest mass deportation operation in U.S. history, and cuts at least $1.5 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal budget. This is something that should receive bipartisan support. Our commitment to fiscal discipline is clear. Conservatives on the Budget Committee added a provision that incentivizes a total of $2 trillion in reductions. The American people are begging for Washington to unlock the Trump agenda, which this bill does. They gave us a mandate to save this country. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 4.2 million people in Texas at risk of losing Medicaid. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, distinguished member and friend from the Budget Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for the opportunity to speak and thank him for his great work, and say that budgets are about choices for the American people. If we look at what is happening with this current budget, it's a bonanza for billionaires. We live at a moment in our country when 1% of our population, the very top, hold as much wealth as the bottom half of our country. 1% of the top. Billionaires, millionaires hold more wealth than the bottom half of our people. It's an astounding moment in which we are living. The very top are not paying their fair share, and everybody in America knows it, including them. How many more mansions do we need to see that take up acres and acres? How many yachts do these people actually need? Some of the old movies about Goldfinger and all come to mind. Some people seem to like gold a whole lot in this country. If the tax cuts that are proposed in this bill offer a few $100s to people who live in the bottom half of our country, which is most of the people that I represent, the bottom half of incomes, the people at the top are going to get hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars back. I say to myself, do they have any conscience about what is happening in their country? And that to take away the health care, Medicare, Medicaid, the cuts that you're proposing, you will cause death in this country. To me, what is happening here is shameless. Here's a chart. If we look back at who caused the debt in our country, wow, it's pretty obvious. If we go back to the Reagan presidency, all you're doing is just repeating what happened. They added $2 trillion. Then the Bush 2 tax cuts added $8 trillion. The Trump tax cuts are already over $2.5 trillion.
Yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is given an additional 15 seconds.
I thank you. The Afghan and Iraq wars declared by Republican presidents added $8 trillion. So if you look at this, 2/3 of what we owe were caused by your side of the aisle. I represent a lot of Republicans, and I'll tell you what, they're honest people, and they'll pay their taxes, but they don't like this excess. It's hurting America. The Republican budget is just a bonanza for billionaires. Shame on you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. I would remind my colleagues in the House to direct their comments to the chair, please. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Georgia, my friend and another Budget Committee member, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the House Budget Committee's FY25 budget resolution, which advances President Trump's America First agenda by unlocking the budget reconciliation process to achieve the President's priorities and restore fiscal sanity in Washington. This budget resolution paves the way to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, signed into law by President Trump in 2017, which fueled historic economic growth and raised real wages. This resolution also provides instructions to reverse Biden's assault on domestic energy, rein in reckless spending, and deliver critical resources to the Trump administration so we can secure our border and strengthen our national security. Finally, I want to address the fear-mongering among our Democrat colleagues. This budget resolution does not cut benefits for any legitimate recipient of Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. I challenge anyone to find a single provision in this 45-page resolution that cuts benefits, because they can't. This resolution simply sets a budget framework so we can deal with the incredible fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicaid, to stabilize and preserve it for those who really need it. GAO alone estimates that the fraud in Medicaid—
From Georgia is given another 15 seconds.
Thank you. GAO alone estimates that the fraud in Medicaid is at least $50 billion a year. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit this report from the GAO into the record, which states $50 billion a year of improper payments, and I yield.
Gentleman's request is covered by general leave. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, since the gentleman asked the question, I'm happy to answer it. Right there in the bill, $880 billion directed to the Energy and Commerce Committee as a floor to find savings, another word for cuts. There is only one place that can come from. Literally, if they cut 100% else of everything ENC has purview over, it would still leave them hundreds of billions of dollars short. It has to come from Medicaid. It has to come from the ACA premiums, because much like when Willie Sutton was asked why he robbed banks, he replied, because that's where the money is. Likewise, in terms of the ENC cuts, the $880 billion, it has to come from Medicaid, because that's the only place you can find $880 billion. Don't be fooled by their rhetorical tricks. And with that, I yield 2 minutes To the gentlewoman from New Jersey, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Standing in opposition. During their campaigns, Donald Trump and my Republican colleagues promised to get to work to lowering prices for the American people. This budget is a betrayal of that promise. It's a betrayal of millions of our children, our parents, and our seniors. It's a betrayal of the 1/3 of New Jersey children who rely on Medicaid. It's a betrayal of the 1/3 of new mothers who count on Medicaid for their prenatal care. It's a betrayal of 6 in 10 New Jersey seniors living in nursing homes. It's a ripoff of New Jersey taxpayers as Republicans have prioritized tax cuts for their billionaire donors over the lives of everyday citizens who will suffer under this new budget. My neighbor, Tom Kane, has over 70,000 Medicaid recipients, including over 27,000 children. Does Congressman Van Drew from New Jersey know a vote for this budget means abandoning 177,000 of his residents for the billionaire class? Does Congressman Chris Smith know that there are 178 Medicaid recipients in his district, including nearly 100,000 children, who will be cut and will lose their coverage simply to enrich Trump's billionaire friends? A few weeks ago, I offered an amendment in the Budget Committee to eliminate these disastrous cuts. Not a single Republican gave me a vote on this issue. Last night, I offered the same amendment to the Rules Committee, and the same outcome, not one Republican vote. I only hope that there are at least a few of my Republican colleagues today who have the courage and the humanitarian to stand up for their most vulnerable constituents and to vote no. I urge a no vote here, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, our Agriculture Committee Chair, and my friend G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this budget resolution begins the process of delivering on President Trump's agenda, and that agenda is clear. It's securing the border, it's unleashing economic growth, it's providing efficiency and accountability in government, it's reining in reckless spending that spurred record inflation. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to talk about the harmful provisions within this resolution. In reality, this is the beginning of the process. It's the beginning of a course correction that is desperately needed following 4 years of policy that placed America in a position of excess and decline. Speaking of excess, since President Trump's first term, increased enrollment and exploitation of the 2018 Farm Bill by the Biden administration ballooned the annual spending on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program by 66% of the total cost at $256 million, leaving workers on the sidelines while small businesses paying record wages struggle to find help. This egregious executive overreach not only violated the Congressional Review Act, but likely reduced the fraction of people participating in the workforce and contributed to inflation. Mr. Speaker, we must meet the vital supplemental food needs of Americans that Congress committed to fulfill through SNAP, and we will. We cannot allow excess or lack of accountability within the bureaucracy, though, to compromise fulfilling that obligation. Thoughtful policies that recognize the value of work, hold states accountable, promote program integrity, and in the long run, protect the safety net for those Americans who truly need it should be our priority. At the same time, we must use this process to advance the needs of the farm economy. We cannot leave our most ardent supporters in rural America without new resources and empty-handed for a third year. House Republicans have a mandate to restore America's faith in government, and we will protect hardworking taxpayers, bringing the largest tax increase in American history, and will provide for the neediest among us while simultaneously delivering a foundation for economic growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, let us ensure America is once again the land of opportunity and thriving communities, and passage of this resolution is one step in that process. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Let me remind the managers on both sides of the time remaining in this portion of the debate. The majority side has 39 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Pennsylvania still manages 37 1/2 minutes remaining in this portion of the debate. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would remind my friend and fellow Pennsylvanian who just spoke, this bill would put 3.1 million people in our beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlelady from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this budget. We know that a budget is a statement of values. In simple terms, you put your money where your mouth is. And the money my Republican colleagues are getting right now is going to the class that they are beholden to, the uber wealthy. The bulk of those called savings come from slashing Medicaid funding, which ensures that 70 million Americans, and funds from the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, where another 10 million American children are helped. Those savings that they're getting are being created so that they can then give that money, give those savings to the ultra-rich. 20% of the population of the Virgin Islands are at risk of losing their health care under this budget. Veterans, children, families that are working, that are barely making it, rely on this. My fellow Americans, right here, right now, Republicans are trying to steal health care from 80 million people, and they're heading to the bank as millions of Americans are left helpless. What is happening? What's going on? Republicans are intentionally targeting grandmothers, targeting children, targeting veterans that live in your neighborhood. My fellow Americans, they're going to throw some peanuts, a couple of $100 at each one of us, and tell us that you're getting some taxes back. But that's the amount of money that the very wealthy are getting. Average $314,000 are going to them at the expense of American people. Fraud, waste, and abuse. They're going to tell you they're using that money to get rid of illegals. They're going to tell you that they're going to try and dramatically change the landscape. No, they're only changing the landscape for those individuals that they are beholden to. $2 trillion of cuts for $4 trillion of money that are going into the pocket of individuals that they are beholden to. That's what's happening. I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised that the Republicans have used this process to satisfy the people that they are most beholden to. Americans must stand up. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 4 minutes to my friend from the great state of Missouri and my chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Jason Smith, for 4 minutes.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 4 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, President Trump left Joe Biden a blueprint success, and then Democrats proceeded to open our borders, undermine American energy, and spend trillions of dollars on handouts to the wealthy. They created the highest inflation in 40 years that made it impossible for working families to survive. That's why the American people sent Donald Trump back to the White House with a mandate. Now it's up to Congress to deliver on that mandate to make our economy work again for working families. The economy isn't just numbers on a chart. It's the farmer who wakes up at 4 a.m., the mom or dad working 2 jobs to get by, the shop owner figuring out how to keep the store lights on, and the truck driver working overtime. To my Democrat colleagues, let's be clear. A vote against this budget is a vote to raise taxes on low-income Americans. $2.6 trillion of the tax cuts, and this are people making less than $400,000 a year. You campaigned on not allowing taxes to increase on people making less than $400,000 a year. Let's see if your voting card shows up. Extending the Trump tax cuts will give the lowest income families a tax cut of 15%, the highest of any income group. On the other hand, failing to extend these tax cuts means the average taxpayer will see a 22% tax hike. The average family of four making $80,000 a year will see their taxes go up almost $1,700. That's 2 months worth of groceries. Americans need certainty that relief is on the way. Workers need certainty that their taxes won't go up. 26 million small businesses need certainty that their tax rates won't rise to 43% in a few short months so that they can focus on investing and hiring more workers. 2 million family-owned farms need certainty they won't be forced to sell their farm to pay an increased death tax. They need to know right now if they should be contacting an estate planner for the massive tax hike that's coming. Parents need certainty that their guaranteed deduction of $30,000 won't be cut in half, and their child tax credit won't be slashed from $2,000 to $1,000. Following passage of the Trump tax cuts, wages increased by 4.9%, the fastest two-year growth in real wages in 20 years. 5 million new jobs were created. More than 6 million people were lifted out of poverty. Real median household income rose by $5,000. The economy grew a full percentage point higher than CBO's initial forecast, and revenues have remained steady at 17% of GDP. Building on President Trump's tax cuts will deliver a new golden age of prosperity. Over 1 million new small business jobs each year, $284 billion in economic growth from more manufacturing, and billions in new investments to revitalize our poorest neighborhoods. We will reignite our economy with the return of policies like 100% immediate expensing and incentives to make sure R&D is happening here and not being outsourced around the globe. We will deliver on President Trump's commitment to tax relief for tipped workers, help for seniors struggling with inflation, and tax relief for overtime workers. President Trump's policies will spark an economic recovery, and that recovery starts by passing this budget so we can send one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 1.3 million people in Missouri at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Escobar.
The lady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. To my fellow Americans, let's talk about what's really happening here today. Housing costs are up, groceries are up, inflation is up. Donald Trump is threatening more tariffs, which means our costs will continue to go up. It's no wonder that the bond market is flashing a warning sign about slowing economic growth under Donald Trump. And my Republican colleagues, instead of working with us to lower costs, what are they doing? They are working to give billionaires massive tax breaks. And they'll do that by making life costlier for everyone else. In fact, this budget bill that will be on the floor today will have enormous consequences. It will make America poorer, sicker, and hungrier. It will close hospitals and clinics. It will kick seniors out of nursing homes. It ends support for Americans with disabilities. It will double health care costs and more. That's just the Medicaid portion of it. In Texas, in my state, over 4 million Texans stand to lose with the cuts that they will implement, that this bill will unlock, but with cuts to Medicaid. And it's not just that. It gets worse. This budget bill will explode the national debt. Why? so that billionaires can have another yacht, another luxury home, another jet? It doesn't have to be this way. We just need some of our Republican colleagues to stand with us and vote to protect the American people, reject these billionaire tax breaks, reject the harm that it will do to their constituents and ours, and protect the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the chairman of our Environmental and Energy Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution. My constituents know firsthand how the failed policies of the left resulted in increased grocery and energy bills, opened our borders, imperiled our national security, accelerated our debt, and have made it next to impossible to build and use our natural resources here at home, making us dependent on our adversaries. This budget creates a blueprint to deliver on the promises we made to the American people, righting the wrongs of the past, unleashing America's energy potential, and implementing the full America First agenda. Advancing the budget resolution opens the door for the budget reconciliation process. It will allow committees to begin our work on the nuts and bolts of budget reconciliation, implementing savings across government and harnessing our biggest revenue generators, such as domestic energy production. By unlocking access to our energy and mineral reserves, actively managing our forests, streamlining burdensome permitting processes, and repealing wasteful IRA spending, we will deliver a responsible reconciliation bill that builds the wealth of our nation. As a former member of the House Budget Committee, I appreciate the budget process and have great respect for Chairman Arrington and his staff in getting this budget resolution to the House floor. Mr. Chairman, while our colleagues across the aisle are using made-up numbers that have no basis or substance as a scare tactic on the American people, I can say as a former state legislator, and I'm happy to remind my colleagues across the aisle, that Medicaid is a state and federal program, and not a single person will lose Medicaid coverage unless their state makes that choice. Mr. Chairman, this resolution has my full support, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I would remind the gentleman that this big, beautiful bill for billionaires would put 820,000 people in Arkansas at risk of losing Medicaid. Now, Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader of the House, and my friend, Mr. Jeffries.
Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the reckless Republican budget, which is a betrayal of working-class Americans, middle-class Americans, children, seniors, and everyday Americans all across the country. I thank the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, the top Democrat on the Budget Committee, Brendan Boyle, for his leadership, all of the members of the Budget Committee, all of the members of the House Democratic Caucus who are standing up for the American people by opposing this reckless Republican budget that will devastate people all across the land. It's not consistent with promises that were made to the American people. It's the exact opposite. Here's the promise that was made to the American people over and over and over again, that Republicans were going to drive down the high cost of living in the United States of America and combat inflation. That was the promise that you made to the American people. As House Democrats, we're working hard to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower insurance costs, lower utility costs, and lower child care costs because we know America is too expensive. We want to drive down the high cost of living. But on the other side of the aisle, we haven't seen a single bill introduced by Republicans to drive down the high cost of living, address the affordability crisis in the United States of America. Not a single executive order issued by President Trump has anything to do with driving down the high cost of living. Not a single administrative action taken this year by the Trump administration has anything to do with driving down the high cost of living. In fact, costs aren't going down in the United States of America. Costs are going up. Grocery prices are going up. Inflation is going up. Republicans are crashing the economy in real time. So you've betrayed the American middle class, working families, everyday Americans, children and seniors with this $4.5 trillion budget scheme. And don't come to the House floor and act like this was being done in the name of fiscal responsibility. Enough with that narrative. There's nothing in the Republican track record to suggest to the American people that you are the party of fiscal responsibility. Absolutely nothing. President Reagan comes into office. His signature legislative accomplishment is a massive unpaid for tax cut for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And what does it do? Increases the debt by $2 trillion. That's not fiscal responsibility. That's recklessness. That's your record. Those kind of fiscal policies continued for 8 years, carried over into the presidency of George H.W. Bush. And then we see a massive debt handed over to President Bill Clinton. What do Democrats do with that massive debt? We turn that debt into a surplus over an 8-year period of time, and the economy exploded. That's what fiscal responsibility looks like. That happened under President Bill Clinton. Stop saying to the American people that you're the party of fiscal responsibility. The facts say exactly the opposite. And so a budget surplus is handed over to President George W. Bush, who proceeds in 2001 and then again in 2003 to pass massive tax cuts, same playbook, here we go again, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected that explode the debt by $8 trillion. And at the same time, we have a failed war in Iraq and a failed war in Afghanistan. Over time, adding another $8 trillion to our nation's debt. That burden is handed over to President Barack Obama, who during the period of his time in office, when he had a $1.5 trillion deficit, cuts it by $1 trillion, despite the fact that he also inherited from Republicans the Great Recession and had to turn things around. So he cuts the deficit by $1 trillion, from $1.5 trillion to $500 billion. You asked about numbers? Here are the numbers. And then that gets handed over to President Trump in his first term, who proceeds, of course, to follow the same Republican playbook. Has nothing to do with fiscal responsibility and everything to do with massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And so Republicans passed the GOP tax scam. 83% of the benefits set aside for the wealthiest 1%. And in connection with the GOP tax scam, explode the debt by another $2 trillion that you force working families, middle-class folks, and everyday Americans to pay for. Republicans are not the party of fiscal responsibility. Stop trying to convince the American people otherwise. Same playbook. In fact, during the administration of Donald Trump, during his first 4 years, the debt exploded to such a degree that 25% or so of our nation's debt came from just the first term of President Donald Trump. 25%. We've been around for over 248 years. The party of fiscal responsibility. And then, of course, President Biden inherits a significant deficit, overwhelming debt, and his first 2 years gets a lot done and cuts the deficit by $1.7 trillion. There's still a lot of work for all of us to do. But do not pretend that any of this, that this budget resolution has anything to do with fiscal responsibility or keeping your promises to the American people. You promised to lower the high cost of living, have done nothing about it. And so, here we are again. There you go again with this GOP tax scam. Same exact playbook. $4.5 trillion worth of cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected disproportionately to benefit billionaire donors and well-connected corporations. To make matters worse, you would actually cut programs, cut the social safety net, cut the things that matter to working-class Americans, middle-class Americans, young people, seniors, and others, including up to, if not more, $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid. That's the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. That doesn't help working-class Americans, doesn't help middle-class Americans, doesn't help children, doesn't help older Americans. It will devastate them. Devastate children, devastate people with disabilities, devastate seniors, devastate pregnant women all across the country, devastate nursing homes, shut down hospitals, including in rural America, in urban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America. That's what the Republican budget betrayal is all about. Devastate supplemental nutritional assistance programs for our children, for our veterans, for our families. That's what the Republican budget is all about. Has nothing to do with making life better for everyday Americans. It will hurt everyday Americans. So Democrats are not going to provide this reckless Republican scheme, this out-of-control budget, a single vote, not a single vote, because we're standing on the side of the American people. We will fight this reckless Republican budget today. We will fight this reckless Republican budget tomorrow. We will fight this reckless Republican budget until it's buried deep in the ground, never to rise again, and stand on the side of the American people at all times. Vote no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, my friend and the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the chairman. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I commend the Speaker, the leader, and the Chairman Arrington on their tremendous work. We've heard about all the ways the House budget resolution will deliver on President Trump's America First agenda. That includes making a generational investment in national defense. The $100 billion in defense spending this resolution unlocks will enable us to begin restoring American deterrence, prioritizing lethality, and ensuring peace through strength. It will help defend the DoD's mission at the border because border security is national security. It will help improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. It will help us start to revitalize our defense industrial base and restore readiness accounts to ensure we can fight tonight. It will also help us start to expand U.S. shipbuilding capacity and enhance our missile deterrence. It will also help begin restocking our nation's arsenal of critical munitions. And it will help us position our military to outcompete and out-innovate China. Achieving the President's goal of peace through strength will ultimately require us to get defense spending back above 4% of GDP. But none of that can happen unless we pass this budget resolution today. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 950,000 people in Alabama at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, it is my honor to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this Republican budget resolution because it is not a budget, it is a blueprint for American decline. Let's be clear. They want to exploit your labor, your tax dollars, and gut your earned benefits, all to bankroll tax cuts for their wealthy friends and donors. They want to increase your healthcare costs while Elon Musk and his friends hoard even more wealth. And they have the audacity to call it fiscal responsibility. This proposal will only deepen the constitutional crisis we are already in. A president trying to rule like a dictator, an unelected billionaire using hate and fear to expand his control over our country, and congressional Republicans pretending this chaos is normal even as their own constituents call them out for their cowardice. Our government is being hollowed out, our institutions are falling apart, and today House Republicans are slashing programs that people rely on to enact massive $4.6 tax giveaway to the rich. So I ask my Republican colleagues, who will you serve? The people who sent you here or the billionaires trying to buy our democracy? I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve his time. Members are advised to not only direct their comments to the chair, but to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, the minority leader regurgitated a talking point from the Democrat Party we've heard now for years. We heard it prior to the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. He said 83% of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act benefits would accrue to the top 1% of income earners. The Washington Post, which is no bastion of conservative journalism, said that, well, they gave him 2 Pinocchios for that one and called it a zombie claim, called it galling, and PolitiFact agreed with them and said it was flat out misleading. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield a minute to my friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. Tom McClintock, also a member of the House Budget Committee.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, this resolution not only saves an average family about $16,000 over the next 10 years through reduced spending, it also prevents a crushing $1,500 annual tax hike on a struggling family earning just $75,000 a year. I have news for the minority leader. That ain't rich, they can't afford it, and they don't deserve that. The details will come in the reconciliation bill, which can't be drafted until this resolution passes. So our Democratic colleagues ought to wait to see what the committees actually propose before setting their hair on fire. You know, the people didn't save our country last November. They gave us the tools to save it. It's now up to us to use them. This resolution unlocks a powerful tool and is a critical step to stop the reckless theft of the earnings, the productivity, the prosperity, and the dreams of the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 13.4 million people in California at risk of losing Medicaid. I would further remind my friend, the chair of the Budget Committee, that it was not the Democratic leader's statistic that he was quoting, about 83%. It was the Congressional Budget Office that found that 83% of the 2017 Trump tax cuts go to the richest 1% of Americans. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Tonko.
New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was quite remarkable to go back home to New York's 20th District last week after spending 12 hours moving this monstrosity through the Budget Committee. Everywhere I went, folks were imploring me, begging, pleading to stand up to this cruelty. And that's after weeks of receiving nonstop calls from thousands of activated and engaged constituents, many of whom are reaching out to me for the very first time. I held a town hall at Albany High School, and like many of my colleagues in recent weeks, it was packed. The energy in the room was palpable. Fear, helplessness, anger. Why, Mr. Speaker, are we forcing through legislation that will hurt the very people we represent? My constituents should never have to stand up and tell me they will interrupt their lives to fight with me in D.C. against the Republican agenda. But they did. Our job is to serve the American people, not rip access to basic necessities away from them at the behest of a president who declared himself king. Frankly, it's insulting to me, to this institution, to the working families of New York's 20th District, and every American who is still struggling just to get by. But here we are, blowing a $3 trillion hole in our national debt to serve billionaire oligarchs instead. Billionaire oligarchs and donors who will never have to wonder whether they can afford to go to the doctor, retire with dignity, or even put food on the table to feed their children at night. It's outrageous. It's a ripoff. It's a heartless betrayal of the American people, the middle class, working families, and future generations. My district has asked me, where is the solution to this? It rests right in this chamber. Let us assume the responsibilities, the duties, the authority, the power we have by the Constitution, with the power of the purse placed in our hands here in the House of Representatives. Let's act accordingly. They didn't want a president to circumvent Congress. They didn't want an agent who never had a background check, who was never confirmed by the U.S. Senate, and who is wielding a chainsaw at our programs and not showing sensitivity, compassion, intellect, and academics that will make the true difference. With that, I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Once again, the chair would remind and implore all members to not engage in personalities toward the president and direct your remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1.5 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from the Hoosier State of Indiana, Mr. Marlin Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution because it delivers on the promise that we made to the American people by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and fulfilling President Trump's agenda. This is direly needed. For the past 4 years, the American people have lived through the longest sustained period of debt and deficit in our nation's history. During that same time, Americans have also had to grapple with hyperinflation and record high energy costs and grocery costs at the grocery store. This budget will usher in a new golden era that the American people are yearning for, and where free enterprise can flourish, energy production is unleashed, and our fiscal health is restored. This budget does so by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which delivered wage increases of 4.9% and the lowest poverty and unemployment rates in 50 years. This budget also achieves a deficit reduction of $1 billion over 10 years and achieves massive savings in our spending. Washington doesn't have a revenue problem. Washington has a spending problem. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here to fulfill a mission, putting our nation back on a trajectory towards success and prosperity. Passing this resolution is the first step in that process. This budget doesn't betray the middle class. It saves the middle class and empowers the middle class for a prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. This is the first time that I remember where we are actually being fiscally responsible, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 1.8 million Hoosiers at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I strongly oppose the Republican budget ripoff.
I hear from constituents every day about the high cost of living. Under the Trump administration, healthcare costs are rising, and putting food on the table is getting harder as egg prices skyrocket and housing remains unaffordable. Unfortunately, the Republican ripoff is a slap in the face to working families. Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans are asking us to support axing Medicaid by $180 billion, even though food stamps reduce rural poverty. Republicans will cut this program too by $230 billion. Republicans are defunding the police by stripping funding from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the CFPB is the only federal cop on the block to hold Wall Street banks and big tech payment apps accountable when they cheat Americans. It is shameful that while families suffer from high prices, Musk is firing thousands of federal workers and stealing sensitive data from his competitors. Although this ripoff cuts $2 trillion in vital programs, and what do Republicans plan to do with this money? Oh, they're going to give it. They're going to give it to the billionaires in this country. $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. If that math doesn't compute, it's because they expect Americans to buy the next mega yacht for Jeff Bezos. Well, I tell you, we're not going to do that, and we want to tell you today, Democrats are no on this budget. It is outrageous that you all have the audacity to come here with this budget that harms so many Americans and ask us to support billionaires and think we're going to buy it? You think we're going to support it? Well, you got another thought coming. We ain't doing it.
Chairman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I can't believe my ears criticizing the audacity of us here in Washington, our nation's capital, giving the hard-earned money back to the people, letting them keep more of their money as they've suffered 4 years under record inflation, record interest rate hikes, record consumer debt. How dare us give money back to small businesses and working families so they can pay the bills and provide for their families. Mr. Chairman, I now recognize and yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Show Me State of Missouri, our House Transportation and Infrastructure Chairman, Mr. Sam Graves.
Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the House's fiscal year 2025 budget resolution, which is a critical step needed to unlock a reconciliation bill that's going to help secure our border, revitalize our military. It's going to unleash American energy independence and extend tax cuts for American families and small businesses. Simply put, this budget delivers on all of President Trump's America First agenda by prioritizing the economic and national security of hardworking Americans. Failure to act on this budget resolution, our House Republican budget, risks trillions in tax increases on Missouri farmers, small businesses, and families. So as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I'm pleased to see that the budget directs an investment of $100 billion for our national defense after years of underinvestment. And as chairman of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I am ready to do our part to produce a bill that fulfills President Trump's border security agenda by providing funding for the United States Coast Guard for drug and migrant interdiction. The Coast Guard has been underfunded for years. However, this administration recognizes that the Coast Guard is the workhorse when it comes to securing our maritime border. And I'm grateful for the President's focus on providing robust resources to the services to do even more, and I know that the men and women in the Coast Guard are very much up to the task. Despite delivering these robust investments, this budget still requires the Transportation Infrastructure Committee to generate at least $10 billion in savings overall. Committee Republicans have been hard at work to make sure that we are prepared to support the Coast Guard while also being good stewards of taxpayers' dollars by responsibly offsetting our investments. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the chair of the Budget Committee moments ago said something to the effect of, this is about giving the people their money back. Not so.
How's it going?
This is about the 1 in 3 Americans on Medicaid who are at risk of losing it. Because what is in this budget plan, in black and white, the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history, cuts to other programs like SNAP, school lunches, Head Start. And why? To deliver tax cuts, 83% of which go to the richest 1% of Americans. That's what this plan is about. And with that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, my friend, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. DeLauro.
2 minutes.
As ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I am responsible for funding programs and services that the American people rely on. I also see the importance of programs like Medicaid, which help tens of millions of people afford health insurance. After all their talk about lowering the cost of living, Republicans wasted no time in making their real priorities clear. For this majority, billionaires and the biggest corporations always come first. Elon Musk, President Trump are hard at work trying to gut Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, which helps nearly 100 million Americans afford health insurance, medications, life-saving care. Nationwide, Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program provide medical coverage to nearly 4 in 10 children. Almost 40% of the children in the United States get their health care through Medicaid. These programs were designed, improved, and expanded over decades by both parties to help people deal with the high cost of health care, and they have delivered for so many families. In my district alone, there are 229,000 people on Medicaid, including 79,000 children, 33,000 seniors. Medicaid paid for 3,000 births last year, providing comprehensive prenatal, delivery, postpartum care to newborns and mothers. These are programs that help families and children. Medicaid works. Elon Musk is only interested in helping the richest among us. His dream is to fully extend more than $4.5 trillion worth of tax breaks to their billionaires and the wealthiest corporations in the world. How will they pay for these tax cuts? Pay for this massive giveaway? Republicans want to pay for this with cuts to Medicaid, $880 billion from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, putting coverage at risk for millions of Americans and raising their premiums. To cut even more from the program, they also want to make it harder for people. Thank you. Who bears the brunt of these cuts? Seniors, children, low-income families, people with disabilities, those struggling the most high health care costs are the first ones left behind. Republicans are coming for SNAP next, threatening 40 million Americans who are just trying to put food on the table. Democrats will stand where we always do, on the side of the middle class, against yet another reckless Republican budget that steals even more wealth for billionaire class. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Ohio, also chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jim Jordan.
Recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman for yielding. The budget resolution will allow us to cut taxes, reduce spending, help our national defense, and secure the border, which is exactly what we told the voters we were going to do in the election. I always say this, we make this job way too complicated. It's pretty darn simple. What did you tell the voters you were going to do when you put your name on the ballot? If you get elected, go do what you said. The American people elected us. Majority in the House, majority in the Senate, 77 million voted for President Trump. We told them what we were going to do. Now it's time to do it, and this is step one of that process. Ranking member referenced the American people. We're remembering the American people exactly what we told them, why they elected us. And to do all that, it takes resources, particularly the one that focuses in our committee, securing the border. It takes resources, and the reason we need so many resources to secure the border is because the previous administration screwed everything up so bad. Day one of the Biden administration, they made 3 decisions. No more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico, and when you get here, you will not be detained, you will be released. And when you do that and advertise to the entire planet, those are the new policies, everybody comes. 10 million people came, almost the equivalent of the entire population of the state I get the privilege of representing. And so now to fix that, you got to find resources, you got to find savings, you got to do what we're doing in this legislation. Because it takes personnel, it takes equipment, it takes space, it takes detention beds, it takes judges, it takes lawyers to handle to secure that border and handle what needs to be done to fix what they caused, what they created. So I want to thank the chairman and the good work he's done, the Republican members of the Budget Committee for putting this together. Look, he's right. If we don't do this, taxes are going to go up on the families across this great country. I don't want the taxes to go up on the families I represent in the 4th District of Ohio. I don't want that to happen. I want the border secured. I want to reduce spending because I know we're running trillion-dollar deficits and we piled up $36 trillion in debt. And I want to help our national defense because it's still a dangerous world. Just got back from Israel last week. We know how dangerous it is. They know how dangerous this world is. So this bill is common sense, and it's step one of a 3-part process to get us to what we told the American people we were going to do, what they elected us to do. And that's why I hope we can pass this. I urge a yes vote. And again, thank the chairman for his good work and his committee's work. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman from Ohio is actually right. It is a dangerous world. And you know, Mr. Chair, what makes it more dangerous is when under this administration, the United States is voting with Russia and North Korea and Hungary and voting against every single one of our democratic allies. That makes a dangerous world infinitely more dangerous. And with that, I'm happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the gentleman. 4 weeks. In just 4 weeks, Donald Trump has sown chaos all over this country. His administration is defying court orders, firing federal workers, freezing vital funding that our constituents depend on, impacting everything from wildfire preparations to water security and health and housing programs and a lot more. All of this under the guise of cost savings. But the reality is, there are no meaningful savings or other benefits for average taxpayers. Real people's lives are being turned upside down. Our National Park Service, workers at a number of federal agencies, farmers, firefighters, everyone who depends on federal services is feeling the squeeze of this reckless agenda. Meanwhile, Republicans are preparing their budget reconciliation bill, which is going to cost at least $4 trillion. Now, our Republican colleagues are being coy about the specifics, but Americans can connect the dots. You can't do a tax cut for billionaires of that magnitude without either dramatically slashing Medicaid and maybe Social Security and Medicare while you're at it, or dramatically exploding the deficit. So just like every other action before us, Republicans' budget is a betrayal of the American people. They're choosing billionaires over programs everyday people depend on. In my district alone, hundreds of thousands of people will lose Medicaid. Tens of thousands will lose SNAP benefits that help put food on the table. The Natural Resources Committee is tasked with finding at least $1 billion of these savings. The $1 billion for their billionaire joyride. Their plan is to sell off public lands, do more favors for big oil.
I yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you. More favors for big oil, even though they are rolling in record profits, even though we're already producing and exporting record amounts of oil and gas. And of course, their old favorite, open up the Arctic refuge for drilling and pretend that that will bring in money as well. Last time it brought in $0 when they did that in 2017.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to vote no. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Texas recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from the great state of Michigan and also the chair of the House Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Tim Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my friend from Texas. Mr. Speaker, in November, the American people delivered a clear and resolute mandate to this Congress: rein in out-of-control spending. For too long, bureaucrats in Washington recklessly spent Americans' hard-earned tax dollars and drove up our national debt to nearly catastrophic levels, hurting all Americans and especially the most vulnerable. For example, the Biden-Harris administration attempted to spend as much as $1 trillion through his illegal and irresponsible student loan bailouts. And virtually nothing was done to control the cost of federal student loan program, meaning students will be able to take on even more in student loan debt and drive up the burden on all Americans, even those who never went to college or received a degree. Why should we continue to spend Americans' tax dollars on a system that is clearly not working? Something must change, and Americans are sick and tired of this wasteful spending. With Republicans in control of the House, Senate, and White House, we have a real opportunity to cut through the waste, fraud, abuse, and falsehoods in Washington. Reconciliation provides us with a chance to address Washington's spending problem. Under the new Trump administration, we can cut spending, deliver on the mandate given to us by the American people, and put more money back in Americans' pockets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I begin to yield back, I will await the false report on Medicaid in Michigan. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I want to disappoint the gentleman from Michigan, so I'm happy to inform him the accurate number that this bill would put 2.4 million people in Michigan at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, distinguished former member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a Republican betrayal of the middle class, of working families across the country. If you are at home watching this, I want you to think about what Republicans want to slash from your life so that they can lower taxes for the biggest corporations and wealthiest billionaires like Elon Musk. They want to cut a minimum, the floor, of $880 billion from Medicaid, which covers health care for 72 million Americans. Medicaid pays for nursing homes for 5 out of 8 seniors across the country, pays for health care for 38 million kids, including over 3 million kids in Texas and 1.2 million kids in Ohio. In fact, it pays for 64% of childbirths in Speaker Mike Johnson and Majority Leader Steve Scalise's home state of Louisiana. Any Republican who votes for this resolution is voting for those cuts, as well as devastating cuts to nutrition and Medicare. Don't listen to Republicans who try to say that Medicaid won't be touched. I introduced an amendment to protect Medicaid, which they blocked during our budget markup because they intend to cut Medicaid. Remember when Donald Trump said that he would tackle inflation and lower costs on day one? Well, here we are, a month in, and prices are rising. Musk has taken a literal chainsaw to tens of thousands of jobs, putting families and local economies at risk. This budget resolution makes it clear that the only people that Republicans are willing to fight for in this country are the wealthiest billionaires who apparently now rule the country. This is unbridled greed and corruption. Vote no on this disastrous budget resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my good friend from the Cornhusker State of Nebraska, who is also chair of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee, Mr. Adrian Smith.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people want us to have a thoughtful exchange here, and I want to hopefully contribute to that, especially when I hear some of the accusations made that are just off base, misleading, false, and Warren Buffett has paid a record amount in taxes. I think that's worth noting. That's been in the press very widely in the last few days. But this budget framework delivers on House Republicans and the President's promise to minimize tax burdens for Americans across the income spectrum, promote security in our communities, and unleash economic growth. The resolution would allow us to extend the historic tax relief from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which has been enormously successful, and we know this, and allowing families to keep more of their paychecks and supercharging growth for small businesses. If these tax cuts are allowed to expire, as we've heard, the average American would suffer. Make no mistake, that's small businesses, family farms, so many other folks. In addition to averting the most severe tax hike in American history, this deficit-neutral budget will reduce the debt-to-GDP ratio by 8 percentage points, and the American people—
I'd like to yield another 15 seconds.
The American people, again, want us to have a thoughtful exchange on this. Let's elevate the debate and stick to the facts, and realizing we can do well for the American people by doing so. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas Reserve. And you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 340,000 people in Nebraska at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
I rise in opposition to the Republican ripoff. Budgets tell priorities, and as inflation goes up and Americans continue struggling to pay their rent, purchase groceries, and afford going to the doctor, Republicans stand united. Sell out the working class by ripping away health care coverage and food from children to pay for tax cuts for the rich. This is the unbelievable but real cruelty of their budget. Make devastating cuts to Medicaid for 135,000, mostly seniors and children in my district alone. Slash SNAP benefits for thousands of hungry children and families. End ACA premium tax cuts that currently save families over $6,000 annually. And for what? To give $5 trillion in handouts to those who need it the least, the ultra-rich and big corporation. And let's be clear, my Republican colleagues will declare that this resolution is necessary to extending the 2017 Trump tax scam to purportedly help the middle class. This is a lie. The majority of the tax cuts that they aim to extend will only benefit the rich, and the middle class will lose so many of the benefits they rely on. In their 2017 Trump tax scam, Republicans slashed the corporate tax rate and watched 100% of those benefits flow to shareholders, billionaires, and high-paid executives. And what did workers get? A big, fat zero. But even still, President Trump wants to cut the corporate tax rate by even more. What's more, Republicans' apparent concern for fiscal responsibility is nowhere to be found. Their budget will actually balloon our national debt in a reverse Robin Hood scheme that betrays working Americans we all represent.
Time has expired.
I'll yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
My constituents deserve better. All of our constituents deserve better. I once again voice my opposition to the Republican ripoff that will do nothing to address the needs of everyday American people.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Arkansas and the House Chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. French Hill.
Was recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I thank Mr. Arrington for yielding this time. What's irresponsible to those watching this debate and is the truth about the Biden-Harris policies, that when you combine irresponsible fiscal policy in this nation over the past 4 years and an irresponsible monetary policy, what's irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that our families are suffering from inflation, the highest in 40 years. It takes $1.21 for what it cost $1 just 4 years ago. The resolution before us changes the direction. It delivers on President Trump's agenda to put the American people first. This resolution does protect the American people from the largest tax increase in American history. And let's set the record straight. The top 1% are paying more in taxes, the most they've ever paid in the history of the country. They pay 45% of all the taxes in this country. And yet, the rest of us, At less than that 50%, they're paying the least amount of tax they've ever paid in American history. This bill goes on to support border security and national defense that President Trump campaigned on and Republicans campaigned on, and it reins in wasteful spending. It reduces our long-term debt to GDP, and in the Financial Services Committee, we're pleased to follow the directions of the House Budget Committee and deliver on spending reforms by cutting back one of the most wasteful agencies that we have, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman from Texas Reserve.
Well, Mr. Chairman, upon hearing that the richest 1% of Americans pay 45% in taxes, my heart is breaking. I'll be sure that at church this Sunday we take up an extra collection, but God knows the billions of dollars they're about to get in this budget resolution will certainly help line their pockets. With that, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Republican budget resolution and urge my colleagues to reject it for what it is: a total scam and betrayal of the middle class. A budget isn't just a policy document. It's a moral document. And in their budget, the Republicans make their moral code clear. The rich get richer, and the rest of us pay for it. There is no reason a teacher in Louisville, Kentucky should pay more in taxes than Tesla did last year. Kentuckians, let's talk about how this budget will hurt you. This budget mandates at least $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid, $230 billion of cuts to take meals away from seniors, veterans, and kids, and at least $330 billion of cuts to our public schools. Let me make this clear for those of you watching from Kentucky. If you are one of the 1.4 million people in the Commonwealth who gets health insurance through Connect, Republicans are coming for your health care. If you have a kid in JCPS, Republicans are coming after their education, fewer teachers, fewer opportunities, and no more free school lunch. If you are one of our veterans or our seniors or the 1 in 5 Kentucky kids going hungry as we speak, Republicans want to take away your next meal. It's wrong. I met with over 1,000 of my constituents this weekend. They're angry. I'm angry too, because this budget hurts people. And for what? So Elon Musk can get even richer? It's a scam. I yield back.
Gentleman, Pennsylvania Reserves. Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, also a Budget Committee member who's helped us draft this budget framework, Mr. Chuck Edwards.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd just like to acknowledge the great work that our budget chairman has done to bring us to this point today. It's taken him hundreds of hours and tested his blood pressure quite seriously to get us to this point. And I rise today in firm support of this resolution. In November last year, 77 million Americans demanded changes in how our federal government is working for them, particularly in the disastrous policies from the last 4 years. And I plan to help deliver on those demands by fixing how Washington works and implementing President Trump's agenda to make America first. This resolution gives us the framework that we need to meet the demands of those 77 million Americans. Those demands include fixing our border, this crisis once and for all. This resolution does that. Those demands include unleashing American energy. This resolution does that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chair, I urge strong support for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Reserves.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire as to how much time remains on each side?
15 and a quarter minutes remaining for Pennsylvania.
15 and a quarter on this side?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. And I would remind the gentleman that just spoke, this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. Now with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes To the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Mr. Speaker, I ask myself two questions on every vote. Who does this benefit? Who does this hurt? Today, the answers are clear. This Republican budget resolution would benefit the richest 1%. Who would it hurt? Working class families struggling to make ends meet. It threatens third graders in my hometown of Pawtucket who rely on the community eligibility provision to eat school breakfast and lunch. It threatens a new mom on Aquidneck Island who needs Medicaid to afford postpartum care. And it threatens seniors in East Providence who depend on Medicaid's home and community-based services to stay connected to their loved ones as they age at home. All of these ordinary Americans would get hurt. For what? To pay for tax cuts for the rich. Don't believe me? Look at the numbers. The Republican plan could slash $230 billion from SNAP and $880 billion from Medicaid. Two proposals which allow them to turn around and shovel $1.1 trillion in tax giveaways to the richest 1%. Mr. Speaker, when I first read through this resolution, I thought surely it must be a mistake. There's no way that Republicans would intentionally hurt working Americans, right? Wrong. Democrats tried to stop the madness over and over, but Republicans refused to listen. Just yesterday, Republicans refused to consider my amendment to block cuts to SNAP and programs that provide free and reduced-priced lunches for students. You heard that right. Republicans want to make it harder for hungry children to eat. Republicans also refuse to join me in supporting Medicaid. It provides health coverage to 72 million Americans, including over 300,000 Rhode Islanders. That's not a typo. Republicans are putting the needs of billionaires above the needs of ordinary Americans. If that isn't a betrayal, I don't know what is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Tar Heel State of North Carolina, also Budget Committee member and good friend, Mr. Addison McDowell.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and while we may not agree on whose state has better barbecue, one thing we do agree on is that today is a momentous day, not for one party, but for all Americans. Today, we take a giant step towards fulfilling the mandate given by millions of Americans. For too long, the people's interests have been drowned out by an agenda pursued by elite left-wing politicians. You see, elite left-wing politicians don't feel the impact of their reckless policies, whether it be pursuing open border policies or policies that fuel inflation. It's normal citizens who feel the impact. Today, we start the process of restoring America's strength rather than pursue a reckless ideological joyride agenda. This resolution paves the way for historic investment in our country's border security, permanent tax relief for the middle class, getting rid of the inflation tax that's hit the working class, and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse throughout our government. Mr. Speaker, Americans demand better. This resolution does that. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Ms. expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 2.8 million people in North Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Moskowitz.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today, Representative Thomas Massey, who is a budget hawk who walks around with the debt clock, which, by the way, I bought. It's $99 on his website, or on a website, talked about today that the Republican budget, if the Republican budget passes, the budget deficit doesn't get better, it gets worse. And then Elon Musk commented, and he said, "That sounds bad." Boy, that is awkward. I mean, you know how much we hate it when you guys fight amongst each other. And you know, so that wasn't enough, right? Then Representative Massey went to the meeting, the Republican meeting where the budget was being discussed, and he came out and he said, you know what, they convinced me. They convinced me that he's a no. And the reason he's a no is he said over the next 3 years, it's going to add almost $1 trillion to the debt. And he said, and that's in the most best case, the most rosy scenario, And then he said, that's a lie. Man. So this clock that we have that has the debt, it's still going up. DOGE has not yet reversed it. And I say that as a member of the DOGE caucus who wants to shrink the size of government and cut spending. But this 36, instead of your budget making it a 35, it's going to make it a 37. We're going to go to $37 trillion in debt. And so, look, if you pass this today, this idea about DOGE or the Republicans being fiscal hawks or wanting to cut spending is no longer reality. I yield back. Thank you.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I want to remind the gentleman that the last 4 years, President Biden and my Democrat colleagues set a record of $8 trillion added to the national debt. If you add the $5 trillion in interest expense, well, I don't know that anybody's going to ever accomplish that feat. That's $8.5 trillion borrowed a day. And during that reign of reckless spending, they added $116,000 to the debt burden that our children will bear into the future. With that, I recognize and yield 2 minutes of time to my friend from California, also a Budget Committee member, Mr. J. Obernolte.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my chairman of the Budget Committee and my friend from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this year we will borrow almost $2 trillion, which represents almost a third of all federal spending. For the first time in the history of our country this year, we will spend more on interest paying the national debt that we have already borrowed. And in several years, 3/4 of all federal borrowing will be just to pay interest on the money that we have already borrowed. Several years after that, we won't even have enough money to pay the interest on the national debt, which will signal a devastating default for our country. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow that to happen. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we have a spending problem. We do not have a revenue problem. Last year, we collected more dollars in federal tax revenue than ever in the history of our country. That's why this budget resolution is so important. It starts us finally down the path of reducing federal spending rather than increasing federal spending, and it does it without increasing taxes on hardworking Americans. That's why I'm proud to urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 13.4 million people in California at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, Mr. Chair, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Vermont, a great member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republican budget. Here's the deal. Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House, and they could be passing legislation to actually make your lives better, to lower costs on groceries, on prescription drugs. They could be lowering the cost of housing. But instead, they are attacking the very programs that working and middle-class families rely on this country. It is a betrayal. We were sent here, all of us, we were sent here to work on behalf of the people back home. We were sent here to lower costs for people, to alleviate suffering. And I know that my colleagues were as well. So I ask you, why are they letting Trump do this? Why? This Republican budget doesn't do anything to address the costs that working people are facing. They have proposed a budget that gives massive, massive tax cuts to the wealthiest and corporations in this country. And how will they pay for it? They will pay for it by making deep cuts to Medicare to the tune of $880 billion and deep cuts to SNAP benefits. That's right, taking food away from families who need it. And they will be increasing the deficit. So it is long past time for them to stop lecturing us about the debt when they know full well that their math is not mathing. They are adding to the deficit with this program, and they are literally giving the money away to the wealthiest who do not need it. When I vote on this Republican budget, I will be thinking of all the working families back home in Vermont, people who sent me here to work on their behalf, not against them. I'm thinking of families who worry that they won't have Head Start. I'm thinking about the people who, thank you so much. I'm thinking about the small businesses in Vermont who have reached out to me to say that Trump's proposed tax war with Canada, tariff war, is going to crush them. I'm thinking about the 150,000 Vermonters who are dependent on Medicaid. I urge my colleagues to reject this unfair budget, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield a minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Glenn Grothman, also my colleague on the House Budget Committee.
Thank you very much. I think I have to address some of the things that I think are out of line or misspoke with regard to the other party today. First of all, I want to point out there are not a lot of details in this budget. The budget has a lot of top-line numbers in which we try to keep tax cuts that went into effect 8 years ago in effect because we need a strong economy with high employment. But there are no specific cuts in here. The frustrating thing I hear from the other side is that they're taking out that any cut or any reduction in spending is a problem. Let me remind people, 26% of the current level spending for the current year is borrowed. That should be of huge concern to everybody. The average American has about $100,000 their share of a debt. Think of that. A family of four has $400,000 in their share of the debt. The average person, or the average American in the budget coming up this year will be spending about $20,000.
I yield the gentleman another 15 seconds.
Right. Just follow up one more time. Remember, America has to know that 26% of every Social Security dollar, 26% of every new tank, 20% of every new education dollar is borrowed. And at a time where interest costs are going up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would remind the gentleman this bill would put 1.2 million people in the Badger State at risk of losing Medicaid. With that, I'm very happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, distinguished member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, Ms. Presley.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District as the House prepares to vote on a truly horrifying Republican budget resolution, one void of empathy or common sense. I'm thinking of and censoring the people in my district who stand to be harmed the most. Families in Mattapan who receive their health care through Mass Health, the Medicaid program for Massachusetts. Mothers in Chelsea who rely on SNAP to feed their babies. Disabled veterans in Randolph who receive life-saving care and benefits through the VA. Families in Roxbury who rely on Head Start for child care. This Republican majority said they'd spend the next 2 years cutting costs for the middle class, but the only thing they're cutting is trillions of dollars from life-saving programs our communities depend on to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, this has never been about efficiency. Tell me how it is efficient to make people across this country sicker, hungrier, poorer, more vulnerable. Tell me how it is efficient to buy more toy rockets for Donald Trump's billionaire friends while parents can't afford groceries. The cruelty is the point. What a callous shame and a sham. I urge my colleagues to stand with the people, protect families, and reject this shameful budget resolution. In the words of a righteous faith leader whose place of worship Donald Trump recently attended, have mercy. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think God had mercy on this country, and he's given us a shot now to turn this country around and to give it back to the American people and to return to common sense policies, to put the American people first and to clean up the mess in Washington, D.C. And we've seen the exposure of the waste and the woke and the bloat, and it's immoral to hand our country like this to the next generation. We're long overdue to get our fiscal house in order, Mr. Chairman. And the American people deserve to keep more of their money. The American people deserve fiduciaries in Congress that will take care to steward their tax dollars. And the people who need these programs that we created for the most vulnerable, they deserve to have the programs without having folks siphon off monies or people ineligible draining those programs. We got a lot of work to do. We won't be intimidated by the rhetoric. We won't be scared into paralysis anymore as a Republican Party. We're standing up with our president and fearless leader, Mr. Donald J. Trump, and we know the American people are behind us 100%. We're leaning in, and we're going to save this country. And we're going to give our children a fighting chance at the blessings of liberty and the land of opportunity. With that, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, who is a fighter for our freedom and fiscal sanity. He's on the Budget Committee from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of the House budget resolution. And Jody, I just want to thank you for the yeoman's work that you've done. You've stood tall and you stood strong. You know, for those who are watching on TV and for those of you who are listening, you know, we got in a steady diet of the same old worn out tactics, rich, poor, divinity politics, taking food from hungry children. You hadn't used Granny is going over the cliff yet, but I assume that's coming. You know, my question to my good friends on the other side, where were you the last 4 years? Where were you? We got a steady diet of high inflation. We got a steady diet of 15 million illegals coming across this country, using every public school, every hospital, not being a citizen, draining the payroll and draining the economy of America. What about the empathy for the poor unaccompanied children who came over here and are in sex trades, and if they're still living, many of them, well over 400,000 children? What about the inflation at every level? Where were you the last 4 years? House prices, where were you? Interest rates, you were nowhere to be found. Where were your solutions? You didn't have any, because we've got a total two worldviews. You think taxes paid by Americans is your money to spend like you want. Elon Musk and what Donald Trump are doing are identifying the waste. Let the American people judge. 77 million Americans judged on who they thought could lead this country, and it wasn't an inept president who couldn't give a press conference if he had to or read a thank you card. That's who you put up with for 4 years. And folks, the past is the judge of the future. This bill, I would love to have $5 trillion in cuts, but we got.
I yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
We've got more to go. This is the first step. The journey starts with the first step. We're going to fight, and we're going to stop the policies that have bankrupted this country that y'all have indicated, that y'all have put up with for the last 4 years. Time's up. It's time for a new day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would remind the gentleman that this bill would put 1 million people in South Carolina at risk of losing Medicaid. But I appreciate the previous speaker's candor, his saying that he wants $5 trillion worth of cuts, and to quote him, this is only the beginning. So I hope that every middle-class American hears that and knows what is coming, that by his own words, this is just the beginning. This is bad enough. What are we talking about? $880 billion worth of cuts to Medicaid and the ACA, $230 billion worth of cuts to nutrition programs, $330 billion of cuts to student loan programs, Pell Grants, Head Start, school lunches, and more and more. And why? Also tax cuts worth $4.5 trillion can go to the richest 1% of Americans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield 2 minutes to a wonderful new member of this body, the gentlewoman from New Jersey, a distinguished member of the Transportation Committee, Ms. Poe.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the first speech on the floor of this body to reject the Republican so-called budget. I came to Congress to help my constituents. I came here to provide direct relief to struggling Americans and lift people up. This Republican budget does none of those things. It is nothing more than a blueprint for cruelty. This GOP budget will destroy Medicaid and take health care away from millions of Americans. In my district alone, this could strip health care from the 215,000 people on Medicaid, blow up hospital budgets, raise insurance premiums, and all to give trillions in tax cuts to the millionaires. Another cash giveaway to the super rich at the expense of ruining American lives. I reject and I intend to vote no to this cruel Republican budget and yield back. Thank you.
From Pennsylvania reserves, gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, my good friend and ranking member made a comment about Mr. Ralph Norman from South Carolina. He said, listen closely to what he said. He'd like to cut $5 trillion from the budget. Well, you know what? Add my name to that list, because the GAO says there's $5 trillion of fraud throughout the four corners of this federal government. That's the people's money. And we ought to spend every waking hour together, across the aisle, bipartisan, to go and root out that waste and fraud that is fleecing the taxpayers. So you can count me in the camp of Mr. Ralph Norman. When the Government Accountability Office says that there are $5 trillion of defrauding the people's government and the people's money. You're not going to hear anybody on the other side of the aisle, and there's some good people and well-intended people. But in this debate, you're not going to hear them talk about illegals being on welfare rolls, or the fact that their President Joe Biden, with the stroke of a pen, welcomed illegals on to welfare and health care rolls. We can't even afford Social Security benefits that will, the fund of which will be insolvent within the next 10 years. And instead, we're bringing people that aren't even citizens onto the social safety nets that are paid for by taxpayers. And we're not spending that money, that precious treasure of taxpayers, to shore up Medicare and Social Security. It makes no sense to me, but you know what? It made no sense to the American people, and that's why they gave this president a mandate and gave this country unified Republican leadership. Now, they are still in denial, apparently, and they're definitely disconnected from the reality of the last 4 years. They may have had all the best intentions, but the pain and the suffering that the American people endured because of the reckless record trillions of dollars in spending and the failed economic policies of the last administration is real. They didn't forget it, and they voted with that acid test, that fundamental question: is my life better today? There's never been, I don't think, in American history, a clearer contrast between the two parties, back to back. Republican total control in 17 and 18, Democrat unified leadership on the heels of that, the philosophies, the values, the worldviews, the policies, and the consequences borne by the American people. And they have chosen a very different path, and they have asked us to reverse course and to reverse the curse that looms not only over this country, but our children's future. And I am surprised that I haven't heard one sentence about the waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government at $5 trillion. I'm surprised that I haven't heard any criticisms of the millions of people who've come to this country illegally and drained Medicaid, according to CBO, by billions of dollars. That was a letter in response to an inquiry that we sent. How much of the tax dollars in Medicaid are being siphoned off for people who are here illegally? I can't believe that there's not more indignation on account of the fact that $9,000 is what we're spending on people who broke the law, violated our sovereignty, and are here in this country illegally, and taxpayers are spending $9,000 per illegal immigrant for social services that were intended for the United States citizens. And that $9,000 represents more money than we spend on our own vulnerable American citizens on Medicaid. But you're not going to hear any of that today. But the American people know better. They've always had the better judgment, and they made the right call. And we aim to deliver for them. I don't know if my colleagues, how much time do I have, Mr. Chairman, remaining?
Minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 4¼ minutes remaining.
I am prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of my time. First, let me say before my closing, my good friend and chair of the Budget Committee, and we've worked closely together in opposition a lot of the time, but actually in agreement some of the time with some real achievements, though not today. He said something that really interests me, that there's this GAO report showing $5 trillion of fraud. Well, I certainly would be interested in seeing that report. The size of the entire budget every year is only $6.5 trillion. So how in the world $5 trillion out of $6.5 trillion is really fraud? I find that a little hard to believe. Now, Mr. Chairman, we are at a pivotal moment. I said at the beginning of this debate some 2.5 hours ago that this budget resolution represents the Republican betrayal of the middle class. For the last 2.5 hours, you have heard speaker after speaker on my side expose exactly why that is so. First and foremost, and I think most crucially, the $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid, the largest cuts in American history to Medicaid. Why is that important? 72 million Americans rely on Medicaid. Another 20 million rely and get their health care through the Affordable Care Act. They are also at risk. We have heard further that while those are the biggest cuts, there are even more, hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to nutrition assistance, school lunch programs, Pell Grants, Head Starts, and the list goes on and on. And why? All to deliver $4.5 trillion of tax cuts to the richest 1% of Americans. And let's not forget the fact that in order to cover the rest of the cost of those tax cuts, they are increasing the debt limit by $4 trillion. They like to talk about debt and how horrible it is, but this piece of legislation will make our debt situation far worse. This is the Republican betrayal of the middle class. Day after day, in my home state of Pennsylvania, you had candidates from both sides talking about how the #1 priority should be to lower costs for Americans. The president made that promise. He said he would do it on day one. Well, here we are, more than a month in, not one executive order, not one bill to lower costs for the American people. Instead, we have this bill to take money from the middle class and give it to those who need it the least. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to lead the opposition to this Republican betrayal of the middle class. I urge every member of this House to vote no. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make my closing remarks consume as much time as we have on the clock here, but let me also pay respects to my ranking member. He is a great guy. He has been a really good partner. We've done some really important things together on a bipartisan basis. In fact, we've passed more bipartisan legislation to fix the broken budget process, which doesn't serve either party in this institution well, and I give him equal credit, if not more credit, because when you're in the minority, there's tremendous pressure not to work with the majority. But he's an American first, and we may disagree, but I know where his heart is. Now, let me answer the question of the ranking member. The $5 trillion is a CBO score. That's a 10-year budget window score, just like the $2 trillion that we have as a goal to reduce reckless, wasteful, and fraudulent spending. Now, Mr. Chairman, the reconciliation process is generally to reconcile the House and Senate budgets, but more than a process for matching up revenues and outlays, this exercise, more importantly, is reconciling the difference between the American people's interest, expectations, and values, and a federal government that has totally lost its way, forgotten who it serves, and too often has failed to faithfully and fairly and efficiently execute the laws of the land. And if we learned anything from the November election, it's that the American people want a strong country. They want a competent leader, common sense policies, and they want all of us to put America first. And that's what this budget resolution does. I'd like to think of this budget resolution as a promissory note to our children to preserve the land of liberty and opportunity by safeguarding it from an unwieldy government and with unbridled spending, taxing, and regulating that threatens to destroy it. Mr. Chairman, I said this in the Budget Committee, and I'm going to say it now to close. The era of wasteful, woke, and weaponized government is over. And this budget resolution will be its tombstone. Here lies one of the darkest chapters in American history. Open borders, record crime, lawlessness, feckless foreign policies, cost of living crises. Enough. It's time to reverse the curse. It's time to reverse the reckless spending, the failed policies, do the first and most important job of the federal government, keep the American people safe. That's exactly what we intend to do, and that's exactly what we've delivered with this framework. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Concurrent Resolution 14, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman, Mr. Schweikert, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer, each will control 30 minutes on the subject of economic goals and policies. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Chairman, and to the minority, I first want to apologize to everyone. I have one of my crappy lung infection, so at some point I'm going to start coughing and doing an inhaler. Just ignore me. Somehow I thought that'd be funnier. Mr. Chairman, and to my good friend Mr. Beyer, this I think is somewhat of a unique opportunity for those of us from the Joint Economic Committee. We actually take math seriously. We don't always see things alike, but the fact of the matter is the Joint Economic Committee, I think started in 1956, has this remarkable history of some of the world's greatest economists coming and speaking before it and walking us through it. And that's why this moment, we're going to try to do something that's special. Instead of just sort of sharing feelings, I'm going to ask us to share math. And within that, we're going to walk through what's actually in the budget resolution. This is a reconciliation budget. It's not a regular budget. This is a budget that opens up the ability, because the insanity we go through of moving something through the Senate and it's 60 votes. So the 1974 Budget Control Act, this is the dance we go through. The other thing I'm going to try to walk through is where the actual math lays in the box that's been given to us by the Budget Committee. And then the part I'm going to do, the Schweikert little bit of hope, is this the moment? Is this the moment of policy that actually forces us, both the left and the right, so that if there's cuts, modernization, changes, updates in methodology of how we deliver services, is this the stressor that makes us do something that's hard, but also do something that's truthful? I'm also going to try repeatedly to make the point, Mr. Chairman, and show why are we primarily doing this. We have a handful, actually a bunch of provisions of the 2017 tax reform that begin to expire. Most of those provisions actually are the benefit of small businesses and the working class. And I will show that over and over, and the distributional effects. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this budget resolution, and I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this budget is disastrous for the American economy. It will balloon our deficits, it will lead to higher interest rates, and will make the things Americans buy every day more expensive. It will slash critical investments in the things that make us healthier, safer, and more productive. Things like cancer research, aviation security, and our national park system. And it will decimate critical programs that support the people we represent, stripping health care from millions and make it harder for families to put food on the table and make ends meet. All of this for billionaires and corporations that get tax cuts they do not need and that our country cannot afford. I'm pleased to do this with my friend, Chairman Schweikert. I also believe in math, and I rarely brag, but I'm good at math. Americans have been clear. They want lower prices and an economy that works for them. Yet instead of focusing on making life easier for American families, at every turn, this administration and our Republican colleagues have engaged in a scorched earth policy. A policy that creates chaos across the country as the richest person on the planet eliminates services that our nation depends upon. My friend from South Carolina earlier said the policies would bankrupt our country. What's he mean? Health care for our families? Food for the working poor who overwhelmingly live in Republican districts? Sure, get rid of any identified bloat, as every president does. But this is a budget about billionaires, not about the every American women, men, and children we represent. Yes, I want to move towards a much smaller budget deficit. I listen to David Schweikert every closing afternoon during his special order hours. I hate the higher interest costs, but who pays? Our families or the 1,000 billionaires? That small percentage, 1% or less, of American population that has way more wealth than they could ever spend in lifetimes to come. You know, this budget depends on, my Republicans have long sung from the altar of fiscal responsibility, yet the plan they put in front of us today is a fiscal sacrilege. It depends on fantasy math It ignores that their deficit-busting tax breaks will add at least $4.6 trillion on our nation's credit card, adding even more interest that our families must pay. And this interest has real costs. It slows economic growth. It depresses the standard of living. It leads to higher inflation and higher interest rates, and it makes it even harder for families already faced with high prices and borrowing costs to make ends meet. Wasteful, woke, and weaponized policies, my friend from Texas said, that's a very small percentage of the federal budget. You're going to never achieve what's in this budget resolution on wasteful, woke, and weaponized policies. So what is this Republican plan? How do they address? They double down on the policies that will widen the growing wealth gap in this nation by giving billionaires trillions in handouts and providing pennies to the middle class. According to the Treasury Department, the top 1% of Americans, those making over $750,000 a year, can expect to get an annual tax cut of over $32,000. Working families will see a tiny fraction of that. Of course, the other main beneficiaries will be the wealthiest executives of the wealthiest corporations at a time when corporate profits are at an all-time high. Americans who rely on government services will be told they need to make sacrifices to pad those profit margins even further. How does that make any sense? To pay for these tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, the Republican budget proposes to cut programs Americans rely on to afford health care and to put food on the table. Almost 100 million Americans, including seniors, children, families, and those from every corner of this country, depend on Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act to afford medical care. Yet this budget would slash almost $900 billion from these critical programs, ripping away life-saving coverage and raising health care costs for those who rely on them. And at a time when prices at the grocery stores continue to climb, this budget would make it even harder for the 40 million Americans who rely on SNAP to put food on the table. The budget we are considering today will nothing to support the economic growth of this nation. It will benefit the wealthiest at the expense of those who make this country work, and I urge my colleagues to reject it. With that, I reserve, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, I've got to figure out, do I sit here and just spend my time correcting things that are mathematically not true or not in the design of what's actually here, or just over and over say how much I like working with Mr. Beyer because one day you'll be the chair and I'll be in your position. So let's actually walk through some basic math together. What will our spending be this year? It will be $7 trillion. What is actually in the cuts, remember the horrible draconian cuts, is $120 billion in a year. So 7 trillion, a trillion is 1,000 billion for those of you who are math dysfunctional. Let's walk through. And 120 billion is the Armageddon. So let's actually have a little, and we're probably going to end up using these a couple times here because I think they make a point. The way a reconciliation budget is laid out, it creates a series of boxes. Here's all these authorizing committees. We need you to find savings. We need you to find those savings through modernization, through waste and fraud. And we're going to spend a little time actually talking about some great documents even the Biden administration produced on waste and fraud. And I'm sure every member here has actually read them and some of the other articles we have from Wall Street Journal doing on Medicare Advantage and all these others. And many of them, when all added up, are $1 trillion+ dollars. Are we capable of actually being intellectually honest and walking through? So one of the charts, and we're going to come back to this again, is you've been hearing the Armageddon being said, but it's Medicaid. Look, I used to do my state's Medicaid budgets. Now, Arizona has a somewhat unique system. We actually buy managed care, capitated policies for our indigent population, and it's remarkably effective. And we deliver remarkably effective health care cheaper than almost every other state in the country, demonstrating that actually plan design, managed design, actually can both be much healthier for our society and save money. But you don't actually start to have those revolutionary conversations in Congress until you have moments of stress like this. So once again, I just want to add, in the document, 96% of the budget authority within energy and commerce is not touched. We're talking 4% of their budget authority, and that's spread over a decade. If we can't find 4% of modernization in these programs, we're actually in much more trouble than even just the brain trust here as we tell our stories. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While we're doing math, when I divide $2 trillion in savings and cuts over 10 years, I get $200 billion a year. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Massachusetts, the whip of the House Democratic Caucus, Ms. Clark.
How much time?
For 4 minutes, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Despite all the promises on the campaign trail, House Republicans have chosen to do 3 things with their majority: raise the cost of putting food on the table, raise the cost of getting health care, and use that money, deserving taxpayers' money, to cut billionaires' taxes. That's it. That's the agenda. And let's look at the scale of what they're sacrificing. Funding that feeds 15 million children, a program that pays for half of all the births in America, a service that keeps nursing homes and health centers' doors open, all to cut Elon's taxes. If that sounds outrageous to you, Madam Chair, and I sure hope it does, you are not alone. Let's be clear about the kind of money we're talking about. You know what it costs to keep a kid on Medicaid? $10 a day. How about keeping that child fed with SNAP benefits? $6 a day. What do Republicans want to give away to the already rich? $6 million per billionaire. Think about that. For a billionaire, $6 million is not even a rounding error. For a hungry child, it's enough to eat every single day for 34 lifetimes. Inflicting hunger on children to give billionaires money they don't need and won't even notice, there is no moral code under which that is acceptable. There is no public demand for it. There is no logical reason for it other than total fealty to billionaire donors, billionaires who will never feel they have enough. I'll close with a family that has been on my mind. A mom-to-be, 5 months pregnant. She and her husband are happy, they're in love, and they are excited for their daughter to arrive. But every month, their budget is tight. They get a little bit of help from food pantries, but sometimes, even if they arrive by 6 a.m., the food is already gone. Without the SNAP program, the mom said, I honestly don't know what we would do. Honestly, don't know what we would do. Every Republican has a choice to make with this vote. Will they vote to keep that mom and her daughter fed, or will they keep padding the pockets of those who will not even notice? The American people can forgive a lot, but they will not forgive this betrayal. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Woman. Look, I love public policy by storytelling, but this being the Joint Economic Committee, let's actually go back to math. And to Mr. Beyer, I want to make sure I'm communicating right, but at least we're down to, instead of the Armageddon, his number was, well, if you cut $2 trillion over 10 years, that's $200 billion. He's right, but that's actually not what's in the document here. It's functionally 1.2 with a shock absorber. Once again, I'll give you the shock absorber, depending on what Ways and Means ultimately does. So thank you again. I mean, it shows actually we're fairly close on math. Another thing, and this is just someone who actually had worked on the tax reform in 2017 and the storytelling that has existed, particularly with my brothers and sisters on the left. Madam Chairwoman, how would you feel if I could document to you that the post-2017 tax reform was more progressive? Now, there were lower rates, but the top portion of income earners actually were paying a higher percentage of federal income tax. So when you actually start looking at this, remember, and this is the distributional problem that I was going to try to walk through. I believe when you do the math here, 5% of the population, now these are people making stunning amounts of money. And if we want to have a discussion, should they pay more? Guess what? This opens up that discussion because there are no rates locked into this. It just creates the capacity to now have the discussion. But the fact of the matter, the top 5% pay 38% of all federal income taxes. Functionally half the workers in the United States pay less than 1%. And the bottom, and I'll take a correction if someone actually knows the actual number, I think the bottom 25% actually receives more because substantially earned income tax credit, which is the old negative income tax model. Look, we have a distributional problem. If you want to have a discussion of wealth and income equality, I have some great charts to show you of what inflation did, what the previous punctually 3.5 years of inflation did to wealth in the working class. When you inflate up people who have assets and you crush those who are trying to survive, congratulations. But remember, before the pandemic, under the TCJA, the tax reforms of 2017, it was the fastest closure of income inequality in American history. What's being discussed here is, do you allow those very tax benefits for small businesses, for individuals, to expire? Now, we don't get a huge economic pop from continuing them. You maintain consumption, but we know if you don't do them, that loss of consumption in those populations actually really hurts us economically. I'm going to reserve in a moment, but then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about some of the other provisions that we're just, once again, Madam Chair, just trying to create the capacity so we can actually have the more elegant debate of what should the distributional effects be? Where do we get the most economic growth from? And next time we're going to come back, let's actually do a bit of where the economic growth can come from, and we'll walk through what the model of expensing and those things. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To add to the distributional impacts, the top 5% pay 38% of the taxes, but they have more than 60% of the wealth. The bottom 10% pay very little, but live hand to mouth, including more than 12% of our children. Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the chairman, the distinguished chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Mr. Aguilar.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this Republican budget. House Democrats came to Congress ready to work with our Republican colleagues to lower the cost of eggs, take on price gouging, expand the child tax credit, build more housing, and put the pocketbooks of working families first. This is what the American people told us was their top priority. And these are the issues that drive our caucus. Instead, Madam Chair, they have turned their attention to the only policy priority that they really care about: ensuring billionaires pay less. My constituents can't afford eggs at the local grocery store, while my Republican colleagues are fighting amongst themselves about who to hand out tax breaks to, corporations or individuals. Tesla pays $0 in federal taxes, while teachers and firefighters in San Bernardino are paying more than their fair share. Here is the reality, Madam Chair. My Republican colleagues are going to take away health care from more than 10 million Californians to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. This is not going to make the cost of eggs cheaper or housing less expensive, but it is going to put children and seniors who need health care at risk. House Democrats believe that the people who work for a living ought to get a little breathing room, and the wealthy and well-connected shouldn't get special treatment. The Republican budget is not good for the economy, it's not good for the country, and it's a betrayal of the middle class. I urge a no vote.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I actually made a board for what the gentleman's point was, showing that within this budget this reconciliation budget document, how much additional tax cuts are there for C corporations? There's your board. Being a little sarcastic, but that's sort of a personality trait. The fact of the matter is, once again, the talking points don't match up with the reality here. Your taxes, everyone in this room, your taxes go up at the end of this year. If you run a small business, a pass-through, not a C corporation, a pass-through, your taxes go up. If you're part of an employee-owned company, so you've come together and you're managing yourselves almost like an employee co-op, your taxes go up. Now, what also do I hope, but I don't know if the capacity that this creates will allow us to do it, but I sure hope so. We have some great data, and I won't make you live through my charts, that show expensing. Research and development expensing and expensing. It has a cost in the 10-year window. Okay, hopefully everyone has listened to my dozens and dozens and dozens of speeches walking through what expensing is. Expensing is nothing more than depreciation. Do you take it in 1 year or, let's pretend, 7 years? But you still get the exact same amount of reduction in your taxes. It's a timing effect. The difference is if you can take it in the first year, if you do it over 7, you have to finance it. We actually have great economic modeling that shows when you do expense research and development, when you do expensing, you actually get a virtuous cycle of, well, we bought the piece of equipment, so we do it better, faster, cheaper. Well, our competitors just did it. The next year, we got to do it again. And that was one of the reasons, particularly pre-pandemic, we had that sudden spike of capital expenditures in productivity. The punchline on that is that actually does not exist now. It's fading out for those C corporations, which actually have their rates already locked in, but also for all those other small businesses to make those capital expenditures. Why is this really important? Well, there's lots of data that shows that part of the tax code actually does, from an economic growth standpoint, create incredible vitality. And it's a timing effect. It's the tyranny of living within a 10-year window in our models. I just hope that actually starts to elevate a little bit of the economics discussion instead of the storytelling. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I am thrilled to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, a distinguished member of both the Ways and Means Committee and the Joint Economic Committee, Ms. Moore.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Beyer. You know, Republicans pretend to care about the nation's debt and annual deficits, but they have instructed Ways and Means to add $4.5 trillion to the debt to provide tax cuts to the wealthiest. Now, what we have heard from our Republican opponents here today, that if we don't pass this resolution, that everybody's taxes are going to be raised. Well, I'll tell you what. There will be crumbs from the master's table for the average American earning under $200,000 a year versus tax cuts for the wealthiest corporations and individuals. That is the math. I know how fond you are of math. That is the arithmetic. And let me tell you, the handouts to the wealthiest will come on the backs of the least of us. From affordable health care through the ACA and Medicaid, veterans health care, nursing home coverage, food assistance, student loan repayment options, energy tax credits, national security, cancer research. You all contend that the 78 million people voted for this. No, they did not. 15 seconds.
15 more seconds, Madam Chair.
No, 78 million people did not vote for this. Who do you think you are fooling? And they are not fooled by your notion that somehow these tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. And they're backed up by all kinds of economists, the CBO, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Time has expired, and members are reminded to address their comments to the chair.
We reserve, please. Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Chair, average family, $2,853. That's your crumbs. I would argue for the average family that have been crushed by the previous 3-4 years in inflation. If you don't make 27% more money in my district, you are poorer today than you were 4 years ago. Having their taxes go up $2,853, and that's the average. And I promise you, I think in my district, it was closer to $3,300. I'm blessed to have a more prosperous district. That is not crumbs, Madam Chair. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, a distinguished member of the Joint Economic Committee and our preeminent environmental economist.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I want you to imagine that a friend came over to you and said, Donald Trump taught me how to save 50% on my shoe purchases. All you got to do is cut off one leg. It's just math, as the gentleman from Arizona says. So let's get out the saw and head to Foot Locker. Now, if you were a good friend, you would tell them you're crazy and you need to stop thinking that Donald Trump likes you. But here we are today, talking about the idea that we're going to save money by gutting Medicaid, slashing food assistance, defunding white-collar law enforcement, the police, and exploding budget deficits so that we can do what Donald Trump told you he wants, give a $4.5 trillion tax cut to the wealthiest Americans. And so I would say to my Republican colleagues, as a friend, Donald Trump doesn't like you. He doesn't really like anybody. He just assumes that you will never find the courage to stand up to him, so he's going to keep asking you for more until you finally do. If you are sick of being bullied, if you're ready to act like the leaders you claim to be and make sure that we leave this country in a little better shape than we found it, grow a spine and vote hell no on this budget resolution. I yield back.
I reserve.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Madam Chair, may I inquire into time? I may need you to go more.
The gentleman from Arizona has 16.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia has 18 minutes remaining.
Okay. Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, the distinguished ranking member of the China Select Committee, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today as the ranking member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, to express serious concerns about the proposed cuts in the Republicans' budget resolution. First, the resolution includes $880 billion in cuts to programs that risk stalling the advancement of technologies crucial to our competition with the CCP. Second, these cuts will likely jeopardize our ability to enforce critical export controls with the Chinese, as well as gutting programs that help us reshore manufacturing from China. While we got to restore our fiscal house, these cuts to critical programs amount to the GOP's perverted version of DEI, devastating, extreme, and irresponsible. The CCP is cheering for the GOP budget resolution tonight. I object.
I yield. Reserve,
the gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
is recognized.
Hey, can you believe this, Madam Chairwoman and my friend, Mr. Beyer? We broke our printer. But thank heaven we didn't break the markers. So I thought actually just because we're doing we're trying to do fact-based, the average family, your taxes are going up at the end of this year, $2,853, and 62% of taxpayers 62% of taxpayers will see hikes. And and I'm sorry we just didn't have time to make a much prettier chart for everyone. Remember, after 2017, we actually moved up, but some of that was some of the deductions and things were added. We moved up the threshold, so almost the half of our tax-paying population actually didn't pay income taxes. They still had payroll taxes and FICA and those things. A bunch of that population that has not paid taxes in years and years and years will be getting tax bills with the opposition to this. Madam Chair, I'm going to reserve, and then we'll come back and go over more.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Administration Committee, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the distinguished gentleman.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, for giving me time. I rise today in strong opposition to this budget resolution. As an Appropriations Committee member, thoughtful consideration of government spending is a responsibility I don't take lightly. I believe every hard-earned taxpayer dollar must work for all Americans, not fuel widely irresponsible economic theory. I'd like to think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe the same thing, given the rhetoric we've all heard over the last several years. So I encourage the American people to watch what House Republicans do, not what they say. Remarkably, instead of lowering costs, this reckless budget resolution bestows tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% of Americans while jeopardizing essential health care and nutrition programs. For this reason, I strongly oppose the budget resolution authored by House Republicans. Shockingly, gutting programs our communities rely on isn't harmful enough, because this resolution will also require taxpayers to borrow another $1.6 trillion over the next 10 years. Our nation's founders vested in the House of Representatives a unique set of powers to make it responsive to the will of the people. The father of our Constitution, James Madison, said the House should have immediate dependence on and intimate sympathy with the people. House Republicans demonstrate no dependence on nor sympathy with the American people. I urge my colleagues to reject this handout to millionaires and billionaires and work on a budget that instead advances the interests of American families. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Chair, once again, here's the budget document. Here's the spreadsheets. I keep hearing you're giving away to billionaires. Where's that? Where is it? Madam Chair, it doesn't exist because this is a box. This is a box that allows us, and understand, I am passionately concerned about debt and deficits. But this may be, for an idiot like myself, the first opportunity where members of leadership and those are ready to allow people like me to come in and walk through how we can improve, change the costs of how we deliver services. And we need this type of document to do it. And you deal with the reality of what we're allowed to touch. You do realize the majority of mandatory spending, we're not even allowed to touch in a budget reconciliation because it's interest and Medicare is the majority. And every day we wait to modernize, we're in that much more trouble. Last thing before I do a yield here. We're going to spend 86 trillion, and I'm partially doing this off the top of my head, over the next decade. This budget reconciliation, we're hoping to get, let's say we're blessed, we get 2 trillion offsets, so that creates a couple trillion in additional borrowing. You're talking a fraction, a couple percent of the spending. I would argue this is the moment for us where it's not about cuts. If any of you have ever just even bothered to look at the MedPAC reports and this was done by Obama administration, or excuse me, the Biden administration, we have potentially over a decade, hundreds of billions in here that aren't going to services, aren't going to make our brothers and sisters healthier. Help us. Help us engage the morality of doing this better, faster, and cheaper. And Madam Chair, I yield to the majority leader, and, oh, excuse me, I yield to, that's right, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao.
And how many minutes to Mr. Valadao? 1 minute?
2 minutes. Well, I thank the gentleman.
2 minutes. Mr. Valadao from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Arizona. I also like to thank the leader, Scalise, for his time today. We have a historic opportunity to advance the key priorities of this administration with a one-bill solution. And I fully agree we need to move forward in a way that reflects the needs of the American people. This budget resolution unlocks the next step in the reconciliation process to deliver on our priorities. That includes extending key provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, like doubling the standard deduction, expanding the child tax credit, and maintaining the death tax exemption. These policies make a real difference for working families, farmers, and small business owners, and allows them to keep more of their hard-earned money. We also need to fulfill our commitment of securing our border, strengthening our economy, and rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. It is my understanding, after this resolution passes, House leadership will be working with the Senate to come to an agreement on reconciliation language so that the committees can begin drafting specific policies to achieve the administration's agenda. There's been a lot of political rhetoric about what this upcoming budget resolution does and does not do, and I want to be clear on where I stand. As a representative of one of the most agriculturally rich districts in the country, it's my constituents who are responsible for putting food on everyone's tables. My district also has one of the highest Medicaid populations in the nation. I've heard from countless constituents who tell me the only way they can afford health care is through programs like Medicaid, and I will not support a final reconciliation bill that risks leaving them behind. Medicaid cuts are deeply unpopular with the American families who sent us here to deliver on President Trump's agenda. I understand Medicaid is not explicitly named in this bill, but achieving $880 billion in budget cuts within ENC's jurisdiction would be really is not an easy task. So I ask that leadership remains committed to working with my colleagues and I to produce a final product that strengthens critical programs like Medicaid and SNAP and ensures that our constituents are not left behind.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to thank the gentleman from California and the Central Valley for his passion. He's been a vocal advocate for the things that are necessary to keep these programs like Medicaid strengthened. And as we know, so many of these programs are weakened right now.
The gentleman's time has expired. 30 seconds. The gentleman from Arizona yield additional time to Mr. Valadao.
30 seconds.
Madam Chair, I yield another
30 seconds.
30 seconds to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from Louisiana was speaking, so I'll recognize the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I was saying, the gentleman from the Central Valley has been so passionate about this issue. And as we move this through the process, he surely has my commitment and all of leadership that we'll continue to not only listen to him, but his district is going to have a very loud voice as this process moves forward to protect and make sure that people who are on these programs, who are deserving, who need these programs, are going to, frankly, we all ought to be focused on getting better services to these people and rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what we're focused on, protecting those people who are on these programs, who need them so desperately, as Mr. Valadao has fought for years to deliver, and he will continue to do that. We absolutely commit to that for him and others. I yield back. to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from Arizona reserved. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to this Republican riposte. This budget slashes $880 billion from Medicaid, putting 286,000 people in my district, including nearly 100,000 children, at risk of losing health care. Madam Chair, cruelty is the point. It also targets food assistance, leaving over 147,000 New Yorkers in my district struggling to afford meals. Cruelty is the point. And why? All this to hand out trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 1%. Republicans tried to district before in 2017. They promised it will raise wages, pay for itself, and boost the economy. It didn't. Instead, it made the rich richer while working people fell further behind. Now they are doubling down, making America sicker, poorer, and hungrier, just to funnel more money to their billionaire donors.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Republican responsibility is economic cruelty. Vote no.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Economic literature, and I think even the board here demonstrated that if we go back to the original TCJA, those corporate tax cuts, over 70% show up in wages. That's one of the reasons there was such remarkable wage growth without inflation. If you care about workers, you get tax policy correct. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 60 seconds, a magic 60 seconds, to the leader.
The majority leader, the gentleman from Louisiana, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my friend from Arizona for yielding for 1 minute. I rise in strong support, first of all, of this budget resolution. It's a critically important piece of legislation. Frankly, might be one of the most important resolutions that this chamber has taken up in years to start the process of delivering on the mandate that President Trump and this House and Senate Republican majority got from the voters of America in November. Now, I understand that my friends on the other side of the aisle are upset with the voters of America that they lost the election. They're upset with the results. But if everybody here listened to what the American people said in November, frankly, first of all, they would vote for this resolution because the resolution delivers on those commitments, the things that were talked about, the things that sent people to the polls that say, finally, let's get America back on track. And how do we do it? We start, number one, by staving off a $4.5 trillion tax increase. $4.5 trillion. So we've heard a lot of hyperbole over the last few days. Just here on this House floor, we've heard from the other side of the aisle, Madam Chair, about millionaires and billionaires. For some reason, it seems like if somebody's successful in America, the other side of the aisle wants to demonize them, as if that's wrong. But clearly, if you read this bill is not about millionaires and billionaires. This bill is about whether or not you're going to stand up for the middle class of America, who will be devastated if this bill fails. A lot of times when we come to the House floor, Madam Chair, you can vote for or against a bill. And maybe the bill does good things, maybe you think the bill does bad things, and if you vote against the bill, nothing happens. And some days, nothing happening is a good day. Today, if nothing happens, it's not nothing that happens. A no vote. And let's be clear. You've got options, Madam Chair. You can vote yes to pass this resolution and get this process of budget reconciliation started, or you can vote no, like all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle brag they're going to do. So if that's the case, Madam Chair, and maybe I can persuade a few because maybe they don't know this, because clearly they haven't read the bill. You hear them talking about Medicaid over and over and over again, cuts to Medicaid, cuts to Medicaid. Clearly, they haven't read the bill, because if you read the bill, the word Medicaid is mentioned a total of 0 times in the bill. 0. But that's all they want to talk about. If you read the bill, you would talk about what this does to engage 11 different committees in this Congress, 11 committees, to start a process called budget reconciliation, where they will go into open hearings on C-SPAN. Everybody in America can watch the deliberations, where there will be a discussion about how to get this country back on track, which the people of this nation are hungering for. Not people yelling and screaming and telling lies and trying to scare people with false information. We are here to talk facts. And the facts are a no vote imposes $4.5 trillion in taxes that primarily hit middle and low income families, not the millionaires and billionaires that they seem to want to demonize. You know, we're trying, for example, and you heard President Trump at every rally talk about no tax on tips. Now, clearly the other side of the aisle was against that. They wanted everybody's taxes to go up. They said they were against renewing the Trump tax cuts, let alone adding things like no tax on tips. And so we know they were against making sure that those people that work for tips don't have to pay taxes on it. Well, who are those people that work for tips? Last time I checked, Elon Musk does not work for tips, Madam Chair. The billionaires aren't the ones working for tips. In fact, we went back and checked. There's over 6 million Americans in this country, 6 million, that actually do work for tips. And what is their average salary, Madam Chair? Is it $1 million? Is it tens of millions? Is it $1 billion? No. In fact, the average salary for tip workers is $32,000 a year. That's who we're helping in this bill. If you vote no, you're saying to those tip workers who are struggling, some of them may be working 2 or 3 jobs. They're not the millionaires and the billionaires. They might actually be able to take a family vacation for the first time if they don't have to pay tax. If the 87,000 new IRS agents that they created in the last administration are not unleashed on them to go audit them, to try to make them pay more money on their tip money, which is what is happening, we say no, they shouldn't have to pay taxes on those tips, Madam Chair. And the other side of the aisle says no to that. And they hide behind Elon Musk. They hide behind billionaires and millionaires. Except it's not the millionaires and billionaires that we're trying to help. They want to confuse the voters of this country so that when they vote no, the middle class of America doesn't realize in revolt that they just voted with their no vote to impose a $4.5 trillion tax hike on the middle class of this country. Look at the big number. Every income level tax goes up. You pay income taxes in America. If the other side of the aisle, Madam Chair, votes no, everybody's income tax rate goes up in America. But who are those folks? 145 million families. Not 145 million people. I'm talking about 145 million families in America who make less than $1 million. Will see their taxes go up. Go up. A tax increase, not on the millionaires and billionaires, if they vote no, but it's a tax increase primarily on middle and lower income families. Why aren't they telling us that? Why haven't they said that on this House floor? Because they don't want the American people to know the truth. They want to create class warfare and try to divide the country against itself. Shame on people who want to divide this country even more. It's time we unite this country and grow this country, grow the middle class, actually create more jobs and wealth and opportunity, which, by the way, as Mr. Schweikert pointed out earlier, and he's got the charts to prove it, wealth and opportunity for lower and middle income families is what happened in 2017 and beyond when we started with the Trump tax cuts. And just because they don't like the person whose name is behind those tax cuts, they want to try to demonize them. But the facts still remain. Who benefited the most? The low and the middle income. We were losing our middle class in America in the decade before we passed those tax cuts. Why? Go look at the record, the facts. We were losing great American company after great American company moving out of America. They were leaving the country. Why? We had the highest corporate tax rate in the world. Now, the other side would say, stick it to them even more, raise tax rates even more. By the way, there are laboratories of democracy where that's been tried. It's called New York and California. And every time they keep raising rates, what happens? People move in droves. Million-plus people have left those states to go to other states. Texas, Florida, Tennessee, that have no income tax. So sure, you're seeing it happen in America, but what happens if they destroy America's system? Where do you go? Well, some of those people left America. Madam Chair, we don't want that to happen. We actually brought companies back. Great, recognized. You would know the logos of all of them if we put them up. There's too many to mention. That had left America over years and years, and nobody did anything about it. Everybody knew why it was happening. And so we made our country competitive again. How? By lowering tax rates. Now, everybody should have been for that. Unfortunately, their party back then, the Democrat Party, said, we're going to vote no on that. Every single Democrat voted no. Why did they make it an issue, a partisan issue? I don't know, but I know this. When we lowered those tax rates to make America competitive, we're a global competing economy. Our companies in America don't just compete against the person down the street. They're competing against companies all over the globe, and we should applaud that. We shouldn't just applaud it, by the way. We should make sure they remain the most competitive businesses in the world. America remains the most competitive country in the world, but we weren't. We were not. That's why we were losing people. Imagine people saying, I'm going to leave the United States of America, greatest country in the history of the world, because our country stopped being competitive. And we finally did something about it. This Republican majority in 2017 did something about it and finally brought those jobs back and brought wages up. Wages grew for everybody. Companies were giving out bonuses, pay raises. Our unemployment rate went to virtually zero. Those are the facts. And so they want those tax rates to go up. Not all of them expire. The corporate rate remains, by the way, competitively low at 21%. The corporate rate stays at 21. You know what doesn't stay low? If they vote no, and I'm a yes vote, because I want our country to be competitive. I want our small businesses to be able to be competitive with big businesses. They love beating up on the big guy, but guess what they're going to do? And let's look at the facts. Anybody who votes no on this bill, Madam Chair, will tell every small business in America. It's a provision of the tax code called 199A. And if you're not a small business, you've probably never heard of 199A. But you know what? If you are a small business, a 20-person mom and pop shop on Main Street, America, anywhere in this country, 199A is your lifeblood. Why? Because that's what allows you as a small business, a 10, 15, 20-person American dream story. You started your own business. But you can now compete and pay the same tax rate as the big global multinational corporation, who's at 21. But what happens, Madam Chair, if they vote no? And again, the no vote does not mean nothing happens. If you vote no, you are saying you want the small business now to go from a 21% effective rate to as high as 43% taxes. So think about this. You're the mom and pop small business, and you're barely hanging on. You've beaten all the internet competitors, and you're still being able to hold on to those jobs. You know, show up at work every day. Employ the 20 people, the 15 people that you're creating jobs for. If the other side gets their way, you jack up to 43% tax rate when your competitor, the big global billionaire corporation, is still at 21. That's what happens if they vote no. Why haven't they said that during the debate? I haven't heard it yet. Again, all you hear about is the billionaires and the millionaires are the ones getting all the breaks. Except it's not true, Madam Chair. It's just not true. Every small business in America gets kicked in the gut if this fails. Every small business in America. And look at the numbers. You're talking about over 20 million small businesses. Think of how many workers that is. Do they just want to kick all those workers out to the street, to the unemployment rolls? Because if you're paying 43% and your competitor's paying 21%, you don't need a math degree to figure out how quickly you're not going to be able to compete. We made them competitive in 2017. Why does the other side want to vote no and all of a sudden make every small business in America uncompetitive with the big billionaires? They're defending the billionaires, Madam Chair. This is insanity. But that's the reality of what happens if you vote no. And again, maybe by me going through the actual details, we might convince a couple of folks that maybe somebody duped them. They gave them some talking points. You just mention the word millionaire and billionaire, and next thing you know, you got a parade of 200 people that'll just line up and bash the bill. Except it's not in the bill. Do you want to stand up for the middle-class families of this country? Vote yes on the bill, because that's who we're defending. Republicans are going to defend the ability for the next billionaire company maybe, but right now it's a dream in somebody's basement. This is what's great about America. And if you haven't, go look at your favorite company. Go look at the biggest companies. Most of them started with the dream in somebody's garage in Silicon Valley. I know a lot of entrepreneurs who started with great ideas and risked it all over and over again, and then ultimately they might have hit it big. But the only way they were able to hit it big is because they had the ability in the United States of America to turn that dream into a reality where now all of a sudden they might hire 300 people. We ought to applaud that. We ought to celebrate that. We ought to make sure that remains in place. The day we take away that ability in the United States, God help us as a country. Because the few people that still want that dream, but they don't have America to go to pursue it, they might go to other places, but there just aren't that many other places in the world to pursue it. We cannot crush the American dream of America. It starts with strengthening the middle class and the lower income families' ability to compete with the big guys so that one day maybe they can be. And then they too will be demonized by the other side. But in the meantime, give them that ability to compete fairly, and you take that away if you vote no on this bill. Facts. Those are the facts. Whose rates go up, whose rates don't if this bill fails. That's where we are. And I do think it's important one more time just to go through the facts of the 2017 bill, because so many lies have been told about that. The poverty rate dropped to the lowest level in history. Again, this isn't the millionaires and billionaires. When we passed the bill in 2017 that every Democrat voted no on, the poverty rate in America dropped to its lowest rate in history. Unemployment hit a 50-year low. And lower income workers, not the millionaires and billionaires, lower income workers saw their wages grow substantially faster than the highest 10% of income earners. So whose side are you going to be on today? We're going to give everybody an opportunity. Stand up for those hardworking people who want their shot at the American dream. Stand up for that waiter or waitress who's working their tail off tonight, who's going to come home and go, wait a minute, I might not have to pay taxes on my tips. I can save that money and for the first time start a college fund for my kid, because it's not the millionaires and the billionaires that benefit from that. It's the average income worker, millions of them, by the way, the average income of $32,000 a year. That's who we're fighting for. That's who House Republicans are fighting for. And we're going to deliver for them because that was the mandate that the people of this country gave us. Whether you agree or not, whether you like Donald Trump or not, Donald Trump ran on very specific things, and he's delivering on those things. And I applaud President Trump for actually following through on the promises that were made. Promises made and promises kept actually matter in this town, and they're rare. And when it happens, we ought to applaud it. When this majority actually delivers, we're going to see on that board real soon who actually stands with the 77 million people of this country who said, we want this change. We demand this change. We're going to go to the polls to vote for this change. Let's preserve the American dream. Yes, at the risk of offending a couple of people, I'm fine with saying let's make America great again, because America deserves to be great again. Don't put a $4.5 trillion tax on the middle class of this country. Let's let this country grow. Let's see the opportunity flourish. We will do it. We need to pass this bill to start that process. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, Madam Chair. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, distinguished member of the Education Workforce Committee, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Madam Chair, last week I had 5 town hall meetings across Northwest Oregon in urban, suburban, and rural areas, and not one person, not one of the thousands who attended asked me to support a budget that cuts Medicaid, gives tax breaks to the wealthiest, raises the cost of living, or undermines safety and security, but that's what we're voting on today. The Republicans are stealing the hard-earned tax dollars of Oregonians and Americans to line the pockets of people like Elon Musk. This ruthless Republican budget will rip away health care from low-income and working families and children and take us back to the days where if you get sick, you either go without treatment or you go bankrupt. It could rip away resources from local schools and prevent children, especially students with disabilities, from getting a good education. Republicans say they're eliminating waste. Want to talk about waste? Waste is giving the wealthiest big tax cuts while regular Americans are struggling to put food on the table. The cost of groceries is increasing, wages continue to remain stagnant, and too many families can't afford housing or childcare. The Republican majority's answer? Rip you off and give tax breaks to the wealthiest, and then hope, unrealistically, that it's going to trickle down. We must oppose this Republican billionaire budget. We must focus instead on the American people so everyone, not just those at the top, have the opportunity for a better future. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is reserves, and the gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I inquire into the time?
The gentleman from Arizona has 9 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia has 13.5 minutes remaining.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takana.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding. Madam Speaker, as the ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I rise today in complete opposition to the Republican rip-off budget resolution. Let's be clear. This is a tax break for billionaires like Elon Musk, paid for by working people, including millions of our veterans. The Republican rip-off cuts at least $880 billion from Medicaid, the program that 80 million Americans, including 9 million veterans, rely on for health insurance coverage. This extreme budget also cuts $230 billion from SNAP. Every year, SNAP helps almost 43 million Americans, including over 1 million veterans, put food on the table. But Republicans aren't just going to leave American veterans without health care or make them go hungry. They also want to take a chainsaw to VA, attacking the very people who provide care to the veterans who've served our country with honor. This is completely unacceptable, and I urge every member to oppose this abomination of a resolution that uses veterans as a piggy bank to pay for a billionaire tax break. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nevada, a distinguished member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Horsford.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, and to the gentleman for yielding. I rise today not in favor or opposition. I rise in defense. Defense of 811,000 Nevadans and countless people across the country whose lives are in danger. I rise in defense of my constituents who will be impacted if Republicans are able to slash their health care services to fund $4.5 trillion to the ultra-wealthy and to big corporations. Madam Chair, Nevada Democrats and Republicans worked together to implement the Affordable Care Act, including the expansion of Medicaid. We reduced the uninsured rate by a third. 563,000 children were able to receive coverage as a result. But the fact that Nevada did the right thing then means we have more to lose as Republicans do the wrong thing now. Our state would be the third hardest hit, including in rural communities. This isn't a budget, it's the Republican Screw America bill. That's why I'm calling on every member of this body to vote no. I will in defense of my constituents.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York. Distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Espaillat.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very often we take very serious votes on this floor. But this vote is a deadly serious vote. This is a vote about life and death. I represent just slightly over 780,000 constituents. Out of those 780,000 constituents, 524,000 of them are Medicaid recipients. 524,000 of them. Over 100,000 of them are Medicare recipients. So over 600,000 of the 780,000 constituents that I represent receive either Medicaid or Medicare. In addition to that, there are 263,000 households that receive food stamp. This bill will put their life and health in danger, Madam Speaker. This is about life and death. As the Republican majority proposes to cut Medicaid across this country, to give a massive $4.5 trillion, with a capital T, trillion dollar cut in taxes to the very rich. And who will that go to? 50% of that will go to the shareholders. 44% of that tax cut will go to high-end executive. The fat cat executives are going to get this money, and working class and even middle class people are going to get stiffed with the cuts. And this is about life and death. It's not a simple piece of legislation that we will pass. There are diabetics that will see the price of insulin go up. There are people with renal problems, with cardiovascular problems. Madam Speaker, this is about life and death. Vote no for this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Madam Chair, let me have just a couple moments of joy here. A reconciliation budget that only touches individuals and pass-through businesses, so there are no shareholders who are getting, that's actually already locked in. That's one of the reasons we're doing this, is because you want to see distortions in the economy, have a world where small businesses, pass-throughs, employee-owned, their taxes shoot up. But the C corporations are down here. What distortion did you just create in the world? I'm a C corporation. I'm buying everyone else. You want to see the big get bigger? It's one of the reasons you have to do this. But also, I beg my brothers and sisters, have a different view, but actually just try to get the most basic facts correct here. And with that, Madam Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, a distinguished and unenviable member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Lezer Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Republicans are attacking women's ability to afford life as a mom or a daughter. Medicaid supports more than 40% of all births in the United States. Our grandmothers and parents in nursing homes rely on Medicaid to pay their health bills. Their caregivers, who are mostly women, depend on Medicaid themselves. Over 37 million children rely on Medicaid and CHIP. Republicans would strip this essential health care from women across the country. Why? To give tax breaks to their billionaire bros. Women need to know how they will be impacted wherever they live. Earlier today, we heard Representative Valadao acknowledge that his voters depend on Medicaid and are upset. Indeed, 507,000 of his constituents receive Medicaid, but he said he will vote yes on the bill. I need women across the country to visit the Democratic Women's Caucus website to find out how these cuts will impact them. How will the Republicans give billionaires and millionaire tax cuts on their economic pain? Republicans should stand with their moms and not the billionaires.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Madam Chairwoman.
Recognized.
So, apparently the Democrat position is the $2,000 you get per child, which was the doubling of the child tax credit in 2017, should go away and go back to the $1,000. Wow. Because I think that's what I just heard. So those of us who've adopted kids, those who have children, congratulations. Your child tax credit is going to get cut in half. Reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is, with respect to my friend from Arizona, that is not what I heard. We heard that this budget resolution is put together, promises cuts that we are desperately afraid of. When we do the math, people who count on, in Congressman Schweikert's district, Arizona 1, people who count on SNAP to put food on the table are 85,000. Medicaid recipients at risk of losing their health care, 127,000. And Affordable Care Act recipients to see their premium payments go up by varying amounts, 44,000. We'd love to see a budget work out that somehow gives the lie to those frightening numbers. With that, Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Joint Economic Committee, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in opposition to the disastrous GOP budget resolution. This bill seeks to cut $3 trillion in spending, supposedly by targeting waste and fraud. But the entire domestic discretionary budget is only $917 billion. The math simply doesn't add up. There's only one way to get to $3 trillion in cuts, and that's to slash lifeline programs, including nearly $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. Under the GOP budget, over 136,000 of my constituents would lose their health care, including over 42,000 children. This budget would also take food away from hungry children, deny health care to sick veterans. So why are House Repubs pushing such an immoral and cruel agenda? Not to reduce our deficits. In fact, their budget adds nearly $1.6 trillion a year to our debt. No, it's to pass tax cuts for billionaires and foreign investors. In fact, over $350 billion of these same tax cuts went to foreign investors over the last 10 years. Let's be clear. If this budget passes, kids are going to go to bed hungry so that we can give more money to Elon Musk and investors from Saudi Arabia, China, and Russia. This is immoral. It's wrong. I urge my colleagues to oppose this horrible budget measure.
Gentleman's time has expired. The
Reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves.
Madam Chair, reserve.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Chair, yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Agriculture and Armed Services Committee, Mr. Vasquez.
The gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I thought Republicans' plans were to make Americans' lives better. I thought we were supposed to lower the cost of goods. I thought we were supposed to make health care more affordable for Americans. Well, let me tell you this. When you strip health care away from 290,000 New Mexicans, many of which are in my district, 132,000 children and 26,000 seniors, can anybody on the other side of the aisle tell me how is that making life better for my constituents and for New Mexicans? Well, it's not going to. And in fact, this Republican budget is going to raise health care premiums by nearly $1,000 a year for 20,000 people in my district. It could force a 60-year-old couple to pay over $16,000 more annually for coverage. Now, in my district and in my state, we have some of the best service records of veterans in this entire country. In fact, We are home to the code talkers. We are home to folks who have served our country with pride and with dignity for so many years that when I look at the cuts that are being made to the VA healthcare system, I'm ashamed of what this body is doing. I'm ashamed of what my colleagues across the aisle are doing. And when I go home and I talk to a working mother, I talk to a person who works every day, wakes up at 7 in the morning and works 2 jobs and has to send their kid to school and relies on the food programs just to keep their family healthy, just to have something in the stomach of that 7-year-old who is going to first grade, and to know that their food assistance programs could get taken away. We're doing the exact opposite of what Republicans promised that they would do for this country. This budget is a statement of where we're at as a country, and this is the wrong statement that we need to be making. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chair, may I inquire once again on time?
The gentleman has 7.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chair, just as having hearing some of my Democrat colleagues, I was just thumbing through the actual document. I know this is crazy and literacy being sort of a lost art, but I'm trying to find where this heresy, these cuts, now look, there's a discussion here that basically says we need not to just purely stick this on the debt and deficit. Okay, but like in the E&C instruction, which is energy and commerce for, I think it's 4% of their area of authorization. You're telling me after the hundreds of hours idiots like me have come behind this microphone and done presentations showing the distortions, the waste and fraud, the misallocation, the lack of use of technology, the duplications, you can't produce 4%? Why is the left so terrified of the moment where maybe a document that forces us in some ways to listen to each other, to maybe how do we do this better, faster, and cheaper? Because I'm going to say this 3 or 4 more times. Does the left really want to raise taxes on the average American family $2,853? Is that the plan here? Because this is 63% of those who are tax filers will see their taxes go up. Is that the plan here? Mr. Chair, reserve.
Mr. Chairman, let me just respond to my good friend from Arizona. No, that is not what Democrats want. We don't want to see taxes go up for average middle-class Americans at all. But this is what our budget experts say based on the budget resolution before us, is that it will, as my friend Mr. Schweikert knows well, to achieve significant cuts, the kind of cuts that you're talking about, inevitably we have to look at Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. We look at the fact that in Virginia, just eliminating Medicaid Advantage is 660,000 Virginians. We look at Medicare, 46% of the children in America receive their health care through Medicaid. And then we look at Medicare, it's beyond belief what that would do. I am looking forward to somehow seeing how you achieve the massive budget cuts that are in this resolution without touching those. That's why you've heard so much concern today about what this will do to the average American people. It's not that we don't want to revisit not raising taxes on the American public. We also just don't want to cut away their health care, their SNAP benefits, their ability to put food on the table, and the like. And Mr. Chair, I am ready to close when my distinguished chair of the Joint Economic Committee tells me it's time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, just because I want to help out, because I know this is heresy around here, truly one of my favorite members to work with, even though we're on different sides of the aisle. You may want to retract the word Social Security, which you just said, because you know Social Security cannot be allowed in any of this package.
Happy to retract it.
And with that, I reserve.
Mr. I also noticed that our anxiety about Social Security will not go away.
Oh, no. And who else has been working for a decade now to save it? Because remember, in 2033, about halfway through the year, the trust fund is gone. And is that a Republican or Democrat problem? I would say it's a morality problem. We will be doubling senior poverty in America in 8 years. And how often are we allowed to come talk about it? With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chair, I to close. And in doing so, let me first begin that my good friend John Larson on the Ways and Means Committee has for years promoted Social Security 2100, which would actually fix it for the rest of this century. Mr. Chairman, President Trump and the Republican majority were elected last November to deliver on a simple promise to lower costs for Americans. Unfortunately, this budget does not do that. My Republican friends have decided that providing billions of dollars in tax breaks for a few millionaires and billionaires is worth ordinary Americans bearing, as Elon Musk put it last year, some temporary hardship. That hardship brought about this budget will come in many forms and may not mean much to the richest man in history, but will certainly mean a lot to ordinary people. It will grow our debt by $4.6 trillion. It will lead to higher interest rates and raising prices on goods that Americans pay every day. And it will cut crucial government services that keep us safe, healthy, and productive. And it will strip health care and food assistance from tens of millions of Americans who are already struggling to make ends meet. And what are Americans getting in exchange for this hardship? Tax cuts for billionaires and corporations that they do not need and that our country cannot afford. This is a bad deal. I urge all of my colleagues to reject this proposal. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to close, but I'd like to inquire in time.
Gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's painful to listen to an idiot like me for 5 minutes, but let's have some fun here. And first I want to say for everyone that's spoken, I love the passion. I love the caring. I'm just once again got to come back. So this is a reconciliation budget. It basically builds boxes. It's boxes for here's your authorization. You can go more, but you can't go less. Okay, I'm on the other side. I actually believe there should be more cuts in spending because I think we can achieve that by modernization, changing processes, the adoption of technology. Last week, I believe I was behind this very microphone, and we were showing charts of, hey, this is Medicare. How many billions and billions do we spend every year on duplicative MRI, ultrasounds, X-rays? Does that make someone healthier? Does that make them better? No. We're basically, it's waste and fraud, but the ability to use technology to get rid of that. If we all agreed to do something like that, we're going to get rid of these duplicative services. We're going to get rid of some of the, we like to say waste and fraud, but the fact of the matter is design problems in the model. You didn't cut a single service. You didn't take anything away from someone. But what you gave is my kids a chance to survive. Because part of this, look, part of this I don't like. I'm going to be brutally honest. I wish there were more cuts. I don't like the amount of borrowing here. But if this is the moment that opens up a chance for someone like myself that has spent a decade here passionately trying to say it doesn't have to be cuts. It's actually the adoption of technology. Look, I'm going to go slightly off track, and then I want to get back into the distribution. If I turn to my brothers and sisters and anyone willing to listen right now, what's the single biggest cost in our society? This is where Schweikert soaks himself in kerosene and plays with matches, Mr. Chair. Turns out it's obesity. Our brothers and sisters, we calculate over $9 trillion in additional healthcare costs over the next decade. What would happen if the left and the right actually said, we are going to fixate on the way we deliver healthcare, the way we deliver nutrition support, the way we do agriculture policy, that we are going to help our brothers and sisters be healthier. Oh, by the way, family formation, the use of healthcare, the ability to have a life. Maybe it's moments like this where we go to battle and committees that have really smart people, but armies of lobbyists outside these hallways who look at us, who stress out when we start saying, time to modernize, time to find a better, faster, more elegant way to deliver services and slow down the piling of debt. Because the math still comes back to 63% of our tax-paying brothers and sisters will see their taxes go up. Now, for the comments you've heard over and over here that the distributional effects, okay, Mr. Beyer and I are both on Ways and Means, battle in the committee saying, because remember, there is no bill, coming out of the committee yet. What's it going to look like? Do we actually have to make elegant changes? Are there things we can agree as a body that will maximize economic growth? Because at some point, you got to look, and I'm sorry I've beaten up this chart, but we've been trying to model what happens to the economy if we allow these tax hikes to come in automatically. But it turns out also the economy is benefited if we maximize how much we pay for. At the end of 10 years, and I know changing spending policy is hard, but if we were to maximize both, at the end of the decade, we're more prosperous. And Mr. Chairman, at some point that's the ultimate question here. Is prosperity moral? Is there a way we can actually do our work here where we maximize the prosperity for my 2.5-year-old, but also the person heading to retirement, to our brothers and sisters who are out there working their hearts out? There is a way. The hardest part is we're going to have to do things differently than we've done in the past. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the amendment printed in House Report 119-5 is adopted and the concurrent resolution as amended is considered read. Under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 14, and pursuant to the House Resolution 161, I report the concurrent resolution as amended by that resolution back to the House.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 14, and pursuant to House Resolution 161, reports the concurrent resolution as amended by that resolution back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 14 is postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 788, adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 14, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 804. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 788, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 788, a bill to provide for the Department of Education and Small Business Administration joint research and development activities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the ayes are 427, the nays are 3, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 804, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 804, a bill to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to improve access to disaster assistance for individuals located in rural areas and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the ayes are 415, the nays are 8, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further proceedings on House Concurrent Resolution 14 will now resume. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 1, House Concurrent Resolution 14, Concurrent Resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further proceedings on House Concurrent Resolution 14. The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Vote, the ayes are 217, the nays are 215. Majority voting in the affirmative, the concurrent resolution is adopted. The House will be in order. Members, please take conversations off the floor. House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent on behalf of the Pennsylvania delegation to speak out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, February 22nd, 2025, beautiful York County, Pennsylvania was shaken by a horrific act of violence. Officer Andrew Duarte of the West York Borough Police Department was killed in the line of duty while responding to an active shooter at UPMC Memorial Hospital in York, which also included a hostage situation that wounded 5 other individuals. Officer Duarte demonstrated extraordinary courage with no regard for his own personal safety as he ran to the sound of the guns, as he put himself in harm's way to protect others. He paid the ultimate price to protect the innocent and serves as yet another stark reminder of the selfless and tireless dedication of our law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line each day to keep us safe. On Monday, I spoke to the Chief Millsaps, who told me that Officer Duarte's last act, as he lied, dying and bleeding out, was to pull one of his injured fellow officers to safety and behind the line of fire. Thank you will never be enough. As we mourn this breathtaking loss, we pray for Officer Duarte and extend our deepest condolences to his family, fellow officers, loved ones, and all who are fortunate enough to have crossed his path. May his bravery remain at the forefront and his legacy endure. His dedication to duty, tireless service, and selfless sacrifice set the standard by which we all should be judged. Let us honor him by remembering the immense price of safety and peace. May God bless you, Andrew. At this time, I ask the House to observe a moment of silence.
Members, staff, guests, please rise for a moment of silence.
Thanks, guys. Good work. Thanks.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Public Schools Week. Approximately 9 out of 10 American students receive their education from a public school. Our public school system, envisioned by our founding fathers, is meant to give every child, regardless of zip code, background, or ability, access to a quality education. These schools provide knowledge and skills that allow our young people to thrive and contribute to our communities. As a senior member of the Education and Workforce Committee and a former school board member, and having attended public schools growing up, I understand the vital role our school system plays in the success of not only the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but also our nation. Mr. Speaker, as part of Public Schools Week, I also want to acknowledge and recognize the tireless efforts of educators and staff who work each day to inspire and to support our students. Every child deserves access to a high-quality education, which helps foster growth and encourages students to achieve their greatest potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during Black History Month, I rise to honor Ronell Mustin, a fearless champion for justice whose activism has shaped movements and transformed communities. Ronell was a founding force behind the first organization to demand sanctions against South Africa's apartheid regimes. In 1979, as co-chair of the Chicago Peace Council, he fought to curb excessive U.S. military spending and redirect resources to those in need. His impact runs deep in Chicago. As a key architect of the 22nd Ward Independent Political Organization, Ronell helped pave the way for Harold Washington's historic election as the city's black mayor in 1983. For decades, he's been a relentless advocate for equity, justice, and true representation. His work has empowered countless voices and strengthened our democracy. Ronell, your legacy is one of courage and conviction. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to justice and your friendship. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the many families still grieving from the heinous assault that claimed 1,200 innocent lives on October 7th, 2023. Last Monday marked the 500-day mark since Hamas terrorists perpetrated the unprovoked and truly evil attack. It was the deadliest assault on Israel and the Jewish community since the Holocaust. I want to commend President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu for their efforts to secure the recent ceasefire agreement. Because of their collaboration, we're seeing some of the 240 hostages be released, including Americans. I urge my colleagues to keep the events of that horrific day top of mind. It is imperative that the United States show unwavering support for Israel and the Jewish community so that Hamas terrorists or any other bad actors never attempt another attack on our closest ally in the Middle East, Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask, when are prices going down? I was told that this would be priority number one for this administration and Speaker Mike Johnson, but I've yet to have a chance to vote on a single piece of legislation that actually lowers costs. I'm hearing from my constituents over and over and over and over and over again that their grocery bill is too high, that they can't afford to buy a home, and that their paycheck just doesn't go as far as it used to. We need to be doing more to help families get by, instead of focusing on petty, partisan politics. I've said over and over again, my focus is lower costs, more jobs, and a better quality of life for Oregonians, and that I'll work with anyone to get that done. I'm pursuing all of that by co-leading bipartisan legislation to help rural small businesses, by advocating for funding for my district, and by actually listening to my constituents. It's time for others to do the same. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today is bittersweet. Diana Taurasi of the Phoenix Mercury announced her retirement. DT is the greatest professional athlete in Arizona sports history. Fight me on that one. 3 NCAA championships, 3 WNBA championships, 6 Olympic gold medals, the WNBA's all-time leading scorer. There's a reason. When I was mayor, I named a street in front of the arena Taurasi Way. A world-class and hilarious trash talker on the court, she could have been a professional comedian. She lights up every room that she is in, constantly uplifting others. And Brittany Griner could not have asked for a more loyal friend during her detainment in Russia. I had a courtside seat to her entire 21-year career in Phoenix. I saw her grow as a basketball player and as a tremendous leader in our community. My son, Trevor, he grew up idolizing Diana Taurasi. He wanted to be her when he grew up, but I had to tell him one day, son, you can't grow up to be Diana Taurasi. Her jump shot is just too darn good. Dee, on behalf of a grateful city, Godspeed on your retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise with a heavy heart to honor the loss of a giant, Florida State Senator Geraldine Thompson. She was a trailblazer, a historian, and a fierce advocate who worked every day to uplift Floridians, ensuring that nobody was left behind. For nearly 20 years in the Florida legislature, she broke barriers and created opportunities, especially for black communities and those often overlooked. Senator Thompson was unapologetic, courageous, and a force for good like no other. She paved the path for people like me to be in a job like this. She believed in the promise of this country and fought to make it a reality for everybody. Senator Thompson's contributions to Florida and really to this country will never be forgotten, and her spirit will live on in the work she championed and in all of us that she inspired. May she rest in power. Thank you so much, Senator Thompson. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Black history has shaped our country, and I'm proud to celebrate Black History Month with my Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus colleagues. The Coalition of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders, and Black Americans have worked hand in hand for generations to advance racial equality. That coalition was on full display during Martin Luther King Jr.'s historic march from Selma to Montgomery in 1965, when he wore a lei gifted to him by Reverend Abraham Akaka of Hawaii. It existed even on the battlefield. Senator Daniel Inouye was a proud and decorated member of the legendary 442nd Infantry Regiment. He recalled how he sustained injuries in combat, which resulted in the loss of his arm. and that it was soldiers from the 92nd Division, a segregated African-American unit, who provided him with the blood for the 17 transfusions that kept him alive. NHPI history and Black history are inextricably tied together, and in the case of Senator Inouye, a blood bond uniting our two communities together. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise for unanimous consent to 1-minute remarks and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as we honor February as Black History Month. I think of the students at Waterford 2nd Street School in my district, a one-room schoolhouse established 2 years ago after the end of the Civil War where kids studied under segregation. I think of Barbara Rose Johns, a civil rights icon from Virginia. Barbara's high school was dilapidated and overcrowded, and at just 16, she led her classmates in a walkout, inspiring the Virginia NAACP to sue for integration. The walkout sparked one of 5 cases reviewed by the Supreme Court in the landmark Brown versus Board of Education decision. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that Barbara Johns will soon have a statue just steps from this chamber, alongside George Washington, representing the Commonwealth of Virginia. As a country, we've come a long way since Barbara Rose Johns' high school was integrated, but we can't let our country slide back. We will continue to fight and honor the work and legacies of Barbara Johns and all who fought for a more perfect union. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I have the distinct honor as being the only Black and Korean person serving in the U.S. House of Representatives. As I stand with my colleagues from KPAC in recognition of Black History Month, I celebrate the long history and importance of allyship in the Black and AAPI community. From when Frederick Douglass denounced the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1869, from Jesse Jackson taking a stand and taking time away from his presidential campaign to protest the murder of Vincent Chin, to when AAPI groups stood with the Black community after the murder of George Floyd. And today, we continue that fight. As a Republican majority seeks to cut Medicaid, which 11 million Black and 4.5 million AAPIs rely on, we know that we have a lot in common, and when we work together, we can be powerful and strong and use our voices. Cutting SNAP, food assistance, of which 30% of recipients are Black or AAPI. We must continue to stand together, to use our voices, to use our political power, and to show up. As this administration seeks to attack civil rights that our ancestors fought for, we must let everyone know that the Black experience and the Asian American experience is indeed the American experience. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
There is a long-standing allyship between the Black and Asian communities in LA, exemplified by the Hollywood Bowl, once located in the heart of my district. Founded by 5 Japanese Americans in 1957, the Hollywood Bowl served everyone, but had a particularly significant impact on the growing Black community in the historic Crenshaw corridor. Both the Japanese and Black communities in LA were targets of redlining and racial discrimination from the government and banks, which left them with few places to settle. While Japanese Americans worked to recover from the unjust internment camps and post-war discrimination, Black Americans continued to fight against racial segregation and voter suppression. The Hollywood Bowl provided a space to come together as Angelenos, offering residents of Crenshaw a safe space for entertainment, healing, and protection. This solidarity was tested during the 1992 LA riots, which erupted following the horrific beating and arrest of Rodney King. In a time when racial tensions dominated our city and much of South Central was engulfed in flames, the Hollywood Bowl stood as a beacon of light amid the destruction. Not only did the Hollywood Bowl emerge unscathed from the riots, but people actually gathered to bowl on the night the riots broke out. Although the bowling alley closed in 2000 and was eventually demolished, its impact on our South LA community will be felt for decades to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Without
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus and I are proud to honor Black History Month and stand with our Congressional Black Caucus colleagues in the shared fight for equality and justice. There's a long and storied history of solidarity between the Black community and the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. In the 19th century, Frederick Douglass spoke out against the racist Chinese Exclusion Act and used his voice to advocate for Asian immigrants who wanted to earn the right to become U.S. citizens. During the Civil Rights Movement, Asian American activists protested alongside Black Americans in the fight for equality. The allyship between our two communities remains critically important in the face of a vicious campaign to erase our stories, voices, and contributions to this nation. But make no mistake, we will fight tooth and nail for our communities and stand up to these attacks. We will not let anyone tell us that our stories don't matter. Our stories are American history, and without us, our nation would not be where it is today. Thank you, and I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans just passed their budget plan. Like many House Democrats, I am clear-eyed about this plan and how it will affect families in Westchester and in the Bronx. This budget is a direct attack on the working and the middle class, all while handling more than $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for the wealthiest in our society. The cuts needed for these tax breaks will mean over 196,000 residents in my district are at risk of losing Medicaid coverage. This includes 73,000 children and 27,000 seniors. This budget plan also threatens 74,000 people who count on SNAP to put food on the table. Republicans have promised to lower costs for everyday Americans, but this budget won't do that at all. Instead, it will make life harder and more expensive for constituents and Americans across the country. As this process moves forward, I will join with Americans to fight for fairness and opportunity for every American. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Virginia seek recognition.
Speak for 1 minute. Just one.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in honoring Black History Month and uplifting the connection between the Black and Asian community. As a member of Congress who is part of both Black and Asian community and the Civil Rights Task Force chair of CAPAC, I want to acknowledge the long history of solidarity between our two communities. For example, American abolitionist Frederick Douglass spoke out against the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1869 in his Composite Nation speech, and our communities have shared struggles against systemic racism during the Civil Rights Movement. In the 1960s, for example, Japanese Americans worked alongside Malcolm X during the Civil Rights Movement. During Black History Month, we're reminded that civil rights and Asian American movements have all gone hand by hand in seeking justice against systemic racism. So as we celebrate progress this Black History Month and fight against the Trump administration, we must remember that we cannot abandon our commitment to achieving racial equity for all people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition.
Thank you.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with my newborn Sam, who's just 4 weeks old. Unfortunately, I wasn't given the opportunity to vote remotely after giving birth, but I wasn't going to let that stop me from being here to represent my constituents and vote no on this disastrous Republican budget proposal. Republicans and Trump promised to lower costs on day one, and instead their priorities have been focused on ripping health care away from kids, seniors, moms, and others who need it most. And this is not going to save money. It includes people like my mom who work for hourly wages but are still unable to afford health care. When you don't have access to health care, you show up in the ER. This is going to have a huge burden on our hospitals and unfortunately will have skyrocketing costs. I agree, Sam. Hospitals will bear this burden. It also slashes SNAP, taking food off the plates for seniors, veterans, and kids, all to fund tax breaks for billionaires like Elon Musk while increasing our national deficit by trillions of dollars. How can anyone show their face in their district after voting yes for this? Thank you. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for half the time remaining until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend. Now you're supposed to head to the mic. Ms. Wilson. You're fine.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Biden-Harris administration, America experienced wasteful spending, harming families and destroying jobs. Tonight, in a very historic vote that we just completed, in order to combat the destructive impacts, House Republicans have voted to establish the congressional budget for the United States government for 2025 and set forth the appropriate budgetary levels for 2026 through 2034. Introduced by the very capable House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington, this bill will pave the way for the passage of a single comprehensive bill which will deliver on the agenda of President Donald Trump. Again, it's Donald Trump, promises made, promises kept. This budget resolution provides a framework for Congress to secure the border, unleash American energy, prevent the largest tax hike in history, create jobs, and bring common sense back to the government. Unnecessary and wasteful government spending will be eliminated, putting the American people first. I am grateful for the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson working closely with President Donald Trump for economic opportunity and jobs for all American families. The Trump tax cuts have been proven to energize small businesses to create jobs across the United States. The National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, has made a difference to work with the administration for this progress tonight. Additionally, large companies have expanded in my home state of South Carolina, anticipating the tax cuts which provide for citizens to have more money which they can use to improve their lives. In the district I represent, I'm very grateful that Michelin Tire Corporation of Lexington is the largest facility in the world, and this is producing tires for energy production across North America. President Trump has provided for all the above energy, which will create jobs. It's also encouraging that Boeing Aircraft Corporation in Charleston is doubling its size. Already, it's been announced a sale of $39 billion of 787-10 jets to Saudi Arabia, as Saudi Arabia is developing a new airline, Riyadh Airways, which we know will be successful with our friends and allies of Saudi Arabia. It's additionally encouraging, and I'm grateful that we have BMW success in South Carolina with the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world, and along with Volvo in Somerville, it makes South Carolina the leading exporter of tires and automobiles of any state in the Union. In addition to Michelin, we have Continental Tire, which is obviously German. We're grateful for their investment. And Bridgestone is a very important Japanese investment in the district I represent, along with GT of Singapore. So over and over, we have investments that are being made because of, I believe, significantly anticipating the vote that just occurred tonight. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues, while the people of Ukraine continue to successfully stop war criminal Putin, who is trying to resurrect the failed Soviet Union, killing so many people in Ukraine, additionally in Georgia, and threatening the people of Moldova. We know that what war criminal Putin has done to oppress the people of Belarus and to address and try to disrupt the elections in Romania and in the Republic of Georgia. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. President Donald Trump is reinstituting existing laws, which is successfully securing our border to protect American families with peace through strength. Today also marks the 100th day of the inspiring protest in Tbilisi, the capital of the Republic of Georgia, where the people are protesting the rigged election that occurred on October 26, where war criminal Putin interfered in the elections and provided for, sadly, the institution of a new government which is not legitimate. The legitimate government of Georgia, led by President Salome Zurabishvili, is so important to recognize as she courageously stands as a patriot for the people of Georgia. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Speaker, first, is it a chance to get the amount of time that we're splitting so we have a sense of the runtime here?
The gentleman has 36 and a half minutes.
All right, thank you. And if we're all blessed, I won't use it all. Mr. Speaker, have you ever had a moment where the first words in your head are, I'm damned if I do and damned if I do, or damned if I do, damned if I don't, but there's a chance. Okay, for a decade, I've been coming behind this very microphone and walking through demographics, debt, and the deficit, and trying to explain that something that the left doesn't like and the right doesn't like is almost 100% of the growth of the deficit for the next functioning 3 decades is demographics. And we don't like saying that because it's harder to play the politics of blaming each other. So look, there's been dozens of things said, and that's just the nature of it, in regards to the reconciliation budget resolution that was just passed. And I managed part of the Joint Economic Time, and my job there as the chair of Joint Economic is to represent the committee. Now I get to represent myself. I worry, but the opportunity of having the basically authorizing committees do what's necessary to save our future. A little while ago, you saw a beautiful little baby here. Last week when we were here, I had my 2.5-year-old that we've adopted with me. Here's some basic pieces of math. For my 2.5-year-old, when he's 24, 25 years old, every U.S. tax rate has to have been doubled, all of them, just to maintain baseline services. So the whole presentation of walking through what happens when you get a moment here to actually disrupt policy and do things that are better, faster, cheaper. Because I will argue the army of lobbyists, basically the rent seekers, if you remember your high school economics, that are around us all, despise the concept of reform. They despise the concepts of modernization. And that's actually, so some of the basic things I want to go over tonight, and I'll try to do it efficiently. First off, I know I used this board a little while ago, and I'm sorry it's handwritten, I broke the printer. It's just simply making a point for the average American at the end of this year. If we don't fix the expiring provisions, your taxes go up $2,853, and functionally 62% of all taxpayers will be subject to higher taxes. Okay. Now, when you actually have our friends on the left basically saying, you're raising, you're going to give away to the millionaires and billionaires, that's not the distributional effect of 2017. Matter of fact, one of the great trivia points, and I've actually had some fun with this one, because it comes from a progressive analysis from a few years ago, that after 2017 tax reform, the U.S. tax regime actually became more progressive. Now, there were lower rates, but it meant the top tier of taxpayers were paying more of the federal budget. and you walk through saying, okay, can I show you on the, well, you gave money to corporations. Yes, but we can show you that the vast majority of that actually went to wages. And people forget many of the things we did to force the repatriation back of capital, of intellectual property, of expensing, of R&D expensing. Don't, as a Republican, I beg of you, don't actually ever tell anyone this. A bunch of that was in the Obama budgets. Yes, they were in many ways bipartisan ideas from back then because we were bleeding out productive capacity in this country. We were transferring productive capacity in our assets overseas because of our tax regime and the ability to compete. Now, it looks like the reality of sounding like an idiot economist around here doesn't buy you a lot of friends, but the fact of the matter is the budget box that was just offered is an opportunity to not, and Mr. Speaker, forgive, my asthma and my lung infection are going a little nuts right now. It's an opportunity to stop your taxes from going up. But what I'm actually more interested in is what I believe are solemn promises I got from the leadership. That many of the things I've come behind this microphone for a decade talking about of how we can adopt technology, how we can adopt models to lower the cost and yet cover our brothers and sisters and give them more access and more opportunity and be healthier. Because the way we deliver services as a government is archaic. You know right now if you were designing a system, you wouldn't do it this way, but we're all terrified of whether it be the bureaucracy and their lobbyists and their unions, you know, something the left has to deal with. Many of the business people that have learned how to make money off these programs, our problem, comes marching into our offices, all upset because we're going to change their business model and make them compete. Guess what? That might be what we just accomplished in this vote, is less about fixing the expiring tax provisions, which we're going to do, but maybe it will also give us that window where we can change, prove the way we deliver these services. Because I can't figure out why this place is so intellectually calcified that it doesn't, that they're terrified of changing it. So, Mr. Speaker, let's once again walk through some of our basic math. This is just a pie chart. Yes, it's a pie chart. Yay, we love pie charts. For the estimates for this fiscal year. Basically, I want you to take a look at it. It's a little less than 75%, but it's close. Actually, it looks like that may be. What you see in red is mandatory spending. Well, guess what? The blue is all I get to vote on as a member of Congress. And every dime of the blue is borrowed. So what happens if I come to you and say, well, net interest, well, we don't get to vote on interest. And my personal math is closer to almost 1.2 trillion in interest coming in this year, but I've been doing a running calculation of the higher interest rate. We don't get to touch Social Security. Social Security has its own trust fund, which is gone in 8 years. And then all of a sudden, we got to figure out, what is it, the first full year of Social Security trust fund being empty is 609 billion, something of that nature. Depends on workforce participation at the time you do that. That makes the dollars we were talking about today tiny. Well, we have Medicare, Medicaid, and some other mandatory programs. So why am I showing you this? What's so difficult here, and I know this is geeky stuff, but this is why there's such a fraud in the debates that happen around this place, is we don't treat the voters like they have an IQ. Stop talking down to America. I will argue many of them are a hell of a lot smarter than people like me. Is we don't get to actually put net interest into a reconciliation budget. Matter of fact, there's nothing we get to do about it. There's some things we could have if we could actually work together on the way we sell debt, maybe the types of interests Professor Schuler, Yale, 10 years ago wrote an article about trills, which is an equity interest in tax receipts. Other things, there's ways to break up the concentration on debt, making your society less fragile, are subject to possibly bond vigilantes. Social Security, well, it's illegal. It's part of the 1974 Budget Control Act. You can't touch it. Yet I saw half a dozen members on the other side go behind their microphone and say, well, Social Security, that's, what's a good word for an absolute untruth? Oh, okay, I'll work on that. So what we have is less than half of the red portion we can even work on in a reconciliation budget. So this is an incredibly important moment. Will the standing committees, which have gone years and years and years and years and not been able to actually provide improvements, redesigns, modernization, be able to look at things like the Wall Street Journal 5-article series, and you all saw the ones this weekend on Medicare Advantage. Well, one of their headlines said, and I think it was actually more than a single year period, but $50 billion of fraud. Are we allowed to work on that? Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is it just time to find a better way to actually think about these things? That's maybe what we just opened up, assuming that my own leadership, my own committee chairman, are ready to do hard work, really difficult things that, just like that baby, just like my 2.5-year-old, maybe we could save their future. Maybe I could save your retirement without ever cutting a service. The number of members who've come up behind the microphone and said, we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting this. Really, find me that word in here. Doesn't mean it's easy. You know, for Energy and Commerce, they have to find 4% of their entire committee's authorization over 10 years. You're telling me you can't find 4% of improvements in this place? Yet the sound of Armageddon is just, and that's why this place is so incredibly frustrating. You're trying to save the future. And I'm not bouncing around. There's a linear thought here. So believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, promise me you won't ever tell anyone this. So here I am. I was reading an article from The New Yorker that just came out. Don't tell anyone. As a conservative, I actually on occasion look at The New Yorker. End of children. You do realize the Census Bureau of the United States says in about 7.5 years, this country has more deaths than births. You tell me, as a junior actuary, well, someone that wishes he was smart enough to be one, how I make the math of the future work in a society that has a shortage of young people. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just demographics. But we're not allowed to actually do difficult things here because, Mr. Speaker, it would require math. And then the harder part, it would require us to tell truth. And so many people, like this very moment, there'll be someone on cable television on the left and the right doing their talking, getting people's dopamines to hit, but it's not honest math. The math is really hard. It's really complex. There's a way to make it work, but we have only a couple more years, I believe, to provide this stability. Maybe that's what we just did a few minutes ago. So let's, once again, this is the single board that gets me the most hate mail. Also is the truth. This is the 30-year projection. If you look at the 30-year projection from Congressional Budget Office, I didn't produce this, they did. And we believe it's already way out of date because of the change in interest rates. You'll find Social Security and Medicare and their interest carry are responsible for almost functionally every dime of debt from today through the next 30 years. It's $116-some billion or trillion dollars of debt. The rest of the budget actually has about a $9 trillion positive bounce because its growth is slower than the growth of tax receipts. according to the Congressional Budget Office. This is the thing the left, in my particular case, love to run hate television commercials. Dared to talk about saving Social Security, saving Medicare, reforming how we deliver services so they're stable, so people have a future. You want to understand why this place is so damn toxic is those of us who are actually trying to fix things also write the attack commercials for the other side. It's a sickness. But the math is the math, and eventually the math will win. Look, the understanding, if we don't modernize how we deliver services, and through that start to stabilize everything. It's not just the benefits, it's the growth of debt, convince the bond markets we're going to be stable so they don't raise our interest rates. Look, we did a couple weeks ago, we showed a chart that if this place does stupid things and we make the bond markets nervous, and we were to get a 1-point increase in U.S. interest rates, we showed in 9 budget years, the additional interest is bigger than everything we talked about today. You've got to start processing how fragile we've made our future. And you start to actually look that if we don't start to actually use this opportunity to say, we're going to use the reconciliation open, we're going to not raise people's taxes, but we get to have a robust debate, discussion, ideas with the left, the right, particularly those on Ways and Means, Energy, Commerce, those things, saying, here's what the mix should look like. Maybe you don't extend everything. Maybe you mix them up. Maybe you find where there's leakage. Maybe you find where there's economic growth opportunities. Bring your proposals, bring your economics, bring your statisticians. The debate is on. And now we get to actually have an honest debate based in statistics and math and maybe a future. Because we so rarely do that around here. And we'll publish a couple more versions of this in more detail. But look, I'm blessed to also chair the Joint Economic Committee. So I have people that are much smarter than I am. You'll be happy to know all of our economists now bathe. It's a running joke, particularly if you know economists. We worked through the math that said, what would happen if you did both things? You paid for as much of this reconciliation budget, the spending, the extension of the tax cuts as possible, and you do it. That's how you get your maximization of growth. Turns out, if you don't do it, you actually get probably a small retraction, maybe a small recession, because people's taxes go up rather dramatically. Remember, for the average family, didn't I just show you, $2,853? Now, in a district like mine, it's somewhere in the 3,000 range. I have a higher income district. But you also have the other thing, the most we can do to try to find ways to pay for that. Turns out there's this concept of capital stack. The United States government is not the only one binging on debt. You look at China, other countries, this and that. As the demographics of the industrialized world start to functionally get really ugly, and we're having to provide services, the amount of savings is starting to be chewed up. So one of the benefits we had in the previous decade and the decade before that is there were fairly substantial savings stacks that went into U.S. sovereigns and other things. We expect in the next few years we'll actually start to see that roll over. And then you get the concepts of term premiums and those things. I know it's geeky, but the fact of the matter is if you don't have a substantial modernization of government, you can't make this math work. Mr. Speaker, can I ask you the time? I want to be respectful to everyone.
Gentleman has 12 and a half minutes remaining.
My best guess is I'll use about 6 or 7 of it. Mr. Speaker, I tried to actually sort of demonstrate. Do you remember the hair on fire comments, people saying things that just mathematically had no basis? They're not actually in the budget documents, those things. But the big one, and folks understand that the size of these committees are vastly different, but the one that people were focusing on, E and C, Energy and Commerce, they still have 96% of their spending authority within their jurisdiction. That's just going to continue. This little wedge here is what they're being asked to work on. I will promise you, if I'm given the chance, my economic team is given the chance, my leadership in Ways and Means and E&C will work with us, I can get every dollar of that by just modernization of delivery of services. And for my brothers and sisters on the left, and remember, I at one time worked on my state's Medicaid budgets. So I have some, it's been a long time ago, I actually chaired for a little while my state's health committee. So I have some experience on Arizona, which has a very unique Medicaid system. We buy basically managed care policies for our indigent population. It's remarkably good, it's remarkably efficient, and may have the highest satisfaction rate in the entire nation. So something worth thinking about. So let's get down to the brass tacks here on a couple of the last bits. You look at the next decade of spending, we don't get to touch interest, okay? We don't get to touch old age survivor fund, that's your Social Security. Matter of fact, what we should be doing is having really interesting conversations, mathematically honest ones, not in front of the microphone, but probably in a back room with actuaries on how we're going to save it, considering the fact that the own Social Security actuary report says, now I think in midway 2033, the trust fund's empty. And for my Democrat friends that keep saying, what we need to do is just do a bunch more taxes and enhance the benefit. Okay. But you do realize you just chewed up every dime of your seed corn, if that's a colloquialism, for everything else. We have a chart we've brought here multiple times showing the proposal saying, hey, take everyone over $400,000 and just raise the cap. So every billionaire pays their full Social Security, both the employer side, the individual side. It only took care, I think our math was like 38% of the shortfall. Helping folks sort of understand the scale and also the rhetorical solutions that are so often thrown out are not mathematically honest. So then you come over here. Well, discretionary, okay, we can take a run at that. You know what discretionary is. It's defense. It's everything you really think of as government. Other mandatory, and then Medicare, Medicaid basically sits in this area. So what would happen if our brothers and sisters on the left would actually, instead of defending the inefficiencies, the distortions, I despise using waste and fraud because I think everyone's against waste and fraud. But even if you read the articles, the ProPublica, the Wall Street Journal, on the extortion of bad acts, if that's a way to phrase it, that are going on in these programs, and the willingness to fix that, should that be Republican or Democrat? Or should it just be our attempt to be good governance? Remember, we're the board of directors for the biggest concern in the world. It's malfeasance the way we run this place. Our rhetoric is often completely intellectually vacuous. There are solutions. For any of you that have staff, do you have a nice highlighted copy of the MedPAC report from top to bottom, where they walk you through lots and lots of solutions? Or do you want, I'll send you over the stack of Wall Street Journal articles. I'll even send you the ProPublica on durable medical equipment fraud and how there's ways the doc and I could simply fix that with about a 3-paragraph bill and people would have better access, better health, and we would save potentially $100+ billion just on that one line item over the 10 years. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that's the opportunity we may have just unlocked. I also think sometimes I might be delusionally optimistic and hopeful. I am 62 with a 2-year-old. That's actually funny. But I don't think we have a lot more time to play this treadmill game. For brothers and sisters in the majority, we're going to have to carry this. We're going to have to do the hard things because the left has decided they want to burn us down. Fine. And I wish I could be honest and say we didn't try to do the same when they were in the majority. But we're at a moment where the morality of protecting this society, protecting this country, protecting the American dream is growth moral, but is also the next generation not being, as the economists keep telling me, the first generation to live poorer than their parents, because that's what's coming. Let's use this opportunity to do hard things. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This week marks a very solemn anniversary, the anniversary of Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine. 3 years ago, Russia started this war by invading Ukraine, not the other way around. I repeat, 3 years ago, Russia started this war, and I'm utterly disgusted that President Trump would refute this absolute truth. I'm equally horrified by President Trump's characterization of President Zelensky as a dictator who does not want peace. I was with President Zelensky just last week in Germany for the Munich Security Conference. He is an honorable and earnest leader, a man who has even offered to step down from the presidency if it would guarantee the freedom of his people. President Trump's blatant lie, an absurd insult, is a lie directly out of Soviet-style propagandists' playbooks. It is Putin who wants to take Russia's resource-rich land. It is Putin who wants to strip its people of their rights and their freedoms. And it is Putin who wants to destroy another European democracy. It is Putin who is a cancer on the world, a liar, a torturer, a murderer, and a war criminal. It is appalling to see our president of these United States, expected to be a reliable standard bearer of democracy, align himself and as a result ourselves so closely with our adversaries, even organizing a sit-down to determine the fate of Ukraine without Ukraine at the table and without the input of our European allies at all. Whatever comes out of these meetings will not be a peace agreement. It will instead be a Russian power grab and an appeasement of war criminal Putin, facilitated by these United States, an illegitimate peace. And it's all horrifying, it's all infuriating, and it's all antithetical to our American ideals. As President Trump and his administration publicly trash our allies, undermine the strength of NATO, and decimate our international aid programs, our adversaries are greedily and happily waiting to fill the gaps that this administration is deliberately creating. On Monday, the United States joined Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Sudan, and Hungary, and I will name them again. Russia, North Korea, Belarus, Sudan, and Hungary, a group of countries I never would like us to be associated with, in voting against the United Nations resolution condemning Russian aggression and demanding the immediate withdrawal of Putin's forces from Ukraine. To quote my Republican colleague and dear friend, Congressman Don Bacon, and I quote, "The Trump administration royally screwed up on Ukraine." Another anniversary is fast approaching. Indeed, on April 20th of last year, 101 Republicans voted to support Ukraine. And I'm really glad that Representative Bacon is speaking out about President Trump's actions. But I wonder, where are the rest of his colleagues? I hope that the other 100 members who supported aid to Ukraine in April will be as brave as Representative Bacon and speak out against this administration's ridiculous and dangerous actions. I want to emphasize how important it is that the American people hear President Trump's own words, see his own actions, and be appropriately outraged. President Trump's disavowal of Ukraine and his cozying up to dictators puts us here in the United States all at risk as well. President Trump's turn towards authoritarianism leaves us exposed politically and economically. Scorned allies could pull out or change their free trade agreements, cause shortages in imported goods, including food and oil, pharmaceuticals, and more. President Trump campaigned on bringing down costs, but his very actions right now are indeed undermining the value of the dollar and driving up inflation. We've heard over and over again from the American people that the prices of essential goods are already too high, and President Trump's actions will only hurt our attempts to bring down these costs. America's global leadership also helps to keep Americans safe, too. President Trump turning his back on Ukraine isolates us and undermines our strength the strength of international institutions and the security networks that work like NATO. This encourages NATO allies to question our own alliance and allegiance. It in turn causes our allies worldwide to do the same. And those who are considering with whom to form alliances, and there are many, it causes them as well to turn away from us. It gets worse, with President Trump actually allying himself with China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. These countries now seemingly have America's explicit backing to spread their influence, and in some cases to spread their force, like we've seen in Ukraine. This will undoubtedly cause people to free oppressive regimes and create new regimes who will be inspired by this global democratic backslide. President Trump claimed he was going to reduce this kind of migration, but the political turmoil he is causing will in fact make it worse, pushing people to seek safety outside of their own home country. We can't turn our back on Ukraine and the world, and we cannot expect that the consequences of that decision will not reach our shores. And the American way of life is reliant on our global reputation and interconnectivity, and President Trump is doing his very best to tear that all down. President Trump must reverse his dangerous position. He must stop this gamesmanship, and he must recommit to our long-standing alliances instead of realigning ourselves, the United States, with dictators. I want to turn now to my esteemed colleague from the great state of Ohio, the very Honorable Marcy Kaptur, for 4 minutes.
I thank Congresswoman so very much for allowing me to speak this evening, and to also thank her for her service to the United States of America in our military. She knows the cost of liberty. And there couldn't be a better member of Congress than Chrissy Houlihan, I'll tell you that. A lot of Americans, perhaps, in the newer generations, don't understand what Russia is capable of. So I refer you to 2 books, if you're interested, and I hope you are. One is Bloodlands by Dr. Timothy Snyder, now at Yale University, who discusses the history of the region that we're talking about and what happened yesterday at the United Nations, and also another book called Red Sparrow. I would recommend you don't read that in the evening, but during the day, because you will learn more about how Russia both operates now and has always operated. To give a little history, before the collapse of the murderous dictatorship that was called the Soviet Union, that occurred in 1991, and had extended all the way from Russia, all the way across Europe to Germany to East Berlin, which has been free since 1991, a great president, Ronald Reagan, served this nation. He was elected twice. He correctly identified Russia as the evil empire. Ronald Reagan had been an actor in Hollywood and fought to remove communists from the ranks of the Actors Guild in California, where he met his wife. And that particular effort by Reagan took great courage because he could have been killed. That's what it's like to deal with Russia as the Soviet Union or the empire now. Another Republican president during my service was George W. Bush. He named Russia and North Korea as the axis of evil. We could add Iran and other countries, but never before at the United Nations has any U.S. president ever stood with the dictators of Russia. Those countries that voted with Russia yesterday are state sponsors of terrorism. Russia understands terror. That's what she does. So for the United States to stand beside Russia, North Korea, Belarus at the United States, at the United Nations, it's appalling. It is appalling. Russia's atrocities go back hundreds of years. During World War II, on the soils of Ukraine, 14 million people were murdered. This is the tradition of Putin. If you do not know that, you are naive. Wake up. Wake up. Even China abstained from the vote yesterday. Aligning with these countries who past presidents have called the epitome of evil on earth is shocking. The very fundamental purpose of this nation is liberty. That's why we're here. This isn't some game, and it's not about strategic metals or very precious items that are underground somewhere. It is about something much more precious, liberty. So to see that happen at the UN yesterday, I thought, what have they been drinking up there? Ukraine is a scrimmage line for liberty on the continent of Europe today, and no president of the United States should cavort with dictators. We have always been the bastion of freedom. Our people have died for it, defending these ideals around the world. And yesterday, President Trump cowered and appeased one of the most dangerous dictatorships in the world. It is shameful, it is un-American, it is not patriotic, and it's almost traitorous. Maybe it is traitorous to do that. We know Russia, we know North Korea, we know Iran. They don't stand for liberty. They're part of the new spider web of tyranny that's poised against us, if anyone is paying attention, anywhere in this country. The actions to vote with them and against Ukraine is a blotch on America's record as a champion for a free world. Most of the world is not free. If you haven't traveled to these places, try. You might learn something. So tomorrow is another day, and I urge those who lead foreign policy for this administration to remember who we fight for, who our friends are, who our allies are, and who are our enemies united against us. I also just wanted to place on the record a reminder that when Ukraine was beginning to be free after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, a great man, Viktor Yushchenko, was president of the young Ukraine. What did Putin do? Putin had him poisoned. And Yushchenko survived somehow. When they flew him to Europe and they tried to pump him out with some kind of horrible, horrible strategic metal that he had been made to swallow when he ate with the dictators who continue to control Russia. He has just killed, Putin has just killed Alexei Navalny in a terrible Arctic prison because he wanted to run against Putin. And that's how you get elected in Russia. You kill the opposition. So my friends, pay attention, inform yourselves, and if you want to understand how a tyranny operates, look at the film on YouTube It takes 30 minutes. It's called Freedom Means Never Surrender. It's a documentary about how a tyranny functions. It just won the Telly Award. Take the time to do it. Recall for yourselves the preciousness of the liberty we enjoy. And I yield back my time to the gentlelady, and I thank you very much, Congresswoman, for allowing us to speak on this special order tonight.
You're very, very welcome. It's my privilege. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time we have remaining?
Is recognized until 10 p.m.
May I ask how
Until
much?
10 p.m. You have 28 minutes left.
Terrific, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vidman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 years ago this week, Russia launched an unprovoked invasion on Ukraine. We are entering the 4th year of war in Ukraine and 11 years of war on Ukraine since the invasion in Crimea and the Donbass. In the past few days, this invasion, this major invasion, that fact has sadly been disputed. But it's important that history represent the truth. Whether it's Putin or anyone else, including in our government, that says Russia is not the aggressor and that Ukraine is responsible for the invasion, they're lying. Yesterday's anniversary reminds us that the Ukrainian people continue to suffer, but I know that they will remain strong and resilient. This is not a regional fight. Ukraine's sovereignty is a U.S. national security issue. We must hold the line in Ukraine now, or we may have American boots on the ground fighting in Europe in a few years. That's my fear. We do want peace, and yet this administration has begun negotiations from the weakest possible position. Before we even get to the table, Ukraine has been excluded from NATO. Territorial concessions were granted to Russia, and Ukraine didn't even have a seat at the table. This is what they get for a sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of their people, cities destroyed across Ukraine. The Trump administration must increase pressure on Russia if we are truly interested in peace. With Russia in particular, weakness invites aggression, and easing up on Russia only makes Ukraine's fight harder. We must stand firm. I spent 25 years in the Army defending America's national security interests at home and abroad. When I retired a little over 2 years ago, I traveled to Ukraine 14 times investigating war crimes. I traveled to Kharkiv, 20 miles from the Russian border. I traveled to Zaporizhia, 20 miles from the Russian front. I traveled to Mykolaiv, Chernihiv, cities that have appeared in the news, devastated by Russian attacks. Those people are resilient. They're fighting for their freedom, much like we fought for our freedom almost 250 years ago. We're going to be celebrating that anniversary in one short year. Can you imagine what it would have been like if France did not intervene on our behalf? You know, we have a portrait there of the Marquis de Lafayette that stood with us shoulder to shoulder. The French spilled blood on our battlefields. We weren't even asked to do that. We were asked to provide some material support, 31 tanks, a couple of hundred of our armor vehicles, and some money. Now, granted, we have to watch how we spend our money. We have an obligation to the American people. But we also have to recognize where our national security interests lie. And the fact that we spent 80 years defending an international order that our grandfathers fought for and died on European battlefields for. I think we've forgotten that for some reason. I can't explain it. But they know that in Ukraine, because that's what they're fighting for. They know that if they give up, the Russians will occupy. And in those occupied areas, they've already deported tens of thousands of children to be re-educated, taken away from their family. They've put the Ukrainian people in camps. Russia is basically like a boa constrictor, slowly digesting chunks of Ukraine. If we pause now without security guarantees, they'll be back at it in a few years, just like they were after Crimea, like they were in Georgia, like they were in Moldova. We have to be clear-eyed about that in our interests. And so in Virginia's 7th District, my voters expect me to stand up for American values, and that's exactly what I'm doing by speaking out today. And that's why I'll keep fighting for strong U.S. leadership all around the world. That includes Ukraine's sovereignty, for our own country's national security interests, and for the values that keep and have kept America strong. On this anniversary, we must reaffirm our commitment that we stand against autocrats and dictators like Russia and North Korea, and that we stand with Ukraine on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join my colleagues in condemning what can only be seen as sheer desertion, yes, I use the word desertion, of Ukraine by this president, and I deeply regret, at least to date, by my Republican colleagues in Congress. The dictator of Russia, as has already been pointed out, has not seen a better day, at least since the successful death of Alexei Navalny. But let's be clear, Putin is not the only dictator, and for the third time I use the word dictator, who's dancing today. Let's just take one example, the dictators of Iran. For them, this betrayal is a bright light in a dim room. They want nothing more than a stronger and resurgent and unchecked Russia, because that brings them renewed hope to their singular focus of the destruction of Israel. And by the way, I say very directly to our friends of Israel, wherever you are, and many of you were in the Capitol today, that if you do not call out this abandonment of Ukraine now, you have learned nothing from 1939 Czechoslovakia. But there's one dictator in our world who is cheering the loudest of all, and that dictator is the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. This is the world he covets. This is the world that he's worked for. This is the world that turns the lock and opens the door on his ambitions. The world of a weakened, isolated America that nobody trusts. A world in which this country walks away from proven international rules-based orders that have kept the peace and stability for 3 generations now. A world, he hopes for, that has forgotten that true peace and prosperity are built on both strength and democratic values, both of those. Yes, the desertion of Ukraine and its sure ripple effects shows that he finally has the willing partner he has sought, even more than Putin himself. A partner equally committed to an ad hoc transactional foreign policy where all that really matters is power, money, and leverage. That alliances, principles, and loyalty are disposable, as if that ever alone would buy lasting peace, and there is no example in world history that it does. But our president says, don't worry, we have an ocean between us and Ukraine, so what's to worry about? And no doubt in time, he will assert the same thing about my ocean, the Pacific Ocean, between us and the People's Republic of China. He will say that that ocean offers the same illusion of insulation from the world of reality. Well, tell that to Japan or Taiwan or South Korea or the Philippines. Tell them that that ocean protects them. Or the ASEAN countries, or Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, India, the island nations of the Pacific. Tell that to the citizens of the American homeland in the Pacific, Hawaii, Guam, the Northern Marianas, American Samoa. Yes, just try to tell the rest of our world and country that the outcome in Ukraine has nothing to do with the geopolitical challenge of our time, the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. Tell that to anybody, and you truly live in denial of the world today and the lessons of history. The PRC, though, they know history, and they already have an edition of the People's Daily, their leading newspaper, already printed up as a gift for the president's trip home when he surely visits shortly. And the headline of the People's Daily reads in Mandarin, "Peace in our time." Those are the unavoidable broader stakes of betraying Ukraine today. And I know my Republican colleagues know this. I know this because I've heard them say it repeatedly over 3 years. I've heard them say it in committee. I've heard them say it on this floor. I've heard them say it in public. But where are you now? Did something in the world change in the last week or two? Was there some fundamental shift in our understanding of this world, in our alliances, in our commitment to loyalties and principles and values, in addition to strength? I don't think so, and I don't think anybody else think anything has changed other than a president that wants to go in a different direction. And that president has no effective check and balance on this tragic mistake, except for the majority in the House and the Senate. And so I really hope to my Republican colleagues in this body, because I don't hold out hope for the administration and the presidency, but I do hold out hope for my colleagues. I hope you find your way back soon through the fog into reality again before it's too late. I yield back.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking my friend and colleague, Representative Houlihan, for convening this special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support our ally, Ukraine, and speak up against the grave threat the Trump administration's support for Russia poses to democracy at home and abroad. Yesterday marked 3 years since Russia's unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation. We have since witnessed incredible bravery from the Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines to the families who have endured unimaginable loss, yet continue to fight for their homeland. My community of Buffalo knows what it means to stand together in times of hardship. We are a city that welcomes, embraces, and lifts up those in need. I stood arm in arm with Western New York's Ukrainian community in Niagara Square, designated Ukraine Freedom Square, just outside Buffalo City Hall, days after Russia's invasion. What I said then is just as true today. The United States of America must always stand with Ukraine against Russian aggression. Buffalo is known as the city of good neighbors, and that spirit has been evident in the way our community has opened its doors to Ukrainian refugees, providing shelter, education, and hope for a better future. Members of this body, both Democrats and Republicans alike, understand that this is not just Ukraine's fight. This is a battle between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression. That is why this body has come together on numerous occasions to pass legislation to help the people of Ukraine resist the Russian invasion and defend their homeland. And we continue to do this because we know that if Russia succeeds, it sets a dangerous precedent for dictators around the world, and it threatens the security of our NATO allies. So when the President of the United States chooses to spread the same false Russian propaganda as Vladimir Putin, absolving Russia of its responsibility for starting the war, and defaming the democratically elected president of our ally, We should have the courage to stand up and call it what it is, a bald-faced lie. And it's shameful when we, the shining city upon a hill, as President Reagan put it, oppose a United Nations resolution condemning Russia and supporting Ukraine. The rest of the world should look to us as a model of democracy, but instead, we're enabling a dictator. And just think about the company that we're keeping with this UN vote. The only other countries to oppose this resolution were Russia, North Korea, and Belarus, all dictatorships. Since when does the United States side with dictators? I suppose when we have a president who says he wants to be one. Turning our back on Ukraine goes against everything Americans have fought and died for since we declared our independence from a monarch in England. Supporting Russian aggression against Ukraine sends a dangerous message to our allies around the world. The United States is no longer a reliable friend. You are on your own. Well, I have news for you. We are much better than this as a country. This isn't just about democracy, it's also about our national security and our credibility on a world stage. The world is a safer place, and the American people are more secure when we stand united with our allies, uphold our commitments to global peace and stability, and lead with strength, diplomacy, and integrity. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I very much want to thank all of my colleagues for joining us here tonight and me here tonight. This evening, we heard about the damage that President Trump's actions have done to our nation's security. If our nation turns its back on Ukraine, we heard about what comes next. Our ally Taiwan left in greater jeopardy to a Chinese invasion. Our allies left elsewhere looking for security and for other trading opportunities. And worst of all, our enemies worldwide left emboldened by Trump's isolationist actions. The American people should be worried tonight. History has shown us that when America is isolated, we are less safe. And I very much hope that my Republican friends, the 101 of them, now 100 of them, who very recently voted in support of this nation in its fight for their democracy and as a consequence, all of our democratic values, will stand up to this, our president, and will help us, the United States, change our course, and as a consequence, the world change its course for safety and freedom as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion? Gentlelady yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
I do. I have a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.